So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is the final part of the story, being reborn into the Uchiha clan. Make sure you have watched the previous parts of the video before watching this part. If you guys enjoy this what if and want next part of this video, comment down below to let me know. The comments on the videos have been lacking lately, where are you guys? Before I start, please do support for more awesome contents and leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to the channel. And share this video with your friends and also check out the descriptions and check out the playlists. With that out of the way, let's start. Chapter 39. Prelude to War. I was a little surprised when Sasuke and Itachi reappeared with Obito so soon. This was my prison, after all, not Hotel Kamui. Sasuke was panting as he clutched his left eye, while Itachi and Obito seemed unharmed. What did you want to discuss? Obito asked. I want Itachi's eyes, said Sasuke. So you're finally ready, said Obito. You've overused your mangyeko sharingan. Even with Kyo-chan's healing, you're still nearly blind after such a short time. I trust you have no objections, Itachi. None, Itachi replied, his tone and expression carefully neutral. It's what I've wanted from the beginning. Yeah, there weren't many reasons to turn down an increase in power. I'm sure our little Kyo-chan will be happy to help, said Obito, glancing at me. His chakra rippled with what might have been annoyance, which puzzled me until I realized that this was the first time he'd seen me since I'd grown up. I usually avoided him by hiding in the bower when he came to take my brothers away, but I'd been too eager for their return this time. Judging by his reaction, he definitely remembered what had happened the last time I'd undergone a major body modification. Though I suppose that you're not quite so little anymore. How much time do you require for the procedure? Minutes? Maybe less. I'm not sure, I said. Ani-chan has completely lost sight in one eye and Nai-chan has damaged both of his eyes in a very short period of time. That might complicate things. I'd like to keep them overnight for observation if that's alright. And I'd like to have a few follow-up appointments to monitor them. Of course that was all nonsense. I'd had years of practice healing Itachi's eyes and with my Hashirama cells, complications were even more unlikely. I wanted them here for other reasons. Yes, that's fine, said Obito, clearly underestimating my abilities. He turned back to Sasuke and Itachi. You'll need at least a week of rest before you're ready to test your new power. I will return then to assess your progress. With that, Obito raised his hand and vanished back into the real world. A week? Wow. He was underestimating my abilities. Not that I was complaining. Any delay that gave Naruto more time to grow stronger was a blessing. Okay, let's get started, I said, but before I could begin, Itachi reached up and tapped my forehead. I blinked at the gesture, which was usually directed at Sasuke. But then I felt a familiar weight of chakra pass between us. Keep this safe for me, murmured Itachi as Shisui's other eye joined the first. So, he had managed to get it after all. Even though I was the one to ask him for it, I hadn't been sure that retrieving it was possible. But, well, this was Itachi. I probably should have expected as much. I took a moment to examine the new eye. It wasn't restricted by Obito's seal, but it was still drained of power. Danzo must have used it recently so I wouldn't be able to activate it until tomorrow at the earliest. But that was fine. Using it on Obito before the war was too risky anyway. Besides, I had another use for it in mind. Thank you, Ani-chan, I whispered. Danzo is really gone. I shouldn't have needed to ask, and yet. Yes, said Itachi simply. He's gone. I let out a slow breath. I wasn't quite sure what I felt at the news. I wasn't happy. Not really. Relieved, maybe. It felt like waking from a long nightmare even if our real problems were only just beginning. I nodded and I set out a life support seal with a touch before directing Itachi and Sasuke to lay on top of it. I'm going to infuse both of you with a small amount of Hashirama cells mostly concentrated in your eyes, I said as I got to work. I doubt you'll be able to perform wood release, but it will be enough to enhance your sharingan, bolster your natural healing, and expand your chakra reserves. You're certain that's a wise decision? Itachi asked blandly. Yeah, he hadn't forgotten my last experiment with Hashirama cells either. I've been studying the cells while I've been here, I said. By limiting the quantity and stabilizing them with white Zetsu material, I can safely implant them into others. Not only will they help you in the war, but Nai-chan also needs them to awaken his Rinnegan. How long will that take? Sasuke asked. I shrugged. Madara was an old man by the time he awakened his Rinnegan, I said. I suspect that, under normal circumstances, it would take you about the same amount of time. It's likely that Hagoromo's power will be required to awaken your eyes early. But there's a lot to do before we reach that point. Were you able to make any progress? We encountered Naruto and Kakashi after our fight with Danzo as you predicted, but there was little opportunity for discussion with Obito present, said Itachi. I arranged for Haku to rendezvous with them at the Uzumaki shrine, where he will explain the situation fully. The fact that he'd arranged even that much in such a short time was impressive. We'd just have to hope that Haku would be able to convince them to help us. Of course, that conversation was bound to include a few questions. Did you tell them about me? I asked. We'd agreed to tell them the truth about the massacre and my reasons for joining the Akatsuki, but we hadn't decided on everything else. I didn't want to continue living a lie, but I wasn't sure how they would react to the truth. Information security is a vital component of mission success, said Itachi tactfully. They'll know the important aspects of our goals and anything relevant regarding our enemies, though not the source of the information. We would not be able to accomplish what we need to do if they didn't. True enough. And as for the materials you'll need, Karen is on her way to Orochimaru's hideout, added Sasuke. She knows where to find the genetic material, and Obito shouldn't realize the true purpose behind her mission. The real limiting factor for you is the white zetsus you'll need for the Edo Tensei. Obito has begun to build his army, but getting them to you before the war might not be feasible. Probably not, I agreed. But if you can't bring them here, then I'll just go to them. It will be easy enough with Kodomatsukami. Patching Obito wouldn't be hard. Since his body parts appeared in the kamui dimension whenever he phased through an attack, all I had to do was wait around until someone tried to hit him in the head, something that wouldn't take long, especially if he fought Naruto. I leaned back. Alright, I'm done, I said. Are you in any pain? My brothers sat up. No, they actually fit quite nicely, said Sasuke with a small, slightly creepy smile. His eyes were both clear despite one of them being milky white mere moments before. It really was impressive to see what the Hashirama cells could accomplish under the right conditions. I've grown stronger. I can feel it. Well, I certainly hope so. There's no pain, said Itachi, though he sounded troubled. I gently laid my hands over his eyes. There wasn't anything wrong with them. They were in better shape than his original eyes at least, even if Sasuke had overextended them a bit. But I thought I knew what was bothering him. Sasuke's chakra was dark and angry, like a blade of hellfire against Itachi's warmth. I slid an additional layer of medical chakra and a blanket of positive intent into Itachi's eyes, soothing them as well as I could. It wasn't perfect or permanent, but I could at least soften the jagged edges of Sasuke's chakra. Thank you, Kyo-chan, sighed Itachi. Obito won't be back for a week, which leaves us plenty of time to spar, said Sasuke, standing. A moment later, Itachi followed suit. Good idea, I said. The Hashirama cells aren't the only thing I've been studying. I've been working on a variation of the Hiraishin technique that allows me to summon things that I've marked rather than teleporting to them, and I want to try it out with you too. They had no objection, and so we began. Training with my brothers was an experience. If I'd thought that Itachi and Sasuke were strong before, it was nothing compared to what they were capable of now. The eternal mangyeko sharingan was on an entirely different level from its base form. And a full week was more than enough time for the two of them to grow into their new powers. While Itachi had once struggled to perform 4 mangyeko techniques in a single day, he could now cycle through at least 20 before it became a strain. Sasuke was equally enhanced and seemed to have an almost limitless supply of amaterasu to throw around. It also only took them 3 days to manifest their perfect Susanus. A feat that I was not able to replicate despite having both of Shisui's eyes. It seemed that only those who had awakened their mangyeko naturally were able to use that particular technique. Thankfully, I discovered that I could Hiraishin right through their Susanus like they weren't even there, and I could just as easily activate their Hiraishin marks to drag them to me instead. It allowed me to keep up with them at least. We cycled through various combination attacks and teamwork exercises, and when we were too exhausted to continue, we talked strategy instead. But although our week was productive, it couldn't last forever. Obito eventually came to take my brothers away again. And so all I had left to do was wait. Kakashi-sensei. I was always passively alert for the telltale swirl of chakra that heralded an arrival, so I was out of the bower and sprinting across the platform almost before Kakashi even had a chance to look up. With a flying leap, I wrapped him in a bear hug. This probably wasn't the wisest decision. Jumping onto a veteran ninja without warning was a good way to get panic stabbed, but I didn't care. I cycled healing chakra through Kakashi immediately, soothing away the noticeable deterioration to his mangyeko sharingan. By now reversing the damage was as easy as breathing. Kakashi stiffened briefly before relaxing and giving me an eye smile. Ma, you've grown up quite a bit, Kyo, he said, ruffling my hair with one hand before reaching up to cover his sharingan with his forehead protector. I gave him one more squeeze before releasing him and stepping back. I shouldn't have been surprised that I no longer needed to crane my neck to look up at him, but somehow I was. Sure, he was still taller than me, but he wasn't the towering giant he'd been when I was younger. Suo, said Kakashi. A rabbit goddess from the moon, huh? I couldn't suppress a small grimace. "It's okay if you don't believe me as long as you're ready when it happens," I said. And he would be. A good ninja was prepared for anything, and Kakashi was too skilled to ignore a warning, no matter how implausible it seemed. Kakashi rubbed the back of his neck. "It is a little hard to believe, but I've heard of stranger things happening," he said. "Really?" I asked, suddenly curious. Kakashi gave me another eye smile. "No," he said. I made a face at him but couldn't muster the will to be annoyed. "I take it that this isn't a social visit?" I asked. Kakashi's eye smile shifted into a look of seriousness. Any levity was replaced by grim focus. "The war is underway," he said. "A few weeks ago, Obito and your brothers targeted Nagato. He's still alive, but Obito took possession of one of his Rinnegan before retreating. Right now the situation is pretty dire. An army of white Zetsus is on the move and the Shinobi Alliance is engaging with them, but things are a little complicated. Naruto has gone to meet your brothers in battle and Obito is on his way to fight the Five Cage." I nodded. That was about what I'd expected. I'd hoped that the Five Cage would decide to keep the armed forces out of it, but I could see why they wouldn't be able to ignore an entire army of white Zetsus. "Then we should get going," I said. I held out my hand. "If I can meet up with my brothers, they should have the materials I need to get us some help." But Kakashi didn't reach out to accept my offered hand. Instead he was watching me with a searching expression. "Before that, there is something I need to ask you," he said. "What exactly is it that you want from this war?" I blinked. "I want to save the world," I said slowly. "That was obvious, wasn't it?" "Is that all that you want?" Kakashi asked at length. "Do you really want to save the entire world, or are there parts of it that you want to erase?" His question was absurd, but the seriousness of his tone made me stop to truly consider what he was asking. And when I tried to see the situation from Kakashi's point of view, I could understand why he needed to know. What was I to him? I was the child who had remained isolated from all my peers, except for my brother and the village in Chiriki, the chosen weapon for my clan's intended betrayal. I was the medic who had healed Nagato when he actively sought to destroy Konoha. I was the ally of my brothers who had killed Danzo when he was the acting Hokage. I was the heir to Orochimaru's cruelest technique, the Ito Tensei, and I intended to use it to revive Uchiha Madara, the ghost of the Uchiha himself. What kind of person must I look like to him? "You didn't come here to rescue me, did you, Kakashi-sensei?" I asked. It seemed so obvious now, but I'd never even considered it a possibility. How could I when the mere thought of Kakashi and I being enemies was so blatantly ridiculous? He was Kakashi-sensei. And yet. Kakashi's expression hardened. "If your story is true, then attempting to revive Kaguya puts the entire world at risk," he said. "And if it's not? Then allowing me to revive some of the most powerful shinobi in history might be almost as bad. You were sent here to kill me instead, then, I guessed." He certainly wasn't here for a courtesy call. Maybe that was why Kakashi had waited so long to come here. They hadn't realized how bad things would get and had only just made the final decision to forestall any possibility of making things worse. "So, will you?" "It was a condition for the formation of the alliance," said Kakashi. There was a time once, not too long ago, when I might have met those words with resignation. I'd have told him that it was okay and that I forgave him. He was only doing what he felt was right. Not now, though. Now I just felt annoyed. "I didn't ask you why," I said. "I ask if you will." He'd had the perfect opportunity when I'd so carelessly embraced him. I was vulnerable, unaware. The perfect prey for a skilled assassin. And yet here I was, still alive. "I don't want to fight you, Kyo," said Kakashi as he lifted his forehead protector, displaying Obito's eye. "But with the world at stake, I don't have the luxury of believing you." My lips quirked into a small smile at the earnest solemnity in Kakashi's expression. "Kakashi-sensei," I said. "You are my sensei. You were there to watch over me and Naruto and Nai-chan. You taught us about teamwork and friendship. You helped make us strong. I know that with the way things are now you can't believe me. I know what a difficult position you're in. I know you don't want to fight me." I paused and gave him my best smile. "But that's fine, because this isn't going to be much of a fight anyway. And I shined to the mark I'd placed on him during training all those years ago." Kakashi reacted immediately, his sharingan giving him the tiniest warning. But while Kakashi was one of the fastest ninja in Konoha, I could regularly blitz all 6 paths of pain. Enhancing my muscles and cloaking them with lightning allowed me to slam my palm against his chest before he could do more than twitch. From my fingers sprouted lightning-imbued sealing chains to wrap around his torso, cutting off his chakra and paralyzing him completely. Kakashi's eyes widened and he let out a sound of muted agony. "Oh, oops." I numbed Kakashi's whole body. The pain caused by the chakra chains wasn't something I usually had to consider. I'd mostly used them against Pain's puppet bodies. And Obito hadn't seemed bothered by them either when I'd fought him, though I suppose that was likely due to his Hashirama cells. Kakashi was an elite jounin, and he had the associated high pain tolerance, but I didn't want him to suffer. I wanted him to listen. Kakashi huffed in deep breaths, watching me. I could almost see the thoughts whirling behind his eyes. He was running through every possible battle scenario. I let him because the outcome was a foregone conclusion. He'd lost the ability to win against me the moment I'd marked him. He just hadn't realized it at the time. Neither had I. Maybe it's true that you can't believe me even if you want to, I said. But I don't need you to believe me. I could take Obito's eye right now and enter the battle with or without you. But I'm not going to do that because that's not what I want. I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to hurt anyone. Not even Konoha. You once told me that those who break the rules and codes of ninja are trash. But those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. I don't care if Tsunade-sama or the rest of the 5 Kage or the entire world has ordered me to be killed. I'm not just going to lay down and die. I became a ninja because there are people that I want to protect, my brothers and Naruto and you and the rest of the world, and I will not abandon them. Not anymore. Even if Kakashi was here to kill me, I couldn't blame him for what he had to do. And I certainly didn't envy his position. I'm going to release you now, I said. If you want to return to the battlefield without me, that's fine. I have my own way out of here. But if you want to help me, it will make saving the world a little easier. I held his gaze for a moment longer before retracting the chains and retreating several paces. I folded my arms across my chest and settled into a relaxed pose, not threatening but not withdrawing either. I wouldn't stop Kakashi if he chose to leave, but I still hoped. Kakashi sighed before reaching up and pulling his forehead protector down over his sharingan. "Ah, you really have grown up," he said quietly, almost to himself. "Well, if we're going to do this, I suppose now you'll need these." Kakashi knelt, removing a scroll from his vest and laying it out on the ground. He slapped his palm against the storage seal, and in a large poof of smoke, appeared 6 bound white zetsus, a box labeled genetic material, and the Shinigami mask. Wait a minute. If he had all of this then. "Kakashi-sensei, you were planning to help me this whole time," I shouted, exasperated. "Mah, he said with an eye smile and a dismissive wave of his hand. "What kind of sensei would I be if I didn't lend a hand when one of my cute little genin needs a bit of help?" His expression shifted into something more serious. "I just needed to find out a few things first. I didn't bring any bells this time, but I was able to make do." "Ah, so it was all a test." Yeah, that was fair considering what I was asking of him. Helping me would be tantamount to treason, not just against Konoha, but against the entire Shinobi Alliance. The best case scenario would still probably result in him being branded as a missing ninja. "Let's start with the Hokages," I said as I opened the box. There were 5 samples inside, 1 for each of the first 4 Hokages and 1 for Madara. So, Karen really had managed to find them all. "Will you be using Orochimaru's compulsion seal?" Kakashi asked. His tone was mild but still carried a hint of disapproval. "That shouldn't be necessary," I said, taking the tissue samples for the Hokages and implanting them into 4 of the zetsus. "I think that they'll want to help, but we'll need to explain the situation first. Do you think you could handle that part?" I didn't really have the greatest relationship with Hiruzen. Not after the whole get out thing. But Kakashi was Hiruzen's trusted subordinate and Minato's former student. That should hopefully be enough to convince them, and then they could help us convince Hashirama and Tobirama. "Leave it to me," said Kakashi. I nodded and stepped back, placing Madara's genetic material in my bag and picking up the Shinigami mask. It allowed the user to summon a Shinigami and release the souls sealed within at the cost of the user's life. While I was somewhat confident that I might be able to heal any injuries inflicted by the Shinigami, I wasn't about to risk getting my soul sealed away. So I approached the 5th Zetsu and activated my Sharingan. Taking control of someone's body and movements against their will was an advanced form of Genjutsu, but the Zetsu proved weak to my manipulations. I released its bindings, and it placed the Shinigami mask over its face before forming the hand seals of the summoning jutsu. A giant ghostly gray-white specter appeared and sliced open its belly, an identical wound appearing on the Zetsu. "Ito Tensei no Jutsu," I shouted, slamming my hand against the floor. The jutsu formula spread from my palm to encircle the 4 other Zetsus, drawing in the blue souls expelled by the Shinigami, even as the summoning Zetsu fell dead beside me. The 4 Zetsus writhed and twisted, their mouths open and screaming as they slowly transformed into the former Hokages. When they finally settled, all 4 of them surveyed the scene, seeming to take in the otherworldly nature of the kamui dimension. "So it's not Orochimaru this time," said Tobirama, regarding Kakashi and me with narrowed eyes and obvious distrust. "Kakashi, what is going on?" Hiruzen asked, also looking between us. "Where are we?" "Huh, Kakashi, is that you?" Minato asked, his momentary confusion giving way to a warm smile. It must have been a while. You've grown up. Yeah, there's been a lot of that going around lately. Hashirama asked, squinting at Minato. Who are you? Kakashi-sensei, I'll leave them to you while I summon the last one, I said as Minato introduced himself to his predecessors. I'll be in the bower. It would be faster if we explained everything at once with everyone together, said Kakashi, and while that might be true. I shook my head. I want to talk to him alone first, I said. Kakashi considered me for a moment before nodding. Alright, don't take too long, he said. We don't want to be late. I gave him a look, but he just shooed me away. I caught the last zetsu in a genjutsu and guided it to the bower away from the others. I could feel Tobirama's gaze on my back, clearly noticing my Uchiha crest, but he didn't say anything. When I was alone, I took a deep breath and let it out slowly before producing the genetic material and placing it within the zetsu. I waited a beat longer, not quite sure if this was really the right thing to do before I steeled my nerves. Ito Tensei no Jutsu. I shouted, slamming my palm into the ground. The jutsu formula spread from my hand and encircled the zetsu. It screamed and writhed as it transformed before settling into the body of the dark-haired Uchiha I had summoned. He blinked, looking down at his body and examining his hands with the telltale cracks of a reanimation jutsu. He reached up to touch his face, his fingers ghosting along eye sockets that should have been empty before focusing his attention on me. Who are you? He demanded warily. I took another deep breath before meeting his gaze. Hello, Shisui Nai-san, it's me, your Kyoheim. Chapter 40. The Ghost of the Uchiha. So, that's the whole story, huh? Shisui asked while patting my head awkwardly. It was about all he could do since I was currently wrapped around him like a clingy octopus. I took a moment to be thankful that Kakashi had agreed to give us a moment of privacy. The former Hokages didn't need to see me like this, but I wasn't going to pass up this opportunity to get an entire lifetime's worth of Shisui hugging and while I could. Most of it, but we can cover the rest later, I said. Of course that presupposed that there would be a later, which wasn't exactly a guarantee. But Shisui didn't need to know details of my former life right now. We just had to focus on the whole Kagaya revival thing. Well, that's certainly something, said Shisui. But if Itachi thinks that it's necessary, then I'm inclined to trust his judgment. I'll send you to rendezvous with him after everything is settled here, I said. Does that everything include Madara? Asked Shisui with a wry smile. I suppose you'll need my eyes to deal with him. I'll handle Madara alone, I said. There was a beat of silence. Are you sure about that? Shisui asked. Not really, no. I nodded anyway. If Madara makes things difficult, I'll just release the Ito Tensei, I said, trying to project an air of confidence. If Madara didn't agree to play along, things would not go well also, remember to save your Kodomatsu Kami for when you really need it. I've fortified your Ito Tensei with Hashirama cells, so you can use it once every 24 hours, but a lot is going to happen in that time. That won't be a problem, said Shisui with a shrug. These are my eyes, after all. I can use them as often as I want. Oh, huh. So the cooldown period was a side effect of the transplant. That made sense, actually, since no other mangyeko ability had any such limitation. It was like how Kakashi always endured an incredible strain when he used Obito's mangyeko, but Obito never experienced that same strain. Good to know, I said, frowning as I reconsidered the plan. Maybe it would be better to. But according to some of the old stories, Madara is a censor, Shisui added, seeming to read my mind. So trying to put him under a genjutsu probably isn't the best idea. True. Very true. Let's stick to the original plan then, I said. It feels like Kakashi-sensei has finished explaining things to the Hokages, so we can go talk to them when you're ready. Although I hadn't been listening in on their conversation, I had been tracking their chakra, and while Hashirama and Tobirama's chakra had flared once, they were both settled down now. I'm ready, so said Shisui, tugging on my sleeve, a clear indication that it was time for me to let go. But. Maybe 10 more seconds, I said. Shisui huffed a quiet laugh and wrapped both of his arms around me. Okay, 10 more seconds. I could have gladly held on to him for days, but unfortunately we had things to do. So when the 10 seconds were up, I reluctantly let go and we went to join the others. Shisui, said Hiruzen as we approached, his voice filled with surprise. HMPH, where is Madara? Tobirama demanded, his eyes darting around me like I was going to pull Madara out of my pocket. I just shook my head. It wouldn't be a good idea to summon him here, I said. He doesn't like you very much. So if the first thing he sees is me standing next to you, he's probably not going to like me very much either. And things will be so much harder if he doesn't like me. That was a bit of an understatement. Tobirama scoffed. You do not understand the man you would return to this world, he said. He is not a pawn to be manipulated and controlled by the whims of others. Ironic since that's exactly what he was to Black Zetsu. I don't doubt you, I said. But that shouldn't be a problem. So you intend to rely on Shisui's Kodomatsukami then? Hiruzen asked. He was eyeing Shisui with a frown. His mind control is a powerful technique, but it is no guarantee against someone like Madara. It shouldn't come to that, I said. I intend to talk with him first. Ah, I see. Said Hashirama with a bold grin. You're going to explain the situation to him, right? Madara is a reasonable man. I'm sure he will assist us once he understands what is at stake. I could only stare. Madara? Reasonable? I didn't know Madara personally, but I was pretty sure that no one had ever accused him of being reasonable. The same was true for the rest of my clan. Most major events in Konoha's recent history could include the phrase "and then the Uchiha were very unreasonable." Tobirama must have shared my same sentiments because his brow furrowed into a look of unbridled fury and his chakra flared, exploding outward in a wave of power. Kakashi and Shisui fell into defensive stances, Shisui's mangyeko flaring to life, but I held out a hand while shaking my head. Shisui gave me a sidelong glance, but I stood straight as I faced Tobirama. I'd been trained by pain. I could handle a bit of chakra and killing intent. Woman, Tobirama growled. I will not allow you to unleash Madara onto this world. He raised one finger, his chakra shaping into a jutsu. I drew a cloak of lightning around me. If it came to a battle of reflexes, I wasn't confident in the outcome. But if I could protect my vital organs from his initial attack, I should be able to survive long enough to. Tobirama. Hashirama shouted, his chakra also flaring. Their chakras clashed in a violent storm of chaotic power. The ground beneath their feet cracked from the sheer force of their presence. Lower your finger. The brothers remained like that for a long moment before Tobirama relented, his chakra vanishing like a candle being snuffed out. Half a moment later, Hashirama followed suit. Don't let your chakra get so riled up, Anija, he said, his use of the archaic form of elder brother, a subtle reminder that he was from a different time. A time of conflict and war when the mere thought of talking things out seemed hopelessly naive. We weren't as far removed from that time as I might have liked. Hashirama let out a booming deep belly laugh, breaking the tension with sheer exuberance. The abrupt shift in his mood was enough for Kakashi and Shisui to relax from their previous battle-ready stances. Their chakras still rippled with anxiety, but they were marginally calmer. It was actually a little startling how quickly Hashirama's attitude could take command of those around him, terrifying and soothing others by his mood alone. He reminded me sharply of Naruto in a way that made my heart ache. Even his chakra felt the same, all sunshine and warmth. I appreciate your concerns, I said. Well, it's true that Madara will not join us willingly, he doesn't need to cooperate. He just needs to become the Juubi Jinchuriki and not cause too much damage in the process. That's why you're here. To keep him occupied until the moon is in place. Every moment he spends fighting you is a moment that he's not killing anyone else. It seems that it would be easier and safer to simply use Obito as a means of reviving Kagaya instead, Tobirama pointed out. Obito can still be saved, I said, glancing at Kakashi, whose expression was unreadable. And we'll need him to fight against Kagaya. I understand if you have doubts or if you don't want to face Madara. I may have summoned you here with Ito-tensei, but I have no intention of forcing you to do anything. It's fine, said Hashirama, waving his hand to dismiss my reservations. It will be nice to catch up with an old friend again. He spoke as if his last encounter with Madara hadn't been a fight to the death over their clashing ideologies. You're being too flippant, Anija, said Tobirama, shooting me a narrow-eyed glare. Do you truly trust this woman with the fate of the world? Nope. Said Hashirama with a grin and a shrug. If it was her word alone, I can't say I'd believe any of it. But it's not. Saru said that this man, Kakashi, was his subordinate and that he believes what Kakashi has to say. I am willing to trust him. I blinked. Did Hashirama really just call the third Hokage monkey? I mean, I might have expected that from Tobirama, whose method of speaking was pretty rude in general, but it sounded so weird to hear a nickname like that coming from the first Hokage. Like I was listening to an adult speak about a child rather than an old man. Tobirama let out a small sound of displeasure, still not convinced. Minato reached up to scratch his head. I know that we've never met before, so my words might not have much merit, but Kakashi was once my student, he said. I am also willing to vouch for him. Tobirama glanced between Hashirama and Minato before landing back on Hiruzen. You mentioned a mind control technique, he asked. We cannot ignore the possibility that your subordinate may be compromised. Are you certain that this woman can be trusted? Not Kakashi. Her. Are you absolutely certain? The third Hokage looked at me. I met his gaze levelly, my heart sinking. We'd never really interacted much while he was alive. He was mostly just the guy behind the desk handing out mission scrolls. All business. Our only real personal interaction had happened after the massacre. And it didn't really end well. That. Out. That wasn't the type of exchange to inspire confidence. Of course Hiruzen wouldn't. She is a kunoichi of Konoha, said Hiruzen, turning back to Tobirama with a smile. In the time that I have known her, she has only ever sought to help those around her, whether they were her family, her classmates, or even members of other villages who were in dire need of aid. So, yes. I am absolutely certain that she can be trusted. Something tightened in my chest. Tobirama let out an irritated huff, his chakra rippling briefly to match his mood. But a moment later he settled down and turned his gaze to me, his eyes not quite trusting, but not outright hostile anymore either. Then we owe it to the future generations to handle this threat now, he said. I may not agree with the methods, but I will ensure that they are carried out. I let out a slow breath. Thank you, I said. For more than I cared to admit. Just leave Madara to me. I'll make sure that he does what is needed. Tobirama snorted. I hope that your confidence is not misplaced, he said. Me too. Kakashi clapped his hands together. Great. He said with an eye smile. If that's all decided, then gather round. I should be able to bring us all to the battlefield together. By now Obito is probably fighting the 5 cage, so be ready. We all crowded together as Kakashi raised his forehead protector, drawing chakra to his eye. When he opened it again, it held the red and black pattern of the mangyeko sharingan. Kamui. He shouted, dragging all of us out of the kamui dimension and into a nightmare. I barely had a moment to register what was happening before I was moving, darting away from the giant mass of writhing grey flesh, even as the ground around me exploded from the force of an enormous impact. I kept moving, tracking the chakra signatures of the others and following them out of the immediate area. We retreated to a mesa in what appeared to be a vast barren desert. What is that? Shisui asked in wide-eyed awe as he stared at the area we just vacated. I turned too, trying to make sense of it before realization dawned on me and my stomach clenched. I thought we'd have more time. That is the Juubi, I said blandly. It was still incomplete, thankfully. A partial Juubi could be manifested with only a small portion of the Kyuubi's power, even if the final state still needed all of it. Obito had likely gotten the sample by absorbing one of Naruto's Kyuubi cloaked clones. Many more were still scattered at the far edges of my sensing range, which indicated that the original was still fine and fighting. That was a relief. Shisui Nai-san, tell Ani-chan about the situation here, I said. According to Kakashi, Itachi should be with Naruto and Sasuke, and they all needed to know about this if they didn't already. Shisui nodded, and I placed my hand on his chest, sending him to Itachi. We'll have to deal with that before anything else, said Hashirama grimly, as sage markings began appearing on his face. True, but. Kakashi-sensei, you said that Obito should be fighting the 5 cage. I asked. I couldn't see or sense any of them in the immediate vicinity. Did that mean? You deal with Obito, said Tobirama. Anija, Saru. Let's handle this thing. Right, said Hiruzen, and the 3 of them launched forward toward the Juubi. I can find Obito with the Hiraishin mark I placed on his back, said Minato. I'll handle him. It's my responsibility as his sensei. I'll come with you, said Kakashi, his resolve clear in his tone. I bear the same responsibility. Minato hesitated for a moment before nodding. Their chakras felt. Wait. I shouted. Minato and Kakashi both looked at me, startled. I took 2 steps to stand beside Kakashi and I hugged him. Kakashi-sensei, Obito has done terrible things. He's killed people. My family, 4th Sama, and so many more. He'll do his best to convince you that he cannot be saved. He'll fight you with all of his strength. But I promise that he can come back. I'm sure of it. So please. The killing intent emanating from Kakashi and Minato wavered briefly and then faded. You want us to save him, said Minato. His eyes were soft and kind. He looked so much like Naruto. It was difficult to imagine him as a ruthless shinobi with enough kills to warrant a flee on side order. This isn't just about Kagaya, is it? No, I admitted. I couldn't claim to have any real affection for Obito. Not after everything that he had done. A sensei shouldn't have to kill his student. And a friend shouldn't have to kill his friend. But even more than that, I want you to save Obito because Obito saved me. He'd agreed to let Itachi shelter me in the Akatsuki when Konoha was no longer safe. He'd given me clothes and he'd taken me to a festival to make me feel at home. And when my intended self-destruction with the Hashirama cells had nearly gotten me killed, he was the one to pull me back from the brink of death. I held no delusions that he'd done any of it out of the kindness of his heart, but I also couldn't just ignore everything he'd done for me either. I can't make any promises, said Kakashi. I know you believe in him, but. Even if you can't convince him, if you can remove the seal on his heart, that will be enough, I said. Naruto will handle the rest. Because Obito is the person Naruto would become if he lost hope. And Naruto is the person who can return that hope to Obito. please give him a chance. We understand, said Minato gently. Kakashi. Kakashi's chakra rippled briefly and then became calmer. Less lethal. Right, he said. I gave him one more squeeze before letting go and stepping back. Minato placed a hand on Kakashi's shoulder and the two of them vanished. I'd just have to trust that they would handle things on their end. Now it was time for my part in all of this. Finding a white Zetsu wasn't hard. They were scattered all over the battlefield. It was a trivial matter to snare one in a genjutsu and lead it to a relatively quiet location. There, I placed the sample of Madara's DNA into its body and stepped back. I wrapped a blanket of positive intent around my heart, calming its racing beat. Madara respected only power. I couldn't afford to show the tiniest hint of fear. I also activated my own sharingan as proof of my lineage. I didn't expect it to amount to much, but against someone like Madara, I would take whatever small crumbs of consideration I could get. Like all Uchiha, Madara had once loved his family. Of course, he'd also abandoned and betrayed them, but if our shared bloodline bought me even a moment of extra time to talk, then it would be worth it. Preparations complete, I slammed my palm into the ground. Ito Tensei no Jutsu? I shouted. The jutsu formula spread from my palm to encircle the white Zetsu, which writhed and twisted before it released an explosion of chakra. I anchored my feet to the ground and raised an arm to shield my face from the scattered dust and debris. The chakra wasn't an attack, just the overwhelming force of his power, not entirely unlike Hashirama's. Finally, said a deep, sinister voice from within the cloud of dust. It would appear that he's managed to successfully groom that brat Nagato. As the dust cleared, Uchiha Madara stepped onto the battlefield. This was it. Nagato doesn't have anything to do with your resurrection, I said, my voice surprisingly even. Madara's gaze, already red with the sharingan, turned to me, and if I'd thought that Hashirama's presence was stifling, it was nothing compared to the man that stood before me now. Just his focused intent was enough to make my mouth run dry, though my positive intent shield held strong. Oh? Madara asked, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. And just who are you supposed to be? He hadn't attacked yet. That was a good start. My name is Uchiha Kyo, I said. I'm the one who brought you back with the Ito Tensei Jutsu. Madara's eyes widened briefly as he looked down at his hands. Did you say Ito Tensei? He asked. Isn't it the technique known as a complete atrocity against the concept of life and death? Could he really not tell how I'd brought him back? There's been a change of plans, I said. Nagato betrayed Obito, and Obito has unleashed his army of white Zetsus, along with an incomplete Juubi, to handle the combined power of the allied shinobi forces. If the Juubi is still incomplete, then he's summoned me early, said Madara. Things must be going very poorly indeed. It doesn't matter. I will resolve things easily enough. Obito isn't the one who arranged for your return, I said. Although he was able to recover one of your eyes from Nagato, Obito had no intention of resurrecting you. You're here because of me. I brought you back because I have a request. Is that so? Madara asked, his lips slowly quirking into a small, sardonic smile. And what would that be? He was humoring me. That was a good sign. We both want the same thing. A world that knows only peace, only love, I said. Obito began this war to kill anyone who stood in his way. But what is the point of the infinite Tsukiyomi if the ones who need it most are too dead to appreciate it? I want to help you achieve your goals and I want to ask that you do it without killing anyone. Someone with your power and resolve should be more than capable of saving everyone in this broken world, including those currently fighting against us. Impudent brat, he said. Those currently fighting against us. Are you including your other summons among them? Or do you think that I cannot feel Hashirama's chakra? Or that yours also flows through his veins? Damn it, Madara could sense that from here. Of course, I said, thinking fast while my voice remained blessedly calm. Half of the Kyuubi is sealed within the fourth Hokage, and resurrecting him required resurrecting the other 3 Hokages as well. I simply set them loose to defend the alliance against the Juubi until I could talk with you. Madara chuckled. It was a sound filled with razor-sharp killing intent, so much that it sent a spike of raw terror down my spine, almost shattering my blanket of positive intent. Madara's cracked face twisted into a grin completely devoid of anything but malice. So you're using them as you wish to use me, said Madara. You, a weak woman who cannot fight her own battles and must rely on the strength of others. You think that you can control me? Not good. I'm simply working in everyone's best interest, I said, spreading my hands as though to show that I had nothing to hide. They want to protect the people of this world from being slaughtered by the Juubi. I want that too. You want to bring about world peace. So do I. I'm not opposed to working with others when our goals align. Besides, you're hardly in a position to criticize my decision to delegate. If I hadn't, you wouldn't be here. I'm simply providing you with the opportunity to personally bring about the world you've always wished to see. All I ask is that everyone else gets to see it too. Whether or not you accept my offer is your choice. And I suppose that as my summoner I cannot simply kill you without undoing the technique. He guessed. No, actually. Ito Tensei was designed to keep the targets active even if the summoner was killed. In fact, killing the summoner just released the targets from their control. Yes, I lied, because if Madara didn't know any of that already, then I certainly wasn't going to tell him. Said Madara, his gaze searching. There's something I want to test. Summoning jutsu. He slammed one palm against the ground, but though there was an incredible burst of chakra, nothing appeared. Madara's expression was displeased but not surprised. He straightened. You said that half of the Kyuubi is sealed within the fourth Hokage, he said. Where is the other half? Ah, so he tried to summon Kurama. That's what this war is about, I said. It is within a boy named Naruto. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and whisker marks. He's the type of person who will run straight at you, screaming all the while, so you won't have to search for him long, though it might be difficult to find him among his shadow clones. Once you extract his half of the Kyuubi, you'll need to inject him with a small amount of chakra from all 9 of the tailed beasts. That will be enough to keep him alive, and you'll still be able to complete the Juubi. You've certainly put a great deal of thought into sparing one single life, said Madara. Why? Ah, now this was risky. Because he's my best friend, I said. And I want him to see a brighter world where he will not suffer for being a Jinchuriki. Understanding flickered across Madara's face. So instead of fighting me, let's work together, I continued. That way, before the sun sets one final time on this world of hatred and pain, I can save my closest friend and you can have one last dance with your rival Hashirama. Madara's chakra flared briefly before he gave a small laugh. Very well, then, he said, turning toward the battle. Try to keep up and stay out of my way. He leaped into the air and body flickered away at incredible speed. I followed close behind. You don't have to worry about that, I said, matching his pace with a body flicker of my own. He was moving fast, but not faster than I could manage. Despite what you may think, I am not weak. Said Madara. We shall see. Chapter 41. The Beasts Within. Before we go after Naruto, we'll need to extract chakra from the Juubi, I said as Madara and I raced toward the writhing mass of grey flesh. And it looks like that's not going to be easy. In the brief time I'd spent talking with Madara, Hashirama had managed to pin down the Juubi with dozens of giant Torii gate barrier seals. Against anything weaker, that would have been the end of the battle. But against the Juubi, the seals were, at most, a temporary inconvenience. Even as we approached, hundreds of wart-like growths began appearing all over its body. The growth swelled outward, distending and taking shape until, one by one, an army of miniature Juubi clones detached, ready to attack. Those were going to be a bit of a problem. Well, they were miniature versions of the Juubi, that didn't make them small. Sure, some of them were only slightly larger than an average human, but many more were easily the size of a Biju. What happened to your bold claims of not being weak? Madara asked, taunting. That was hardly fair, but. I never said I couldn't handle it, I countered. Not easy was not the same as impossible. Show me, said Madara. Technically, as his summoner, I should be the one giving him orders, but I could understand why he would want to see me in action. And I was hardly going to turn down an opportunity to prevent the Juubi from causing more damage. Leave them to me, I said, making the hand sign to produce a pair of shadow clones and wrapping them both in a set of chakra chains, one to add lightning and the other wind. I then spread out dozens of additional chains into the immediate area, even as the fastest of the Juubi clones bore down on me. They didn't live long enough to regret it. My chains practically dissolved them to dust on contact. Some of the Juubi clones were sturdier than others, but that simply meant that they required a few extra moments of my violent attention. I raced through the inhuman army, sealing, paralyzing, and obliterating everything in my way, carving out wide swathes of battlefield and leaving nothing but ash in my wake. Absolutely everything that came within my considerable range was simply gone. Seeming to realize the futility of close combat, some of the clones retreated and threw spears at me instead, but their weapons were vaporized just as easily as the rest of them. Still, there were so many. I couldn't risk any of them escaping, so I extended my chains further outward, expanding my range of destruction. It was tempting to create more shadow clones to completely dominate the battlefield, but I had to be careful. I couldn't waste chakra here, not when the real battle was still to come. So I kept on slowly and methodically eliminating all who stood against me. Once the immediate area was mostly cleared, I paused for a moment to evaluate the remaining targets spread out at the far edges of the battlefield. I was just tracking the most efficient path to removing them when Madara appeared at my side. Bold of him considering what I'd just done to the Juubi clones, but I suppose that he didn't really have to worry about that with his Ito Tensei body. So, you are not completely helpless, he said. Good. I need you alive for now, and I am not accustomed to playing the role of bodyguard. I didn't rise to his bait. I've seen what Nagato was able to accomplish with your eyes, I said instead, seeing a way of preserving my chakra for better use. But I admit that I'm curious to see the extent of your abilities. Show me. Madara bristled, but he wasn't the type of man to turn down a chance to display his power. Very well, he said, shifting his mangyeko into the Rinnegan before releasing a monumental amount of chakra. At first I couldn't see exactly what he'd done. And then the clouds parted. Oh. Wow. The meteor was even larger than I'd been expecting. And it was directly above us, descending slowly at first, but accelerating with each passing moment. It would certainly clear out the remaining Jubi clones, but it would also take us with them. At least, it would if I didn't have the Hiraishin. Well, now was as good a time as any to meet up with Haku for the next stage of the war. Impressive, I said. You'll be fine with your Ito Tensei body, but I'll. Madara cut me off by abruptly manifesting a skeletal Susanoo arm and using the hand to scoop me up. I resisted the urge to dodge her Hiraishin away, instead allowing it to deposit me at Madara's side. He then summoned a Susanoo torso, shielding both of us from the incoming attack. You think that your Susanoo can withstand that? I asked curiously. Susanoos were certainly powerful, but they did have limits, and Madara hadn't bothered with a more complete form. I wonder, he said with a small smile. For your own sake, you should certainly hope so. He was trying to intimidate me. I turned my head to make sure he could fully appreciate my flat look. Do your best, I said dryly before returning my attention to the meteor. Madara still needed me alive, and he knew his own strength. If he thought that his Susanoo would be enough, then it would be enough. And if he was wrong, I could always leave. I didn't even need to worry about taking him with me, since his body would reform after any amount of damage. If he ended up squashed, that would be his problem. Madara frowned at my blasé attitude and watched me as we fell into the shadow of the meteor. The impact hit hard, the sound deafening as it plunged us both into total darkness. But as expected, Madara's Susanoo held strong and remained undamaged from the onslaught. Eventually the various booms and rumblings of shifting earth quieted, leaving us entombed within the stone. I was just about to ask how he intended to free himself when he released another massive burst of chakra from his mangyeko, and we were suddenly moving upward at incredible speed, erupting from the ground and emerging into blue-tinted moonlight. It took a moment after we stopped moving for me to realize that we were now within the crest of Madara's colossal full-body Susanoo. Hashirama approaches, said Madara, grinning as he bled killing intent. He is mine alone. Stay here and do not interfere with our battle. No, I said. There are things I need to take care of before we proceed. My brothers are busy handling Naruto, and they'll likely bring him to you soon. So don't play with Hashirama for too long, and remember to get a chakra sample from the Jubi. Madara cast me a sidelong glance. You think that I'll just allow you to leave? He asked. I gave him my best smile. You can't stop me, I said as I shined to Haku. I blinked as the world abruptly switched from an open chaotic battlefield to a large quiet room dimly lit by hundreds of candles. Karen and Haku were already waiting for me on the edges of a vast seal, one I had drawn within the kamui dimension and had given to Itachi to plant somewhere safe in the real world. It was similar in design to the seal I'd used for my Hiraishin healing ritual back in AIM. But while that seal had possessed an impressive 1,000 nodes, this one boasted 100,000. Gyo-sama, Haku greeted with a reverent bow. The seal is ready. Itachi-sama was able to place all 100,000 seals within the White Zetsu army. Wow, really? I diligently created all 100,000 seals, but I'd told Itachi that I would be happy if he could manage to implant even a fraction of them into the White Zetsus. I'd been cautiously hoping that he would be able to tag about half of them. But I couldn't say that I was too surprised that he'd managed every single one. This was Itachi, after all. He was not a man known for doing things halfway. You're sure that this won't interfere with your Ito Tensei summons? Karen asked. They were created using White Zetsus. No, the Nexuses only latch onto living hosts, I said. The Ito Tensei summons aren't actually alive, so they won't be affected. The same is true for the White Zetsu that have been killed in battle. Since casting a jutsu on 100,000 targets would require a phenomenal amount of chakra, I could only hope that the Alliance had managed to defeat a large portion of them. That would allow us to focus more chakra on the remaining ones. If you're ready, let's take our places, I said, leading Karen and Haku into the center of the seal, where 3 evenly spaced circles surrounded a massive pillar of ice. According to Haku, the crystal created by his technique was not entirely dissimilar to the healing nexus that I'd used in AIM. Only instead of converting the target's chakra into healing chakra, it converted their chakra into ice, freezing them from the inside out. We each joined our hands in the seal of confrontation, exactly as I'd seen Genma, Iwashi, and Raito do when they'd given me a demonstration of the Hiraishin for the first time years ago. I'd never attempted a collaborative jutsu before, but the concept wasn't difficult. Power. Shape. Seal. Simple, right? It began when Karen flared her chakra, pushing it through her hand to Haku, who shaped it with ice release before passing it to me. I then directed it into the pillar of ice, which shattered into 100,000 pieces, each one pulled to a separate node on the seal. Beads of sweat were already appearing on Haku's brow from the strain of channeling so much chakra, and I wondered if this was going to work. We hadn't even really started, and we probably wouldn't get a second chance if the effort proved to be too much. If there were too many Zetsu still alive. Haku, I said, but Haku simply nodded. I am ready, Kiyosama, he said. Please end the shards. I only hesitated a moment before nodding in return, and here I shining the shards to the white Zetsus on the battlefield. A moment later, approximately 16,000 nodes closed, indicating that their associated white Zetsus were already dead. Oh no. That still left us with about 84,000 white Zetsus to deal with. I wasn't sure if Karen had enough chakra for that, and even if she did, Haku might not be able to handle it all. I cast a worried look at Karen, who must have realized the problem, but her grip on my hand tightened, not letting go. She pushed more chakra to Haku, who dutifully shaped it with ice release and continued to pass it to me so that I could use it to power the shards. Alright then. I focused on sending the ice release chakra through the seal. And I sent more. And more. And more. It was impossible for me to tell whether or not it was working. We'd only know when the nodes began to close. Haku's breathing became heavier as he pulled in more and more chakra from Karen. The skin on his hands began to burn and crack, an early sign of acute chakra poisoning, the kind typically only seen with Jinchurikis using their Bijuu chakra cloaks. But we couldn't stop yet. A few of the seals were beginning to close, though whether it was due to the ice or the alliance, I couldn't tell. Haku's hands trembled and his breathing was labored. Karen's face was scrunched in concentration as she pushed more and more chakra to Haku. Connected as we were, I could sense that over half of her reserves were already gone. Was it too much? Should I shut down some of the nodes and focus on eliminating fewer Zetsus? There was no way to know which ones to prioritize. The chakra between Karen and Haku flickered. I couldn't run a diagnostic jutsu while funneling Haku's ice release chakra through the seals, but I didn't need to. I could sense Haku's chakra pathways starting to burn. It's not working, I said. We'll have to try something else. I'm going to. No. Shouted Karen, turning to glare at me. She was sweating now too. She had less than a quarter of her chakra left. It's working. My sensing range is greater than yours. Just a little more. Yes, Kiyosama, Haku panted. Do not underestimate us. We are vassals of the Uchiha clan. And Haku attempted to draw even more chakra from Karen. It seemed to work, but only for a moment. The chakra pathways in his hand and arm were deteriorating fast, and the sudden influx of chakra was practically cauterizing them shut. The chakra flow flickered again as Haku's arms began to bleed. Itachi-sama and Sasuke-sama told us to do this, so we're going to do it. Shouted Karen. Chakra chains suddenly sprouted from her back. The barbed tips launched toward Haku, piercing his chest and infusing him with chakra, before continuing on to stab me as well, bypassing Haku's damaged arms completely. Haku accepted and shaped Karen's chakra with renewed vigor, practically shoving it toward me through Karen's chain. But despite their resolve, I could see the chakra burns appearing on his skin where he connected to the chains. And I knew what that amount of chakra would do to his internal organs. It was just like Nagato's chakra receiver rods, but Haku was not in Uzumaki. He wasn't meant to channel this much power. If we kept going. Haku's whole body was shaking now, but when he looked up at me, there was no doubt in his gaze. No desire to back down. Almost, panted Karen, now down to 5% of her reserves and dropping fast. If she used too much of her chakra, she could die of chakra exhaustion, but I couldn't send chakra to her and the seal at the same time. 4%. 1,000 nodes suddenly closed in quick succession as their associated Zetsu succumbed to the ice. It wasn't enough. 3%. Another 5,000. This was a race, and I wasn't sure if it was one we could win. 2%. 10,000 more. It was getting faster now as I directed more chakra to the remaining Zetsus. 1%. Karen. I shouted. Keep going. Karen shouted back. They're almost. Like a cascade of shadow, the remaining nodes on the seal went dark one after another. 20,000 one instant, 30,000 the next until the last ones were snuffed out all at once. Then Karen collapsed, her chakra chains vanishing, pulling that vital bit of power back into her body. I knelt beside her, but Karen swatted my hands away. I'm not the one who needs you most right now, she said. Right. Aku was still standing, but he swayed as I stood again and ran a diagnostic jutsu on him. Oh, this was bad. He had stage 4 chakra poisoning all along his arms and his chest. I cycled healing chakra through him, but this would take time to heal. Time that I didn't have right now. Thankfully, I'd be able to stabilize him at least. We'd have to deal with the rest later. Alright, Haku, you're on bed rest until I began, but Haku shook his head vehemently. No. He said. You are going to war. And I am a tool of the Uchiha clan. I must go with you. I opened my mouth to tell him that he wasn't a tool. But as I saw his desperate pleading expression, I suddenly realized that what I wanted to tell him and what he needed to hear were not the same thing. Please, Kiyosama, he said, blinking slowly. He wouldn't remain conscious for much longer. I must be useful to you. I grasped his burnt and bleeding hands. Haku, I said. You have done everything that I needed you to do, and you were everything that I needed you to be. Now all I need is for you to rest. As a vassal of the Uchiha clan, can you do that for me? A complicated series of expressions passed across Haku's face before finally landing on relief. He smiled at me, and his eyes were oddly bright. Yes, Kiyosama, he said, closing his eyes as he began to fall. I can do that. I caught him and lowered him to the floor beside Karen. I'll look after him, she said. Just don't forget to look after yourself too, I said, straightening. That's my line, said Karen. Now get going. There's not much time left. True enough. I nodded and here I shined to Naruto. If the shift from a chaotic battlefield to a quiet room was disorienting, it was nothing compared to the reverse. I was on high alert when I made the jump, prepared for anything, so in the fraction of a moment when I arrived, I took stock of the situation. I'd appeared in the middle of a group of people traveling at high speed across the broken landscape toward the Juubi. Itachi and Sasuke were there, neither of them appearing particularly injured, which was good. Jiraiya was there too, with a pair of toads on his shoulders. Those had to be Ma and Pa, here to help him enter Sage mode. And of course there was Naruto. He was cocooned in a luminous layer of yellow chakra that had to be his Kyuubi cloak. His chakra was warm and so bright it almost hurt. Something in my chest tightened as I looked at him. Before I could speak, Naruto pivoted, having registered my arrival. His eyes, at first angry and determined, widened with shock and realization when he saw me. I smiled at him. Naru, I began, but that was all I could get out before he caught me in a flying bear hug that nearly knocked me off of my feet. When had he gotten so fast? But then Naruto wrapped his arms around me, holding me tight and stealing my breath away. Never mind his speed. Wow, when had he gotten so strong? Kyo-chan, Naruto whispered, his voice rough and strained. I returned his embrace and ran healing chakra through him. He was a little roughed up, but it wasn't terrible. I tried to find you, Dadabeo. Naruto continued in a rush, his words stumbling over each other as he tried to explain. I've been looking for you for so long. He must have been so worried. I know, I said. I'm okay, Naruto. I'm okay. Naruto just held me tighter. I promised that I would bring you home, he said, his voice muffled with tears. You will, I assured him, stroking his hair comfortingly. Once this is over, we'll go home together, okay? Once this is over. If only it was just that easy. Were you able to eliminate all of the Zetsus? Sasuke asked, interrupting the moment. I felt a tiny flicker of irritation, but I couldn't exactly fault him for his priorities. Yes, and Haku and Karen are resting, I said, still holding Naruto tight. He didn't seem to want to let go. That was fine. If he needed to hold on for a little while longer, then he could hold on a little while longer. What about Shisui Nai-san? Shisui said that he was going to persuade the cages to withdraw the alliance from the battlefield, said Jiraiya with a disapproving frown. Yeah, persuade probably wasn't entirely accurate since the cages wouldn't really have a choice in the matter. It was slightly surprising that Jiraiya hadn't objected considering his relationship with Tsunade. Then again, since Shisui wasn't limited in the use of his mangyeko, it wasn't like Jiraiya would be able to do anything to stop him. It really was a terrifying ability. Well, the alliance seems to have withdrawn, so he should be on his way back then, I said, stretching out my senses and registering only an empty battlefield. The first, second, and third Hokages are keeping Madara distracted. Kakashi-sensei and the fourth are dealing with Obito, but he should be back soon. Just remember that the Juubi Jinchuriki can only be harmed by Sage mode. Yeah, said Naruto, finally pulling away and rubbing his eyes. He didn't seem entirely happy to be letting me go, but we were still in the middle of a war. He gave me a bright grin and a thumbs up. Just leave Obito to us, Kyo-chan. No sooner had those words left his mouth than I felt Obito's return. He fell, badly wounded, from the kamui dimension right beside the Juubi. So his fight with Kakashi had gone about as well as expected. A moment later, I felt the Rinnegan spike sprout from the white Zetsu material on his side. So Madara had taken note of his return as well and was attempting to force Obito to use the Rin rebirth. Then the Juubi shrieked, twisting in on itself before seeming to vanish. What was? Oh. It took a moment for me to realize that the blue-green humanoid was supposed to be Obito. He's become the Juubi Jinchuriki, I said. Okay, that was my cue. The Hiraishin marks that Itachi had embedded into the white Zetsus were designed to be used with the seal, but they were still fundamentally part of my Hiraishin network, so I had no problem finding and summoning Shisui, Tobirama, and Minato to my side. I tried to summon Kakashi as well, but that summoning failed, most likely because he was still in the Kamui dimension. I debated momentarily on whether or not to summon Hiruzen and Hashirama, but Hiruzen wouldn't be able to do much in this fight, and Hashirama was still busy distracting Madara. No, we'd have to make do with the people we had now. Thankfully, no one needed any explanation as everyone spread out to assess this new threat. Let's go! Shouted Naruto. But before any of us could move, Obito blitzed forward, grabbing both Sasuke and Naruto by their faces. Passed. But this was also my best chance. I activated my Hiraishin in an instant, pulling Naruto through his mark back to my side before infusing my body with lightning chakra and swapping places with Sasuke. I barely had a fraction of a moment to dodge as the space once occupied by Sasuke's head was pierced with a spike of truth-seeking orb. I reached out and grabbed Obito's wrist, planting my Hiraishin formula before teleporting back to Sasuke's side. I marveled at the fact that I'd managed even that much, but the reason soon became obvious as Obito's body bloated, growing larger and bulging outward as if it was ready to explode. And then it pulled inward, collapsing in on itself. Obito was fighting an internal battle as much as an external one. But then an explosion of energy burst forth, kicking up dust and dirt, and when the clouds parted, they revealed Obito floating before us. He was no longer twisted and malformed. He was the fully realized form of the Juubi Jinchuriki. Undeterred, Sasuke and Naruto sprinted forward, matching one another step for step while combining Sasuke's amaterasu with Naruto's Rasen Shuriken. Obito readied his defense, but Minato appeared between them suddenly, taking the attack. Or at least he appeared to. Tobirama teleported behind Obito and he swapped places with Minato, forcing Obito to take the attack instead. It wasn't enough and the others realized that too. We'll distract him, said Sasuke aloud. Nai-san, Shisui. Yeah, said Itachi and Shisui together. The three of them activated their full-body Susanus and attacked as one, combining an amaterasu arrow from Sasuke's Susanu, a set of amaterasu Yasaka beads from Itachi's, and a barrage of Tsukumo needles from Shisui's, before hurling it at Obito, who responded by forming a shell of truth-seeking orb to hide within. Meanwhile, Naruto, Jiraiya and Minato fell back, using Sage Charka to create an absolutely colossal Rasengan between them, easily 1,000 times larger than anything I'd ever seen Naruto create alone. But it would be useless if it couldn't get through Obito's shield. I created 2 clones, and the 3 of us placed our hands on Naruto, Jiraiya, and Minato. Now we just needed. As the dust of the previous attack settled, Obito dropped his shield, and I shined Naruto, Jiraiya, and Minato behind him. They all slammed the giant Rasengan into Obito with a shout of defiance, driving it deeper and crushing Obito into the ground. Minato took the opportunity to replace the Hiraishin mark that had vanished during Obito's transformation. Beneath us, Obito's body caved to the pressure. But we barely had a few seconds of contact before the truth-seeking orbs shot up to attack us, and we were forced to retreat. Obito staggered to his feet as one of his orbs healed his wounds. Before we could regroup, Obito slammed his hand into the ground and the god tree emerged, its tendrils reaching out to grasp at all of us. Or almost all of us. The tendrils chased after everyone else, but they twisted away from me. So, even in this state, he was still under the influence of Kodomatis Kami. Ani-chan, second Sama, help Jiraiya-sama. I said, pointing to Jiraiya because Tobirama had never met him. Nai-chan, help Naruto. Shisui Nai-san, help fourth Sama. They all understood. Itachi and Tobirama landed beside Jiraiya and Itachi activated his Susanoo. Itachi and Jiraiya then locked hands in a seal and Itachi's Susanoo held up a swirling Sage Mode Rasengan on the tip of its Totsuka blade. Beside them, Naruto created an enormous Kurama avatar which Sasuke coated in his own Susanoo. Minato did the same with Shisui. I used my Hiraishin to teleport inside of Naruto's avatar and placed my hands on Sasuke's and Naruto's backs. Ready? They were. We moved in a basic pincer attack, Minato and Jiraiya on either side, while Naruto charged from the front. Obito swung at Jiraiya with his double helix-shaped weapon, but Itachi's Yata mirror absorbed the attack, allowing him to go on the offensive with the Rasengan and the Totsuka blade, while Naruto attacked head-on and Minato attacked from behind. Obito threw up his shield, but although it stopped the Rasengans, it couldn't stop the Totsuka blade and the twin Kurama's Susanoo swords. Obito's chakra faltered, and in that moment, the power of the tailed beasts burst forth. Naruto swung around and grabbed the tail of one, but the others began slipping away. My chakra chains burst from Naruto's Kurama avatar, piercing the tailed beast chakra and dragging it out. It felt strange, not quite real, like grasping at solid flames. But I dug hooks of my own chakra into it and pulled. And pulled. Obito's chakra writhed in distress, like he was under a genjutsu. Slowly, very, very slowly, the chakra of the tailed beasts began to move, dragged out of Obito by sheer force of will, until all at once they burst forth. And Obito fell, hitting the ground hard, a mere human once more. The chakra whipped around, taking shape and becoming the 8-tailed beasts. We did it. I kept my guard up, somehow expecting more. But Obito remained motionless on the ground, still alive but only just. Beside me, Naruto cheered. He was the first to drop the Kurama avatar, with Minato following suit moments later and Itachi releasing his Susanoo last. Naruto went over to talk to the tailed beasts, while Minato went to speak with Obito. I was just about to follow him when Shisui suddenly appeared at my side with Sasuke and Itachi not far behind. "Kyo-chan." Shisui shouted. "Madara has been fully revived." "Wait, what? What did you say?" Tobirama demanded, echoing my thoughts. And then, without waiting for a response, he vanished with the Hiraishin, most likely to deal with Madara. I glanced at Obito in confusion, but Black Zetsu wasn't anywhere nearby. Shisui shook his head. "Nagato was with the 5 cages when I went to meet them," he explained. "Right before you summoned me here, Black Zetsu appeared and took control of Nagato's body. He forced Nagato to perform the Rin rebirth, and there's only one person he would want to bring back." Oh, that made sense. And if Black Zetsu had taken control of Nagato, then Madara now had his Rinnegan as well. I stretched out my senses, but I couldn't detect any massive jutsus being thrown around. That was a pretty clear sign that Hashirama had been defeated. If that was the case, Tobirama wouldn't last very long either. Also, with Madara fully revived, any small hint of influence I might have had over him was effectively gone. Not good. We hadn't given him Kurama yet, and if he had no reason to spare Naruto. "Shisui Nai-san, I need you to go with Naruto to find Madara in case something goes wrong," I said. Shisui blinked before nodding in grim understanding. Kodomatsukami probably wouldn't work, but if Madara did decide to betray us, there was no harm in trying. "We should go quickly before he finds us here," said Itachi. Shisui and Sasuke nodded and went to speak with Naruto. Yeah, Madara would be here soon if for no other reason than to retrieve the Biju. But that should be fine. We were all unscathed and had enough chakra to continue the fight, so oh wait. As I took a moment to assess everyone, I realized that wasn't quite true. "Jiraiya-sama," I said as I approached him. He was hunched over and breathing hard. Jiraiya's reserves were alarmingly low, and Ma and Pa were no longer sitting on his shoulders. That wasn't surprising. Summons had a time limit based on the quantity of chakra used to summon them, so they'd probably been sent back to Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya looked up at me with a shaky smile. "I just need a minute," he said, waving his hand as if to shoo me away. More like a week. Maybe a month. Either way, he wouldn't be joining the next fight. I doubted that he'd want to hear that, though. "Tell the Alliance about the situation here and Madara's revival," I said, placing my hand on Jiraiya's shoulder and shining him away. I didn't have many options for where to send him. Most of my marks were in Konohara AIM, too far away to be useful for passing information. But I'd marked Lee in the stadium at the same time I'd marked Naruto and Haku, so I sent Jiraiya to him. At the very least, Lee should be able to contact the commanders and let them know what was going on. I didn't expect much to come from that, but at least they'd know that the fight wasn't over yet. As I turned back to Obito, I felt a swirl of air nearby. I thought for a moment that Obito was still attempting to fight, but no. It was Kakashi who appeared. He had a large X-shaped wound on his chest, but his forehead protector was raised and he was clearly ready for battle. "You're late, Kakashi-sensei," I said, placing my hand on his chest. I healed his wounds in moments. "So it seems," he said, his eyes drawn to Obito. Yeah, it was about time for that conversation, though I doubted that anyone here was looking forward to it. Had Naruto managed to reach Obito? I'd felt Obito's distress, and I suspected that it was due to Naruto's influence, but I wasn't entirely sure of the outcome. At least not until Obito raised his hands to form the serpent hand sign. "What are you doing?" Kakashi asked sharply. After everything Obito had done, I couldn't blame him for being wary. "The same thing that Nagato did to betray me," said Obito. "The Jito art of Rin rebirth. But in your current state, that jutsu will result in your." Kakashi trailed off. "Are you sure about this? You could live and atone for your sins." I placed my palms flat on Obito's chest. My hands glowed green with healing chakra, and I wasted no time in permeating every cell of his body, healing his wounds. "No, that's the easy way out," he said. Kyo-chan, there's no need to save someone like me. Oh yes there was. We needed him for the fight against Kaguya. Atonement is not the easy way out, I said. Even if you bring back everyone you killed today, the war isn't over yet. If you want to atone, stay until the end. Help us save this world. Despite everything, you're still Uchiha Obito of the Hidden Leaf. Obito faltered, his grip loosening. Why would you trust me to help you after everything I've done? He asked. Good question. Even knowing the future, his change of heart was far from guaranteed. And yet here he was thanks to Kakashi, Naruto, and Minato. Still, his newfound heroism did nothing to erase everything he'd done. My clan was still dead. My brothers were still criminals. I wasn't even sure what I was anymore. All of my pain, all of my suffering. Everything was because of him and Madara. Because I have to believe that those lost in darkness can be brought back to the light, I said. I had to believe it for Sasuke and Itachi. And maybe for me too. Because hatred was not the only path that led to darkness. I may have brought about this war to prevent a greater catastrophe in the future. I may have tried to mitigate the damage. I may have had the very best of intentions. But what did that matter to the dead? And there were many, many dead. Because I had deliberately chosen to bring about Kaguya's revival. Obito huffed with a faint smile. There was a time I would have killed you for standing against me. And yet protecting you is the only worthwhile thing I've done since that day. He sounded so lost. So broken. You're not dead yet, I said. You still have time to do at least one more thing, and this world still needs you. Chapter 42. Revival. I breathed. In. Out. In. Out. So much chakra swirled through my veins. At Naruto's request, the tailed beasts had provided me with a small sample of their chakra, just enough to stabilize two people who had had their tailed beasts ripped out of them. But even a small sample was still so much. If I wasn't half Uzumaki, I might have ended up in the same state as Haku. As it was, I still needed to be careful when containing it. So I focused on my breathing. In. Out. In. Out. There were no distractions here in the kamui dimension where I waited for news. So when the telltale swirl of air finally manifested, I was ready and managed to catch both Naruto and Sasuke as they fell. Sasuke was suffering from a simple stab wound to the chest, probably from being impaled by his own sword. I healed the puncture easily enough, though he'd need a bit of time to recover from the blood loss. Naruto wasn't as simple. As expected, he'd lost Kurama and his heart had stopped, but like Haku on the bridge, he was not completely gone. There was still a small flicker of chakra remaining, and that was enough for me. I poured my healing chakra into him, forcing his heart to beat and his diaphragm to draw breath, even as I infused his chakra coils with the power of the tailed beasts. It wasn't easy. There was an immense void in Naruto where Kurama once resided. No matter how much I poured into it, it never seemed like enough. But I kept going. My chakra pathways burned, but it wasn't anything my Hashirama cells and healing chakra couldn't handle. I kept going. And eventually, the void in Naruto's soul began to glow with warmth and life. And not only that. From within Naruto, I felt something strange. Something old and powerful. And it wasn't only inside of him, either. An equal force reverberated from within Sasuke as well. That had to be Hagoromo here to explain the history of this world to the current incarnations of his wayward sons. And to grant them his power. Another swirl of air appeared beside us, and Obito stumbled into kamui. His breathing was ragged, but he looked otherwise uninjured. Except, of course, for the fact that black Zetsu was clinging to the left side of his body. For some reason, he did not seem particularly bothered by this fact. Madara has become the Juubi Jinchuriki, said Obito without preamble as he knelt beside me. All he needs now is my Rinnegan. How are these two doing? Nai-chan and Naruto will wake soon, I said. Thanks to you. Obito looked down. Ever since I was a kid, I was never able to walk a straight path, he said. But I've finally gotten to where I need to go. His chakra rippled with the pain of grief. I reached out and held his hand. Obito allowed it. There was a sudden flare of chakra from Naruto and Sasuke, and they both blinked awake. Nai-chan Naruto, I said softly. Naruto's head lolled and his eyes slowly focused on me. Sasuke was more alert, but his eyes were shadowed, and the left one had become a Rinnegan. Kyo-chan. Naruto mumbled, one hand reaching up to clutch weakly at my sleeve. Beneath my palm I could feel his chakra strengthening. He was going to be fine. Sasuke was the first to climb to his feet. He and Naruto exchanged a glance, and a spark seemed to pass between them. Understanding. When Naruto stood, there was nothing but grim determination on his face or in his chakra. Naruto and I will handle this alone, said Sasuke. Everyone else will just get in the way. Not quite true. Naruto, can I borrow some of your sage chakra? I asked. Sage mode took intense training to master, but the hardest part was gathering the chakra. and Naruto had already done that. Besides, if Madara could steal Hashirama's sage chakra and use it despite not being a sage himself, then in theory, I should be able to do the same. If it came down to chakra control, I would make it work. Eh? Naruto asked, bemused. It's really dangerous, Kyo-chan. If you don't mix it properly, you could turn to stone. I'll be fine, I assured him, reaching out. I can sense how you mix your chakra, and the proportions are easy enough to manipulate. I won't be able to generate any of my own, though, so whatever you give me is all I'll have. Naruto still seemed reluctant, but upon seeing my determination, he nodded and held out his hands. I took them, and he passed his chakra to me. And wow, that was a rush. Although he'd only given me a small portion of his power, it was still enough to become fully aware of everything around me, like I was suddenly one with the world. I could feel it strengthening my body too, enhancing both me and my chakra. It was also, I noticed, not Naruto's normal sage chakra. This was even stronger and held the same power I'd sensed while he was unconscious. This wasn't just sage chakra. It was six-path sage chakra. The power of Hagoromo. Of the Otsutsuki. I released Naruto and stood back. Alright, let's go, I began. But then I was interrupted by the arrival of what could only be described as Guy Flam, who was unceremoniously dumped on the floor nearby. Probably courtesy of Kakashi's kamui. Damn it. No one else was supposed to be on the battlefield. Guy must have disobeyed the order to retreat. He'd been sent here. Most likely by Jiraiya, who I'd sent to Lee with dire news of Madara's revival. Yeah, this was probably my fault. I dropped to one knee beside Guy and poured healing chakra into him. Ah! Yelped Naruto. What happened to Bushy Brow Sensei? Madara. That's what had happened to him. Guy had obviously released the 8 gates, including the final death gate. Normally it was a death sentence, but beneath my palm, Guy's chakra sparked to life. You two go on ahead, I said. Make sure that Kakashi-sensei is alright and I'll meet with you soon. I'll handle this for now. Naruto cast a worried glance between me and Guy before nodding. He shared a look with Sasuke and Obito sent them both to the battlefield with a touch. As I worked on Guy, I couldn't help but marvel at Naruto's six-path chakra. It was incredible. If I'd thought that the Hashirama cells had enhanced my healing, it was nothing compared to this. Guy's charred skin and burned chakra coils seemed to regenerate with a simple thought. I just had to imagine what I wanted and the chakra seemed to manifest it into reality. Was this an extension of Hagoromo's creation of all things technique? If it could be used to create things like the Bijuu, it seemed trivial to apply it to a human like Guy. It took me about 5 minutes before Guy was blinking groggily awake. He tried to sit up, but I pushed him back down. It was easier than it should have been, both because of Guy's weakness and my own sage-enhanced strength. Stay still for now, Guy-sensei, I said. You're safe here and you need to rest. He gave me a sparkling smile that was just a bit dimmer than usual and a shaky thumbs up. I put him to sleep with a touch. Which meant that it was time for me to go. Obito, I said. I cannot send you into danger, said Obito. Itachi's Kodomatsukami command is still in effect. I cannot let you leave as long as Madara is still out there. Oh right. Protect Uchiha Kyo. I had completely forgotten about that. I reached up to touch my eyelid. I still had one of Shisui's eyes sealed into mine. Maybe I could find a way to use it to undo the command afflicting Obito. But it was also bound by Obito's seal on my heart. I'd have to undo that first. But since the seal was designed to prevent me from removing it, I'd need help. The air beside Obito swirled and the top half of Madara appeared in the kamui dimension. Ah, yes. Perfect timing. I slid between Obito and Madara, who barely spared me a glance before thrusting a Rinnegan chakra rod straight toward me. It was almost like Madara was moving in slow motion. It seemed that it wasn't just my power that had increased, but my speed and reaction times too. Yeah, only those with the power of the 6 paths would be able to fight on this level. I adjusted my position slightly, sending Madara's chakra rod straight into my chest. Straight into my heart. And the seal that lay buried there, destroying it completely. Perfect. I choked on my own blood, but although the rod disrupted my chakra, it did not seal it completely. And so I grasped the rod and pulled it out, already healing my damaged heart and closing the wound as if it had never existed at all. I looked directly at Madara before activating Shisui's now unbound eye. As the Juubi Jinchuriki, Madara should be immune to Jinjutsu entirely. But this Jinjutsu was backed by Naruto's 6-path Sage Chakra and I felt it land. I felt Madara fight against it and I pushed harder, forcing the Jinjutsu command into his mind. Do not kill anyone. Madara continued to struggle, but with one final push, he was restrained by my Jinjutsu. Great. Of course, just because he couldn't kill anyone, that didn't make him any less dangerous. Which meant that it was time for me to go. I leaped back, slamming into Obito, who was still bound by his own command to protect me. With Madara right in front of us, the best way for him to do that was. Obito's hand grasped my shoulder and suddenly I was thrust back into the real world. Flawless victory. I was almost impressed by how well it all went. But there was no time to celebrate. Madara would return shortly. I landed heavily on the broken ground and looked around to see Itachi, Shisui, and Minato nearby, all looking worse for wear, which was impressive since two of them were Ito Tensei summons. While Shisui looked a little bedraggled, he didn't have any obvious injuries. Minato, though, was missing both arms. I made my way over to Itachi and healed him with a touch, barely bothering to register his injuries before mending them. A short distance further away, Sasuke and Naruto stood over Kakashi, who was clutching at the eye socket, which should have contained his sharingan. Even from here, I could sense that it was empty. "Kyo-chan," Naruto shouted, waving. I finished with Itachi and approached Kakashi, coaxing him to lower his hand. I couldn't regrow Obito's sharingan, but I could at least replace the missing eye. I'd never grown a whole body part before, but now it seemed so simple. So easy. It only took a moment and then Kakashi was suddenly looking at me with a pair of matching black eyes. I was able to use Shisui Nai-sen's eye to command Madara not to kill anyone, I said. But he'll be back soon with Zetsu and Obito's Rinnegan. Guy-sensei is asleep, so Madara wouldn't have any reason to hurt him. How are you holding up here? Hey, we're fine, said Naruto, surprisingly nonchalant all things considered. Are you? Sasuke asked, scowling at me. Or rather, at the bloody hole in the front of my robe right over my heart. The one created by Madara mere moments ago. Yeah, it's nothing I couldn't heal, I said, careful not to mention the fact that I'd injured myself on purpose. That probably wouldn't go over well. That happened before I used Shisui Nai-sen's eye on Madara. Sasuke was still scowling, so I decided to switch topics. Shisui Nai-san, fourth Sama, do you think you could gather the first 3 Hokages? I'll do it, said Minato. I can get there and back quickly enough. I shook my head. We'll need you both away from the fight for now, I said. The Sage of Six Paths will need help to summon us back from Kagaya's dimension. If you're here during the fight, you'll be dragged along too, and we'll all be trapped. As Ito Tensei summons, you're the only ones who will be immune to the infinite Tsukiyomi, so we'll all have to rely on you. Minato and Shisui didn't seem too happy, but they eventually nodded and I shined them to Hashirama. You 3 should get out of here too, said Sasuke, looking between Itachi, Kakashi, and me. With Kamui no longer a safe refuge, it is unlikely that there is a minimum safe distance from this battle, said Itachi. Against the infinite Tsukiyomi, our only chance will be with your Susanoo, Nai-chan, I reminded him. Naruto, can you give Kakashi-sensei and Ani-chan a bit of non-sage chakra to work with? They were near chakra exhaustion and would need something to keep them on their feet at least. Said Naruto, folding his arms in deep thought for a moment before nodding. I think so, yeah. Naruto held out his hands and Kakashi and Itachi each took one. In the span of a few moments, both of them had their chakra reserves completely restored. You have a truly impressive amount of chakra even without the Kyuubi, Itachi remarked. Well, he is Konoha's #1 most surprising ninja, said Kakashi before suddenly perking up. Naruto and Sasuke did the same. I could feel it too. He's coming, said Kakashi as the air swirled nearby. Do you remember your first mission, snatching away the bells? You haven't forgotten my lesson, right? Of course. Naruto shouted, far too exuberant. Teamwork. And then Madara and Obito appeared, Madara with both Rinnegan and Obito unconscious, standing only because he was still possessed by Black Zetsu. In this case, would you consider dying together to be teamwork as well? Madara asked, mocking. Then his gaze shifted to me and his intent spiked. Though you've done something to prevent that, haven't you? Do you think it will be enough to save you and your friends? I didn't answer. I didn't have to. Obito. Naruto shouted. Unfortunately, Obito is no more, said Black Zetsu. I took his body. Apparently he wanted to make up for his past mistakes. Deep inside his heart, he was counting on you, just like a kid. Isn't that selfish? Like a spoiled brat. Naruto, Sasuke muttered. Yeah, I know, said Naruto. There's more of them. I could feel them too, Madara's 4 limbo clones. The real fight was about to start. Judging by the expression on Madara's face, he seemed to agree. We've played enough, he said. Madara leaped into the air, ascending towards the moon as his limbo clones descended on us. Naruto and Sasuke moved to intercept them as Madara kept going up and up and up. The clones didn't last very long, so I half expected Madara to summon a hail of meteors to keep us busy, but he didn't. Probably because of the do not kill anyone command. The only thing he could do now was fend us off and attempt to put us to sleep. So he continued up. When he finally stopped, he tore away the bony growth on his forehead, revealing the Rin Sharingan. Sasuke summoned his Susanoo and its wings curled around us, acting as a shield against Madara's power. It was through this lens of purple that I watched the surge of chakra from Madara to the moon. And suddenly night became day as the moon shone red. I looked away as if that would help, but although the chakra descending from the moon was as vast as the sky itself, it passed around Sasuke's Susanoo, parting like a river for a stone. "This light can penetrate and see through even shadows," said Madara. "No one can hide from it." And now deep forest emergence. The ground shook, and within moments, a great forest of massive trees sprouted from the earth all across the world, wrapping its victims in white bandage-like growths. It only took a few moments before everyone was snared. The light from the moon persisted for perhaps a minute more, but soon even that began to fade. "Alright, we should be okay now," I said as the last of the Genjutsu-enhanced light vanished. Sasuke's Susanoo slowly unfurled its wings. So you're the only ones left to get rid of," said Black Zetsu, his chakra sharpened, but before he could attack, Madara was between us, surveying the scene of his apparent victory. "I am the savior of this world, so I'll do it," he said. "I've severed the cycle of hatred. I have freed mankind from their suffering and their pain. Right now, everyone is inside the divine tree, each one dreaming their own idyllic dreams. You should be there now too, but it seems that I will have to deliver you to paradise personally. That's what you wanted, though, wasn't it?" That question was directed at me, but Naruto spoke first. "You're just deceiving everyone," he shouted. "I just want to be the savior that ends the long history of fighting amongst shinobi," said Madara. "Just know this. It's all over. And now." Zetsu stabbed Madara in the back, straight through his heart. "You're wrong, Madara," he said. "You're not the savior. Nor is this the end of things. My dear Madara, you have been inside a phantom dream, inside the dream that I concocted." "What are you saying?" Madara asked. "I created you. You are my will." "Wrong again," said Zetsu. "My will is Kagaya's." Madara screamed as dozens of black tendrils burst from Zetsu's hand and spread all over his body. Chakra exploded from around him, greater even than the power of the Jubi. Its presence alone was enough to shatter the ground at our feet, as if Madara was absorbing the very life energy of the world around us. No, it wasn't from the world. It was from the people trapped in the infinite Tsukiyomi. Madara's limbo clones flickered and vanished as the chakra coalesced inside Madara's wound, swelling him like a balloon. It might have been comical if it wasn't so grotesque. "Here she comes," I said. Zetsu discarded Obito, unconscious, to the ground as Madara's expansion stopped and he abruptly shrank back in on himself. Back to normal human size and shape. But instead of Madara, there was a woman with unnaturally long white hair. Otsutsuki Kagaya. She activated her byakugan and focused on Naruto and Sasuke immediately, seeming to disregard everyone else as beneath her notice. That worked for me. We just needed a moment for her to be distracted, just long enough for one hit. I already knew exactly how Naruto would be able to get close enough and I could use the Hiraishin to bring Sasuke in too. We just needed one moment to make it work. "These two must be Hagoromo and Homura's no Indra and Ashura's," Kagaya mused. "So, it's Hagoromo who gave you those techniques." Then her eyes shifted to me. "And your power was stolen, borrowed. It is from my blood, my people. But it is not yours. And yet you know me. You knew I would awaken. And you intend." Oh no. I forgot that her byakugan allowed her to read people's thoughts and feelings. Which meant. She knew. "Nai-chan, Naruto." I shouted, activating my sharingan in an attempt to block her, hoping against all hope that she hadn't seen too much. Sasuke and Naruto blitzed forward to confront Kagaya. This was, blessedly, enough to pull her attention away from me, at least for a moment, and it allowed me to go after Obito. When I reached him, I poured my healing chakra into him. He wasn't actually wounded. Just completely drained of chakra. I was distantly aware of Kagaya talking to Naruto and Sasuke. And then the world suddenly shifted and we were all falling toward an ocean of lava. I grabbed Obito and wrapped a cloak of wind chakra around the both of us. It wasn't enough for me to fly, but it would at least let me hover. Not that I had to worry about that for long, however, as Itachi grabbed Kakashi and activated his Susanoo. I shined myself and Obito to Itachi's side, landing safely within his armored avatar. I looked around frantically, but Sasuke and Naruto were also safe on one of Sasuke's hawks. Right. Good. For now, Kagaya didn't seem interested in us at all. It only took a moment to wake Obito as Kagaya, Sasuke, and Naruto clashed behind us. He roused slowly, as if from a deep sleep, blinking at me with a pair of matching dark eyes, which meant that Madara had returned his eye after stealing the Rinnegan. "How conscientious." "Sasuke." Naruto shouted, drawing my attention back to their fight. Sasuke was falling, the shattered pieces of his Susanoo scattering around him. I activated his Hiraishin mark and summoned him back to me. "Not even Susanoo works," he muttered, not seeming at all bothered by his near-fiery death. Only the power of the six paths will work against her, I reminded him. Sasuke grunted. Send me over to Naruto. Naruto was floating some distance away, apparently having figured out how to fly with his new power. I glanced at Naruto and caught him in a genjutsu. Naruto, use one of your truth-seeking orbs to make a platform for Nai-chan, I thought to him. Oh yeah. Thought Naruto, doing as instructed. When he was done, I sent Sasuke over to him and turned back to the others. Kakashi and Itachi were keeping watch, on edge but unmoving. Yeah, there wasn't much either of them could do. Not yet, at any rate. But that didn't mean we were powerless. Ani-chan, can you seal Black Zetsu with a Totsuka blade? I asked. Black Zetsu was Kagaya's advisor. If we could remove him, things would be easier for us. Itachi narrowed his eyes as he watched the fight. Naruto and Sasuke were hanging back talking, but Kagaya didn't seem in much of a hurry to attack either. I cannot match Kagaya's speed unless I am given an opening, he admitted. That wouldn't be easy. Give me a moment, I said. I shined to Sasuke's side, activating my wind cloak to hover beside them and snaring Sasuke and Naruto in a genjutsu at the same time. Sasuke's hand twitched as he reflexively reached out to keep me from falling, but he aborted the motion upon realizing that I was hovering just fine. I'll use my chains to hold her down if you can distract her for a moment, I thought to Naruto. Right. Said Naruto, launching forward. Leave it to me. Sasuke gave me an exasperated look before focusing on Kagaya and casting amaterasu. Kagaya absorbed the flames, but it gave Naruto the moment he needed to create his shadow clones and transform them into a reverse harem of undressed men. Great, she'd be stunned. But Kagaya simply slashed at the clones with a spike of bone that appeared in her hand. The harem clones each turned to ash before they popped, leaving only the real Naruto behind. She swiped at him too. He wouldn't have time to dodge. I shined to Naruto's side, wrapping Kagaya in chains enhanced by six paths chakra. Now Naruto. Sasuke shouted. The two of them closed in on Kagaya, their hands outstretched, but a moment before impact, Kagaya flared her chakra, shattering my chains with an enormous burst of raw power. And then the world froze solid. Another dimensional shift. I shined back to Itachi's side and pulled Naruto and Sasuke with me, freeing us all from the icy prison. What happened? That should have worked. But right. Kagaya had looked into my mind using her byakugan. She must have seen Naruto's surprise attack. I'd been considering it as the perfect opportunity. Thankfully, that was the only part of this fight I'd been thinking about. From within the ice, Kagaya opened a portal and appeared outside as well. Sorry my pervy jutsu failed, said Naruto. It's alright, I got her, I said. Because although my chains hadn't been able to hold her, they'd been more than sufficient to plant a dozen Hiraishin formulas all over her body. Naruto, I need to borrow one of your truth-seeking orbs. Can you break it into 12 pieces for me? Shaped like spikes. Sure, said Naruto, taking one of his orbs, reshaping it as I'd requested, and handing the resulting spikes over to me. Great, I could work with these. But before I could do anything, a portal opened behind Sasuke and a pair of hands appeared to drag him away. Or at least they tried to. I activated Sasuke's Hiraishin mark and pulled him back before the portal closed. I had to be careful. My Hiraishin didn't work across dimensions. If she stole away Sasuke or Naruto, then we wouldn't be able to seal her. Actually, if we ended up sealing her here, we might not be able to get home. For that we'd need. Naruto, Nai-chan, keep her distracted for a bit, I said. I created a shadow clone to make sure that Kagaya wasn't able to steal one of them away while I was gone. Then I shined back to Itachi and, more importantly, Obito. They were some distance away, far enough to avoid getting caught in the crossfire, but still close enough to observe. Obito, I said gently, kneeling beside him. He looked up at me. We're in a different dimension, and your mangyeko is the only thing that can cross dimensional barriers. We'll need your help to get back. I'm going to give you some of my chakra, so hold still for a bit. After everything, his reserves were pretty low, and victory wouldn't be worth much if we weren't able to get home. I placed my hands on his chest and began replenishing his reserves. He'd entered 6 Paths Age mode when he was the Juubi Jinchuriki, so I was pretty confident that he could handle the power. There, that should be all you need, I said as I finished. I had to be careful now. Although Naruto had given me quite a bit of power, it was not limitless. Have you had a chance to observe Kagaya's jutsu? She emerges and disappears into different dimensions, he said. You're right that it's similar to my mangyeko power. If I resonate my kamui with her jutsu, I'm positive that I can enter her portal. But I'm not sure if that will get us home. There's a central dimension that she uses to travel between the others, I said. If we can get there, then the Sage of 6 Paths will bring us home. Of course, convincing Kagaya to go to that dimension wasn't going to be easy, but… The world shifted and suddenly we were all slammed hard into the ground, the ice and snow beneath us replaced by stone pyramids that dug hard into flesh. A sudden rush of chakra and memories flooded into my head. My shadow clone had been destroyed, popped by the pointed ground in the high gravity dimension. I quickly sorted through the memories. Apparently Kaguya had tried several times to separate Sasuke and Naruto, but I'd foiled her attempts each time. Naruto had created dozens of shadow clones to distract her. So she'd switched to targeting my shadow clone instead, but it had successfully evaded her through a combination of speed, luck, and a few timely assists by Naruto and Sasuke. This abrupt dimensional shift was likely an attempt to destroy all of Naruto's clones and pin us all down. And it looked like she'd succeeded. But of course Kaguya was a victim of her own dimension as well, as she too was pinned to the ground. She raised her hands, bone spikes appearing in the center of her palms. When she fired them, I shined Naruto and Sasuke back to my side. "Ah, thanks Kyo-chan," said Naruto. Kaguya slowly and laboriously turned to face us. "Ani-chan, I'm going to make an opening for you to seal Black Zetsu," I whispered hurriedly. "Obito, Kakashi-sensei, you act as decoys. Nai-chan, Naruto, we'll pin down Kaguya." There was a chorus of assent. I reached out, my arms each as heavy as boulders. Naruto and Sasuke took my hands and Itachi rested his hand against my back. Kaguya reached up to take aim once more. Then Kakashi and Obito were suddenly standing in front of us, using their bodies as shields. Itachi activated Susanoo, preparing the Totsuka blade and making it appear that we were on the defensive. In the moment of Kaguya's attack, I shined us to one of the many marks on her body and we all moved as one. Sasuke and Naruto closed in with a pincer attack, their seal-bearing hands stretched out. I wrapped my chakra chains around her arms, binding her in place, and Itachi thrust the Totsuka blade into her sleeve, stabbing Black Zetsu and dragging him into the jar where he would be sealed. Kaguya made a sound of fury, once again shattering my chains with a burst of chakra, but now Naruto and Sasuke were too close to fend off, and the gravity here was too heavy for her to fly to safety. She had no choice but to flee straight back to the central dimension where we needed to be to finish this. Kaguya flew straight up and out of reach, but the Hiraishin marks were like a curse, binding her to me more surely than my chains ever could. I activated one of her marks, dragging her back to the space between Naruto and Sasuke's seal-marked hands. She raised her arms, bone spikes appearing in each palm in one last attempt to defend herself, but I took each of the dozen truth-seeking spikes Naruto had given me and teleported them straight into her body, tearing her apart from the inside, a perfect reverse of the surgery I had once performed on Lee. Kaguya screamed, her body convulsing in agony, unable to defend herself at all, even as Naruto and Sasuke finally made contact. "Six paths planetary devastation." Naruto and Sasuke shouted. The ground beneath us shattered and huge boulders of pink stone rose up toward Kaguya, who screamed once more as her body began to swell and distend, not unlike Madara had done during her resurrection. She became a mass of grayish flesh shaped vaguely like the Juubi, but as each of the 10 tails emerged, they began to take the shape of the Bijuu that had been sealed. Each tail broke away, falling to the ground and becoming the Bijuu once more until only one remained. The head of a rabbit. It opened its mouth, spitting out Madara to the ground before being entombed in stone. "Fall back," shouted Kakashi. I grabbed Naruto and Sasuke and I shined us all to Kakashi's side. He was standing with Itachi and, surprisingly, Obito. I hadn't actually expected him to survive Kaguya's attack back in the high-gravity dimension. But when I thought about it, I could guess at what had happened. After I shined everyone else to Kaguya's side, Obito would be able to kamui away the bone spike aimed at Kakashi while allowing the other to pass straight through him. With no one to protect, there was no need to die. Which was good because Guy was still in the kamui dimension and if Obito had died, we wouldn't be able to get him back. Oops. Alright, sealing complete. Cheered Naruto, pumping his fist in the air. The whole world shifted and we were abruptly pulled through a summoning jutsu to a floating horn man that could only be Hagoromo. Around us in a wide summoning circle were the Edo Tensei Hokages, Shisui, and the spirits of the other former cages. I let out a breath of relief. We'd done it. We'd actually done it. It was over. Chapter 43. Reconciliation. I only half listened as Hagoromo thanked us all. I just wanted to sleep. But I couldn't. Not yet. Naruto ran off to talk with Kurama, Itachi went to Shisui, and Obito and Kakashi spoke to Minato. With that small measure of privacy, I turned to Sasuke. "What do you intend to do now, Nai-chan?" I asked, already anticipating the answer. His sudden guarded look told me everything I needed to know. I heaved a weary sigh. There's no point to it. I've already told you how your fight with Naruto is going to end. Things will be different this time, he said. I will destroy the darkness of this world. That includes executing all of the Kage and the Biju so that I can create a new village untainted by the evil that has come before. And since Naruto will stand in my way, I will need to destroy him too. Even if you hate me for it, I will create a world where you will be safe. Lightning fast, I raised my hand and slapped Sasuke hard across his face. Sasuke reeled back, reaching up to touch his cheek with wide eyes, more shocked than anything. Do not pretend that you're doing this for me, I snarled. The darkness of this world isn't going to be erased by killing people, certainly not Naruto. The Kage have all come together. The villages have all come together. We can finally have peace. But that will never happen if you become the new enemy of this world. Sasuke lowered his hand and scowled. Becoming the enemy of the world won't matter if there is no one left who is strong enough to challenge me, said Sasuke. As for peace, when the alliance came together, it was against you. They sent Kakashi to kill you. Because they feared what might happen if Kagaya was revived. When the Kage wake from the infinite Tsukiyomi, they will look for someone to blame. They will kill you. Oh. So he knew about that. I did bring about Kagaya's revival, I said. I'd done it to prevent something worse. I didn't want to imagine what might have happened if Kagaya had been revived by Momoshiki and Kinshiki. But the Kage might not feel the same. And if I need to face judgment for that, then I can accept whatever fate they decide for me. I can't, said Sasuke. I will burn this entire world to the ground before I lose you again. And if you get in my way too. His fist clenched and lightning danced down his arm, the cheerful chirp of a half-formed Chidori, in stark contrast to his deathly serious expression. I promise that I won't kill you, he said. But I won't allow you to stop me either. For a moment, I just looked at him, at the boy who was almost a man. I searched his face for any sign of the smiling, happy child I once knew. But there was nothing of that in him now. Looking back, there hadn't been for a long, long time. I always knew that this is the place where you would end up, I said. But I once thought that if I loved and supported you enough, that maybe then things could be different. But instead I became something that could only hurt you more. And you became something that could only hurt me. A hint of guilt and maybe shame etched into the lines around Sasuke's eyes. The lightning on his arm flickered out, but he did not turn away. I could try to talk you out of what you intend to do, I went on. But if you were the type of person who could be swayed by words, we wouldn't be in this position in the first place. And frankly, I cannot prioritize you right now. There are tens of thousands of people who are dead or dying who need me more. And I need to take care of them because I'm the only person who can. So, no, I won't stop you. I can't be the person you need right now, but there is someone here who can. I took a deep breath. Naruto. Naruto's head snapped up at my shout. When he looked at me, I pointed at Sasuke. Pick his ass. Naruto's look of bewilderment only lasted until he saw Sasuke's face, at which point a spark of understanding flashed across his eyes. Yeah, leave it to me. Naruto shouted back, giving me a thumbs up and a grin. I nodded and turned away, pausing for only a moment. No matter what you do or what choices you make, you'll always be my Nai-chan, I said. I just wish that was enough. I left him there, though I felt his eyes on me until he turned with Naruto toward the Valley of the End. I tried not to think about them as I approached Madara and Hashirama. Our job is to do all that we can while we're alive and then bequeath the rest for future generations, Hashirama was saying. So simplistic as usual, Madara scoffed, chuckling weakly. You were always optimistic, but perhaps that is the correct way. I'm glad you agree, I said, kneeling down and placing my hands on Madara's chest. He was in a bad state. The amount of damage he'd sustained from the Juubi and Kagaya was guaranteed to be lethal without intervention. So I intervened, pouring healing chakra into his body and halting his deterioration. At least temporarily. I didn't expect a reply, but Madara's eyes slowly shifted until he was looking at me. It's pointless, he said. Why would you try to save me? You said you were the savior of this world, right? I asked. Well, the world still needs a bit of saving right now. Nagato used the Rinnegan to resurrect the entire village of Konoha. I was hoping that you could do the same for all the people who were killed in this war. You're going to die very soon, but you're still alive right now. So hold on a little while longer and help return the future to this generation before you go. Madara closed his eyes. I see, he said, sounding tired. I suppose I can do at least that much to atone for my crimes. He raised his hands and formed a seal, but I swatted them back down before he could perform the jutsu. Not yet, I said. Right now you're too weak. You might not be able to bring back everyone before you die. And this is our only chance. Just wait a little longer and let me heal you. I don't have much chakra left, so you'll need to be patient. I wasn't sure if anyone else could handle the Rinnegan or if it would kill them to try. Madara was our best and possibly only option. Allow me, said Hashirama, laying his hands over mine as his chakra poured into me. Oh, that was a rush. It only took a moment for him to restore my reserves, but now, between that and the last vestiges of 6 paths chakra, I had more than enough. It would still take time, but at least I had something to work with. The soft white glow suddenly enveloped Hashirama. "Madara, it's time for me to go now," he said. "Hagoromo is releasing the jutsu that binds me to this world. There's no need for you to hurry to the other side. Do what you must to cultivate the future generations who will follow us. But when we do meet again, we can share a drink as war buddies." Madara blinked slowly. "War buddies, huh?" he asked. "Well, I guess that's okay by me." With that, Hashirama dissolved into the air, a grin still on his lips. He wasn't the only one either. All of the reanimated shinobi began disappearing. In the distance, Shisui was saying goodbye to Itachi. I didn't want to interrupt their moment, but Shisui turned to me and smiled once before fading into warm white light. "Goodbye, Shisui Nai-san," I whispered. As the light of the departed souls faded, I let out a small sigh. "Not much longer and it will all be over," I said. I just needed to get through the end of Naruto and Sasuke's fight and then it would be done. "For now," said Madara, drawing my attention back to him. "Hashirama told me that Kagaya's revival was your doing. All to prevent her from joining with others that will come in the future. What will you do about them?" "Good question. The other Otsutsuki won't arrive for about 15 years or so," I said. "I plan to use that time to help the next generation prepare for what is to come and to cultivate peace between the nations." "What is your path to peace?" Madara asked. That question was one more suited to someone like Naruto. Still, as I thought about it, I supposed that I did have an answer for him. I couldn't say if it was the right answer, but it was an answer. "I used to think that peace meant avoiding conflict no matter what," I said. "But eventually I came to realize that it's not that simple. Even so, because of what my ideals had cost me, I still clung to them long after they'd been proven wrong. I think that maybe it was the same for you too." "So you have no answer," said Madara. He didn't understand. "When I was a small child, I had a schoolyard bully," I said. "The day I met him was the first time that Naruto and I fought together side by side." "Your first taste of victory," Madara guessed. "Oh no, we lost badly," I admitted, still chuckling. "But that was the day that Naruto and I became friends. Having Naruto fighting by my side gave me courage. Afterwards, the bully always targeted me when I was alone. I didn't want to fight or to ask for help. Things were already strained between the village and the clan and I was terrified of making things worse. But the bully wouldn't stop and by keeping it a secret, I did make things worse. Because then Ani-chan was forced to step in and deal with him. Ani-chan told the police about the bully and they stripped him of his rank and punished him. That worked for a little while until he came back. This time for blood. It was Nai-chan who fought and defeated him then. And that was the end of the bully." I still recalled the wet thuds of Sasuke's small fists against the genin's bloodied face. "Was violence the right answer?" I asked. "Maybe. By that point everything else we tried had failed but Nai-chan wasn't the one to try everything else. And maybe that was the problem." A sudden wave of power emanated from the distance. I turned in time to see Sasuke Susanoo and Naruto's Kurama Avatar battling in the sky, throwing around attacks that could level entire cities. "Violence and power gave Nai-chan what he wanted, so he never questioned that there might be another way," I said. "Over time, he just grew stronger and more violent until he was ready to use that strength and violence against the very person he'd sworn to protect. I think that maybe you understand how he felt." Madara was silent. "Peace is more than victory," I said. "It's more than a lack of fighting. Naruto, Ani-chan, and I all came to understand the limitations of our ideals and with that came a willingness to change. Naruto learned to rely on others, Ani-chan learned to put his faith in his family rather than the village, and I learned to stand up and fight. But that doesn't mean that our ideals were completely wrong. Sometimes you have to stand alone, sometimes you have to trust in your community, and sometimes kindness can stop a fight by healing a wounded soul. They are all paths to peace in their own way. But none of them are the only path. I think that understanding will bring light to the darkness of the shinobi world." "Do you think that you can bring light into this world?" Madara asked. At one time that question might have been derisive. Now he just sounded curious. "Not by myself," I said. "But I'm not alone. I was never alone. Neither were you, though it might not have seemed that way." In the distance, Naruto and Sasuke's chakras faded. I made a shadow clone and sent it to them with the Hiraishin while I continued to work on Madara. "No," said Madara, his eyes distant. "I suppose not." Not long after that, the divine tree retreated and released the imprisoned victims, a sure sign that Naruto and Sasuke had made amends. A moment later, I had a rush of memory and chakra from my dispelled clone. So Naruto and Sasuke hadn't blown each other's arms off. And from what Naruto had told my clone, they'd agreed to protect me and the world together. Well, whatever worked, I supposed. "Alright," I said. It's time. Madara climbed laboriously to his feet and faced the stump of the divine tree. Then he formed the seals and drew in an immense amount of chakra. The king of hell emerged from the ground and opened its massive jaws. It was quite a sight to see all the souls burst from the king of hell's mouth. There were thousands. Tens of thousands. It was both terrifying and bitterly sad that so many had lost their lives for peace to become a reality. The strain of the jutsu was slowly turning Madara's black hair snowy white, but he kept going until eventually the flood of souls slowed to a trickle and the last few emerged, flying off into the distance. Madara then lowered his hands and let out a slow breath as the king of hell descended back into the ground. He looked so old. It's done, he rasped. I have revived all those who were killed in this misguided war. There is only one thing left for me to give. Madara reached up and plucked out both of his eyes. I made a sound of objection, but he held them out to me. My brother gave me these eyes so that my light would never fade, he said. But I only ever used them to create darkness for others, including my own family. Hashirama was right. All I can do now is to bequeath the future to someone who will not make my same mistakes. I wanted to object. But I can't accept them for myself, I said slowly. But if you'll allow me, I can take them to where they need to go. Do as you wish, said Madara. The future is not for my generation any longer. I accepted both of Madara's rinnegan in a bubble of sterilized medical chakra and turned away as he knelt wearily onto the broken battlefield. I thought about staying with him until the end, but I needed to take care of this now. I was so tired. I didn't have the strength to traverse the battlefield on my own, so I went to Itachi, who, without a word, crouched down and let me climb onto his back. I directed him toward Nagato, whose chakra was like a beacon against my senses. I found him and Konan resting against a rock. Nagato's hair was also snowy white. Konan stood when she saw me and Itachi. I held up my hands, showing her the eyes. It's okay, I said, my voice rough. I came to return these. Ryo-chan, Itachi, said Konan. Why would you return the rinnegan? Madara and Obito are defeated, I said. The shinobi world came together to fight them, but now that the threat has been dealt with, there's no guarantee that peace will continue. If war does break out again, AIM will be in danger of becoming a warzone once more. The best way to avoid that is if AIM is under the protection of the rinnegan. And why would you return them to us? Konan pressed. Yeah, there was nothing stopping me from giving the eyes away to a Konoha ninja and sending them to guard AIM. Nagato wasn't exactly innocent. He'd killed many people, he'd created an international terrorist organization, and he'd kept me prisoner for years. By all accounts, I shouldn't want him anywhere near this level of power again. Because you want peace and you understand the pain of war, I said. There is no one better to protect AIM. There was a beat of silence. After all that I have done, I am unworthy of its power, said Nagato. He really had come a long way for someone who had once called himself a god. This is a power that only you can carry, I said. And I believe that you are worthy. The edges of my vision darkened and I swayed, barely catching myself before falling over. Very well, said Nagato. Konan stood aside to let me pass. I unraveled the bandages around Nagato's eyes to reveal the empty sockets and performed the implantation. It went without complications and I gave Nagato my best smile when he blinked up at me. And then I passed out from chakra exhaustion. How are you feeling? I asked, pressing my palms against Naruto's chest. Technically, I probably shouldn't be working since I was in the hospital as a patient rather than as a medic, but old habits die hard. I feel pretty good, said Naruto, which was impressive considering everything he'd been through. I'm glad, I said with a sigh. I leaned against his shoulder. We were outside in one of the secluded hospital courtyards. I'd woken alone in a hospital bed and had opted to go in search of answers. Naruto was the first chakra signature I recognized, so I'd gone straight for him. Do you know where Nai-chan and Ani-chan are? I asked. I hadn't felt them at the hospital, so hopefully that meant they were okay. Naruto hesitated before responding. They were taken into custody, he said. I tried to stop them from taking Sasuke, but the bastard wanted to atone for what he'd done. Tsunade-chan is still deciding what to do with him. Oh, I said, a little dully. Sasuke had the fewest crimes, but they were among the worst politically. He'd killed the Raikage and Hidden Cloud's Jinchuriki. They'd want his head, and even if they chose to spare him for Naruto's sake, he would still need to be punished. As for Itachi, he had been acting on orders from Konoha when he'd murdered our clan, but everything after that was questionable. Yes, he'd been keeping an eye on the Akatsuki, but he'd committed many terrible acts, including putting Kakashi under a mind-shattering torture genjutsu. Obito and Madara are in custody too, Naruto continued. The cage are going to decide what to do with them. That made sense. Obito had weight. What? I asked. Madara. Madara is still alive. Naruto gave me a confused look. Yeah? He asked. You're the one who healed him, right? Well, I'd healed him enough to perform the Rin rebirth, but that should have been a temporary reprieve from death. After all, he'd had the Juubi ripped out of him and I hadn't implanted him with chakra from the 9-tailed beasts. I'd only used Hashirama's chakra and 6 paths age chakra. Progenitor chakra. Chakra that had been used to create the tailed beasts in the first place. Oh no. Tsunade-bachan wants to talk to you about him when you're ready, Naruto added, far too nonchalant. Oh no. But if he'd given himself up, that was a good sign, right? Right. They wanted to take you too, but I wouldn't let them, said Naruto, the edge in his voice breaking me out of my momentary panic over Madara's survival. Naruto, I need to answer for my crimes, I said gently. Yeah, let's focus on that. You didn't do anything wrong, Dadabeo, said Naruto, taking my hand and squeezing it. And I promised Sasuke that I wouldn't let anything happen to you. I never go back on my word. That's my ninja way. So I won't let them take you away. There was frantic desperation in his eyes. And it suddenly hit me how very alone Naruto must have been for all this time. Sasuke and I were his closest friends and we'd both been spirited away, me by Itachi and Sasuke by Orochimaru. Gaara and Killer Bee were both dead. He didn't even have Sakura to keep him company while we were gone. All he'd had were Jiraiya, Iruka and Kakashi, and teachers could never really replace friends. It's okay, Naruto, I said, squeezing his hand in reassurance. I won't leave you alone again. I'm right here and I'm not going anywhere this time. Naruto relaxed a fraction and he nodded. I don't want to lose any more of my precious people, he said. When Nagato attacked the village, Naruto trailed off. I know, I said. You were taken because you protected me, said Naruto. Because you sent me to safety and had to stay behind. And I couldn't save you. Ani-chan just wanted to keep me safe, I said. I knew he would never kill Nai-chan or me, so I only wanted to protect you. I'm sorry. That had to be a cold comfort for someone who had spent the better part of 4 years believing that he was to blame for my abduction. Naruto shook his head. I couldn't save anyone, he said. I couldn't bring Sasuke back to the village. I couldn't save Gaara. I couldn't save the village from Nagato. I couldn't save you. You did save me, I said. I'm right here. Naruto leaned forward until his hair shadowed his eyes. Kakashi-sensei saved you, he corrected. Well, that was technically true. But only because he had the only power that could. You saved the whole world, I told him. Teamwork, remember? We all worked together to fight Kaguya. And we won. I heard some of the medics talking on my way here. They're all calling you a hero. There are a bunch of people at the gate who came here to see you. Naruto perked up. Yeah, I heard about that, he said. But I guess it doesn't really matter. I was just worried about you and Sasuke. We're okay, I said. We're all going to be okay. Are you? Naruto asked. Are you really okay? I shrugged. Just tired, I said. Really tired. Then you should rest a bit, he said. Naruto tugged my sleeve and I allowed him to shift me until my head was in his lap and he started stroking my hair just as I'd done for him in Wave Country. It was strange. That felt like lifetimes ago. I closed my eyes. The other Kage and I have come to an agreement on what to do with the members of the Uchiha clan, said Tsunade. Naruto, Kakashi, and I were standing in her office. Uchiha Kyo, you have been pardoned or exonerated for all crimes brought against you. Congratulations. I blinked. I hadn't even been aware of a trial, although shinobi trials tended to consist of singular judgments from the Kage. That was just how military dictatorships worked. If Tsunade didn't want to punish me, it wouldn't happen. Thank you, Tsunade-sama, I said, bowing. As for the others, due to some very vocal appeals, Tsunade continued, giving Naruto a hard look, the Kage have decided to postpone any drastic actions for a period of 1 year. They will be released and placed under supervision. My eyebrows shot up at that. Released? Really? Then again, there wasn't exactly a prison on the planet that could hold any of them against their will, chakra suppression seals or not. Trying to keep them imprisoned would only risk breeding resentment. If that resentment turned into hatred. I shuddered. The other logical option was to kill them, but obviously Naruto had argued fiercely against that. If they couldn't be killed and couldn't be contained, that left keeping them under watch. It wasn't a horrible idea either. They were all incredibly powerful, and they'd all expressed a willingness to atone for their crimes. I was sure that Madara's Rin rebirth was a contributing factor when it came to leniency. You have been assigned to monitor them, Tsunade said to me. That made sense. The Uchiha had plenty of enemies. They probably wouldn't trust anyone else, and by assigning me to this task, Tsunade ensured that I would also be under close watch. I understand, Tsunade-sama, I said. What about me, Tsunade-bachan? Naruto asked. You have a lot of training to do with Jiraiya and Kakashi if you want to be Hokage one day, said Tsunade. The familiar chakra brushed against my senses. That's right, said Jiraiya, appearing at the window with such perfect timing that he must have been eavesdropping. And don't think I'll go easy on you like I did during our last trip, either. You weren't going easy on me at all, pervy sage. Naruto shouted, pointing at the white-haired man. Jiraiya-sama, you're taking Naruto away? I asked nervously. Jiraiya waved off my concern with his remaining hand. Just a short trip, he said. A year at most. I figure it's time to bring my former students together for a bit of training and research. He laughed, like it was a joke. That was coincidental timing. Or not. If Tsunade wanted to keep the Uchiha under supervision, the supervisors needed to be strong. Right now, the strongest non-Uchihas were Naruto and Nagato. In fact, they were already so much stronger than Jiraiya, I wasn't quite sure what they would be learning from the Sannin. I glanced at Tsunade, who was watching me carefully. And suddenly I felt. Well then, let's get going, said Jiraiya, throwing his arm around Naruto and practically dragging him out the window. Beautiful women don't wait he. Hey. Naruto shouted, struggling but not really. If he'd really fought back, there was nothing Jiraiya could do to stop him. Kakashi lingered for another few moments, pulling out his book with a look of languid ease, belied by his sharp chakra. Don't be sad, he said. We'll be back before you know it. I know, I said, giving him a small smile. Kakashi lingered for a moment longer before he followed Jiraiya and Naruto out the window, leaving me alone with Tsunade. Now that Naruto is gone, are you planning to kill them? I asked quietly. I could have danced around the subject, but there wasn't much point. I thought I could see where this was going. That depends on you, said Tsunade. Because you're the only one who can. Because Naruto was the only one strong enough to overpower them, and he'd already refused. If anyone else tried to kill them, it was likely to end in disaster, both for the would-be assassin as well as the rest of the world. The only person who could hope to succeed was me. Because Sasuke and Itachi were my brothers and would never kill me. Because Obito was bound by Kodamatsu Kami to do the same. Because Madara had already given me his eyes and might not object if I asked for his life too. Suddenly, the blanket pardon made a little more sense. Is that an order, Tsunade-sama? I asked. Tsunade leaned back in her chair. If I said that it was? She asked. Normally that would have been a silly question. She was the Hokage. She didn't make requests. She gave orders to be followed. And those who did not follow orders were punished. Then my pardon was a little premature, I said. I couldn't. Not Sasuke or Itachi. Not ever. Not Madara or Obito either, now that they'd surrendered. I was not, could never be, an executioner. They have the power to destroy this world and everyone in it, Tsunade pointed out. They won't, I said. Itachi, Sasuke and Obito had been saved from their darkness. Madara I wasn't so sure about. But he'd been willing to give the last moments of his life to bring back the people he'd killed. For that, I thought that he deserved another chance. Just one more. And if you're wrong? Tsunade asked. I'm not, I said. Just leave them to me, and I'll show you. Tsunade huffed a sharp breath. Then for the sake of the world, I hope you're right, she said. Me too. Chapter 44. The Uchiha Clan. Now the only thing left to decide is the path you will take from here, said Tsunade. She was leaning back, regarding all of us with narrowed eyes above her steepled fingers. There was an assortment of unopened sake bottles on the corner of her desk, likely a personal reward for making it through this meeting. My clan and I were gathered together in her office, Karen and Haku included after I'd retrieved them. We were all still a little battered from the war, but at this point we just needed rest. And to get through this meeting too. We have no intention of standing against the village, said Itachi. Any village, Obito added, as though to clarify the point because it probably did need to be stated. Sasuke inclined his head a fraction to display agreement and Madara offered no objection. I'm sure, said Tsunade dryly. And I'm equally sure that the Uchiha clan head will monitor all of you closely to guarantee that you remain out of trouble. She was eyeing Madara, who, despite having bandages around his empty eye sockets to mask his glare, was no less intimidating for his blindness. Sasuke made a sound of protest. I must atone for my sins, he said. I can't do that here and it would only cause problems for all of us to travel together. Problems? That was one way to put it. The ragged remnants of the Uchiha clan on the move once more. That was bound to spike the blood pressure of every kage, village head, and daimyo on the planet, not to mention, well, literally everyone else too. I wasn't talking about you, brat, said Tsunade, and her gaze slid over to me. Eh? I asked. Hokage-sama, Nai-chan is the Uchiha clan head. He was the clan head before he defected from the village, said Tsunade. Just as Madara was the clan head before he tried to kill the first Hokage. And Obito not only defected, but he killed the fourth Hokage as well. Oh no. No. It wasn't that I didn't want to be the head of the Uchiha clan. It was that I really didn't want to be the head of the Uchiha clan. As the clan head, I would be responsible for the rest of my family. Responsible for 4S ranked former missing ninjas whose collective actions had turned the Uchiha into the most hated and feared clan in the elemental nations. Oh, but, technically Ani-chan, I began, a little desperate. Murdered as clan head? Tsunade asked darkly. It would set a dangerous precedent. I winced. In certain parts of the world it was common to murder the person in power to take their place. Ninja clans in Konoha had largely avoided that by refusing to acknowledge usurpers. If Tsunade accepted Itachi as the Uchiha clan head, it could possibly legitimize the practice here. That couldn't be allowed to happen. By process of elimination, that leaves you because you were technically abducted and never officially defected, Tsunade continued. She made it sound like there was paperwork and an exit interview that went along with desertion. The only difference between me and Sasuke was the abduction theater put on by Itachi when he spirited me away. Of course the choice of clan head is left entirely to the clans themselves, said Tsunade, spreading her hands as though to present the offer back to us. But I'm sure you understand the potential ramifications if certain individuals are selected. There was a long moment of silence. I accept Kyo-chan as head of the Uchiha clan, said Itachi, perfectly pragmatic. DCH, whatever, said Sasuke, shifting slightly before settling back once more. She was practically already the clan head anyway. I have no objections, said Obito. I abide by the will of the clan, said Madara. I glanced at Karen and Haku. Though they were technically only vassals, they still deserved a say in this too. At my look, both of them nodded. Well, that was that then. Overall, it wasn't exactly a rousing endorsement, but I hadn't really expected one. Wonderful, said Tsunade flatly. Congratulations on your new position, Kyo. Is there anything you require immediately? I swallowed the abject horror building in my chest and took a slow breath. First things first. We'll need a place to live, I said. We need a place with tolerant neighbors and private training fields. I doubted that anyone actually wanted to live next door to Obito or Madara, which meant that we'd need something away from the village center. The training fields were a good idea too, less chance of unwanted confrontations or misunderstandings. Tsunade considered my request. The former Uchiha district was never officially reassigned, she said slowly. I believe they also had plenty of space reserved for training fields. Like the rest of the village, it was largely demolished during Pain's attack, but there are several buildings still standing. The space is yours if you want it, but it will need work to become habitable again. I hadn't considered that. But yes, the district was at the very edge of the village, so it wouldn't have been as heavily impacted by Konoha's near-total destruction. I glanced at the others to see their reactions. Madara showed no interest one way or the other, but Sasuke was scowling, and Itachi and Obito's faces were carefully blank. I could guess at the reason for their hesitation. That place held painful memories. But it was also the place best suited to our needs. It's worth a look, I said. Then we can decide together. The others agreed, and we headed out. Tsunade hadn't been kidding when she'd said that it needed work. The buildings, which had been left to rot for almost a decade, had been reduced to rubble. Houses, shops, even the shrine, were little more than piles of wood and nails. There were a few dilapidated houses still standing near the very edge of the village, but I wouldn't want to risk stepping inside any of them. I didn't expect there to be this much left, I admitted, surveying the monument to my family's destruction. I took a pile of wood to reveal the Uchiha crest painted on the underside. I wasn't sure what I felt here. There was sadness, yes, and pain. But it was distant, muted by time. Sasuke grunted. It has adequate space for our needs, Itachi offered. Yeah, but that's about it, said Karen critically. We're not going to be salvaging anything from the ruins. That's for sure. But, yeah, it has space. That's the important part. If this is where you wish to stay, Kyo-sama, it would be better to remove the remains and build anew, said Haku. He was eyeing a partially caved-in house that looked as though it would completely collapse from the next stiff breeze. Maybe something close to the lake? I asked. There's a nice building site on the high bank that would have a lovely view. What do you think? I doubted that any of them really cared about the view. No, something further back in the trees, said Sasuke. He wasn't looking at the lake. Rather, he was turned toward the village, eyeing the tall buildings that had a direct view of the ruins. Right, while Root might have been disbanded, I could see why he wanted a bit more privacy. I saw a good building site there too, I agreed. And we can always grow more trees. With a pair of wood-style users, it would be trivial, in fact. Obito, Madara, what do you think? I asked. It makes no difference to me, said Madara. One piece of earth is much the same as another. Obito nodded in agreement. Right, it was decided. Okay, I'll go tell the Hokage and submit a request to have utilities installed, I said, clapping my hands in finality. Why don't you get started clearing the building site and seeing if there's anything we can use? We can start drawing up plans for a house and go from there. It would be nice to have something big and comfortable. I expect we'll all want our own space. It was pretty common for ninjas to have multi-generational housing. Typically the smaller clan compounds were just one or two buildings that housed the entire extended family. So it made sense to start with one building and expand as needed. I didn't think it was a good idea to give anyone too much privacy. It left too much time for brooding thoughts and it never went anywhere good. One big house would be enough to give everyone space while not feeling too isolated. And it should be defensible, I added as an afterthought. The village was pretty safe. It was a ninja village, after all, and it had various layers of security. But Obito and Madara both had huge targets painted on their backs, and it never hurt to have a safe place to sleep. But that said, I went to talk with Tsunade. As expected, she was pleased with our decision. The construction would likely keep us all occupied for some time. She signed off on expediting the utilities installed to the building site and I headed back in high spirits. Only to find the others puttering around a traditional 7-story mansion they'd built in the hour I'd been gone. What? I asked, staring nonplussed at the new construction. It wasn't a full house, not really. It had the foundation, wood framing, exterior siding, roof, and floors. In other words, anything that could be made with earth and wood style. But it completely lacked things like lights, fabric, and glass windows. Well, I'd heard of Yamato building houses instantly with a wood release jutsu, so this clearly wasn't impossible. I just hadn't seen Madara or Obito display that level of fine detail and control. It will do for tonight, said Madara. He was standing with 5 of his clones as they blindly refined ornamental details into the woodwork. The wood will need to be sealed and painted. Then there are the utilities you mentioned and things beyond our ability to create. Understandable. I doubted anyone could just to summon a refrigerator, but they'd still accomplished an impressive amount of work. Yeah, it's really I trailed off, craning my neck to see the ornate details on the mansion no, the palace. This thing would be impossible to clean. You wanted something comfortable, big, and defensible, said Madara with the barest hint of a bite. His chakra was tense. It's amazing. I said. Did you design this yourself? I've never seen anything like it. It's so beautiful. Madara's chakra eased. HN, he said. It's a replica of his Anakima castle. It belonged to the Kagami clan. I spent several years there when they hired the Uchiha as bodyguards. Recreating it was trivial. I've never heard of his Anakima castle or the Kagami clan, I admitted. I'd read plenty of history books, but records from before the formation of the elemental nations were rare and spotty. And there had been thousands of minor countries and clans. Most had been lost to history as they rose, fell, and were incorporated into the modern nations. I burned it to the ground when they betrayed me, said Madara. That was the end of their castle and their clan. That brought me up short. There wasn't any hatred or malice in his voice. Just simple fact. Well, I floundered. Let's see what else we have to work on. They'd done most of the work already. Too much work. I'd been hoping to keep them occupied with construction for a few months while I figured things out. We'll need to go shopping for everything we can't make, said Karen, seeming to sense my distress and deducing its source. Yes. Shopping. Perfect. There were thousands of minor decisions that went into interior design. I could use that. We started with clothes shopping, since that was one of our more immediate needs. But when we went out, it was impossible to ignore the stares and whispers from the villagers. No one said anything outright hostile, but our reception was far from friendly. Thankfully the tailor I chose was an old acquaintance of Fumiko, so he was professional enough, but it would probably be best to minimize excursions to the village. At least for now. After ordering everyone an entire fitted wardrobe, the bulk of the shopping was done by Karen, Haku, and Itachi, who was, surprisingly, received with warmth that bordered on reverence by the other shinobi. Then again, he was known for sacrificing everything for the village, which was the ultimate display of loyalty in a military dictatorship like Konoha. I tried to keep the others busy as well as I could. Overall, it ended up taking a month just to get the house up to code including utilities, furnishings, and modern amenities. We decided to leave most of the spare rooms empty just because there were so many of them. The house really was far too big for us, but that didn't stop me from requesting additions. I tried adding things to stretch out the timeline for completion, but that had very little effect. It only took Madara 5 minutes to add a dojo and 1 minute to add a gazebo by the lake. Obito added a garden with a pond in the inner courtyard after I mentioned it over lunch one day. The garden was done before Haku and I finished washing the dishes. By then I was sure that they knew what I was doing. But none of them objected. When the house was complete, I had to admit that it was quite impressive. We all had plenty of space and our own private quarters. We even had a library and a multitude of guest bedrooms, though I couldn't imagine anyone actually wanting to spend the night here. It wasn't like we had an abundance of friends, and the ones we did have mostly lived in the same village. But they were there regardless of whether or not we would ever use them. On our first night post-construction, Itachi cooked dinner and we sat down together awkwardly. Well, most of us. Madara was standing on the 7th floor observatory despite the fact that I shined up to tell him that dinner was ready. He'd taken the liberty of commandeering the entire top floor for his own personal use, turning it into a penthouse suite and practically barricading himself inside. I wasn't terribly surprised that he skipped dinner. He'd always taken his food to his room to eat whenever possible, so I expected that he would sneak down for a bite when we were finished. Dinner was a pleasant but mostly silent affair. None of us were particularly talkative, and considering our past, awkward silence was probably one of the better potential outcomes. However, the tentative peace was interrupted by a knock on the door. "Allow me," said Haku. He vanished for a few minutes before returning with a thick envelope. He set it on the table beside me. "For you, Kiyosama," he said. It wasn't polite to read mail at the dinner table, but something arriving this late had to be important, so I opened the letter with a sharpened piece of chakra and began reading. It was a short message, but I had to read it several times. "What is it?" Sasuke asked, impatient. "It's a marriage proposal," I said, hardly able to believe it. Sasuke's brow furrowed as he took the letter. "I've never heard of the Kajizuka clan," he said. "They're not ninjas," said Obito. "They're an extremely wealthy merchant clan from the land of birds. The head of the clan has many children, and he's married off several of his daughters for political advantages. The Akatsuki took missions for them occasionally." Obito didn't elaborate on the type of missions, but the Akatsuki only really specialized in one thing. "It doesn't say who the marriage proposal is for," said Itachi, taking the letter and frowning. "Does it matter?" Karen asked, giving Itachi a worried glance. She had a point. I couldn't imagine anyone actually saying yes to this. "Maybe not, but he says that he'll be here tomorrow morning," I said. "That doesn't exactly give time for a polite refusal. I suppose I'll have to hear him out." "Why bother?" Sasuke asked. "Just send him away." "I think it's a good opportunity," I said, and when I was met with 5 incredulous stares, I added, "to practice receiving guests as a clan head. Two-chan had to do that sometimes. I'd rather practice with a minor foreign noble than with someone who actually mattered like the cage who would be judging us all in less than a year." Sasuke and I didn't have any prior experience with playing politics. No one was interested in establishing a political relationship with a pair of orphan children. But the current Uchiha clan, though now a tiny fraction of its former size, did not lack for power. Some might want to take advantage of that. Obviously, since we'd gotten a marriage proposal almost before the paint was dry on our new home. "Ani-chan, did Two-chan ever mention anything about formal inter-clan etiquette?" I asked. There were entire books on the subject. I'd learned a bit during kunoichi classes, as we were trained to imitate noble ladies, but most of the lessons were focused on how to look pretty while eavesdropping. Lessons on hosting hadn't been a priority. Itachi shook his head. "Our family is not known for our diplomacy," he said evenly. That was one way to phrase it. I doubted that there was much in the way of clan-specific etiquette, but this would be my first attempt at taking over the role of clan head, and going in blind made me uneasy. The cage might have decided to delay any decisions regarding the fate of my clan, but they would be watching us closely for any sign of trouble. If they saw something concerning, they might feel the need to act. And that would not be good. For anyone. I'd have to figure something out. It would be nice if I had someone to ask for advice. Itachi and Sasuke didn't have much insight to offer, and although Obito had been the leader of the Akatsuki, he'd done all of his work from the shadows and had left the official negotiations to Nagato and Konan. Well, there was one person left in this house who had experience leading the clan. After dinner, I gathered a tray of food and went to see Madara. "I thought you might be hungry," I said, placing the tray on a table. I had to move aside a few sake bottles. The table was covered in them. Madara grunted, staring blindly out at the treetops. A sake bottle dangled loosely from one hand and his breath smelled heavily of alcohol. "You should join us sometime," I said. "The food will be warmer, at least." "What do you want?" he asked. Clearly my small talk could use a bit of work. "The guest will be arriving tomorrow after breakfast to discuss a marriage proposal to someone in the clan," I said. Madara grunted again, uninterested. "I've never really learned anything about receiving guests as a clan head, so I was hoping that you could give me a bit of advice on how to turn him down without causing problems." "Have one of the vassals send him away at the door," said Madara. "Anything else is a waste of time for everyone." "Probably true, but I need to practice acting as the clan head," I said. "It's important for me to show that I can interact with others diplomatically. But I need to know how to do that beyond just slamming the door in someone's face." I know that our clan has a reputation for conflict, but we did form alliances. You formed alliances. I need to know how to interact with nobles and other clan heads so that I can show the world that we're not just a bunch of murderous traitors. Right now, that's the best way for me to protect you." Madara let out a derisive snort. "I do not require your protection, and it is you who has come to me for aid," he said. "True enough. Look, right now the world hates the Uchiha," I said, spreading my hands helplessly. All things considered, I couldn't exactly say they were wrong. If I can shield our family from some of that hate by acting as the clan head, then I will. I just need a teacher." Madara took a long drink from his sake. "When I left the village, I was alone because my clan would not follow me," he said as low-level killing intent filled the room. "So if you want a teacher, then find another. Someone whose clan did not betray him. Now get out." I winced. Oh, right. Of course the whole clan head thing would be a sore spot for him. I was tempted to retreat, but Madara was the only one in this house who knew anything about being a real clan head. And the fate of my family depended on my ability to do this job well. "All I want is to look after our family," I said. "I just need a bit of advice. Please." I wasn't asking for much. But Madara's killing intent spiked even higher. He set down the sake bottle onto the table with a heavy clack. Then he stood, advancing on me slowly and deliberately. "You want advice?" he asked, his voice dripping with contempt. This time I did fall back, matching him step for step until he'd driven me over the threshold. "A clan head does not beg." And he slammed the shoji door in my face. Well, that could have gone better. But what had I been expecting? I half turned, ready to give up. But then I stopped. Madara's chakra burned angrily on the other side of the door. I had to try. Just once more. "After the massacre, Nai-chan and I built a shrine for our clan," I said. "We gathered everything to make a proper memorial. Pictures, trinkets, uniforms, whatever we could find to honor them. In that shrine, I swore that I would look after our family no matter what. I'm sorry, Ka-chan. And I know that a promise to the dead might not sound like much, but I made that promise with all the love I felt for them that I still feel for them," I continued. "If I can keep that promise alive, then maybe it's a bit like keeping a part of them alive too. Nai-chan, Ani-chan, Obito, Haku, Karen, and you're all part of my family now, and I will protect you, even if you don't think you need it. So I'm going to keep doing my best with or without your advice. But it would be easier with your help." There was a long, empty silence from the other side of the door. What was I doing? This was pointless. I sighed. "I understand," I said. "Good night, Madara." I left him standing at the door. The next morning I knelt in the place of honor within the reception hall, a huge multi-story room in the very center of the castle lined with pillars and surrounded by viewing balconies on the upper level. I'd worked out the details of the meeting with the others over breakfast. Sasuke, Itachi, and Obito would remain out of sight because they all had reputations that might frighten our guest. Meanwhile, Karen and Haku would meet the man at the entrance and guide him inside because they at least had some sense of decorum. As for Madara, he hadn't moved from his room all morning. That was probably for the best. I was dressed in one of my simple kimonos. Ninja didn't really have much in the way of formal attire unless it was for a special occasion like a wedding, so kimonos were the ninja equivalent of business casual. This outfit was polite but not pretentious. I smoothed the fabric over my lap as a cluster of unfamiliar chakras approached the castle entrance. 5. 2 civilians and 3 ninjas, most likely bodyguards. Pretty standard for wealthy clients. The ninjas were tense, but in an I'm on duty sort of way, rather than a battle-ready sort of way. I stilled my hands as Haku and Karen guided them inside. I was so focused on them that I almost didn't feel Madara begin to move. What was he? I looked up as Madara descended through the castle, stopping at the second floor. He stood behind a rice paper screen on one of the viewing balconies where he would not be seen from below. Oh great, he'd come to observe. I thought about asking him to leave, but Karen appeared with the 2 civilians, while the ninja guards remained outside with Haku. Karen gestured for them to enter before closing the door and retreating down the hall to wait. The 2 guests stepped into the light and scanned the room before their gazes settled on me. The first man was tall and stout with a rosy complexion and round face. The second man was little more than a boy, perhaps late teens at the most. He was reedy and pale with a horrible case of cystic acne, painted over with a heavy layer of makeup. They were dressed in very formal attire with intricately decorated haras and hakamas, the type of clothing more at home in the daimyo's palace than anywhere in Konoha. I suddenly felt extremely underdressed. Nevertheless, I gave them a polite smile. "Welcome to," I began. Yes, said the large man, waving away my greeting and looking around the room again. "When will we meet with Uchiha-sama? I am not accustomed to being kept waiting." "Eh? Pardon?" I asked. Uchiha-sama, the man repeated, which explained absolutely nothing. At my confused expression he clarified, your lord and master, the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara. Lord and master. For a long moment I could only stare in disbelief. Then I cleared my throat. I believe you may have made a mistake, I said. I am Uchi. The man scoffed, puffing out his chest in indignation. Mistake? He asked. I am Kajizuka Tukai, head of the Kajizuka clan. I have come from the land of birds to meet with Uchiha-sama and to broker an alliance between our clans. There is no mistake. I mean no offense, I said quickly. But I am Uchiha Kyo, the head of the Uchiha clan. I half expected Madara to object, but he remained behind the rice paper screen. Tukai's expression shifted from annoyance to confusion before he let out a deep hearty laugh. Oh ho, I see, he said. I did not realize that the Uchiha clan was one of humor and pranks. "Kusama," muttered the boy, speaking up for the first time and looking at me nervously. I don't think she's. Nonsense. Boomed Tukai. Uchiha-sama is an ancient and powerful warrior. And Kyoheim is likewise a noblewoman, not a, he gestured vaguely at me. This is clearly a joke. Now, the jest is played and we can get to business. When will Uchiha-sama arrive? Madara did not move. It's not a joke, I said, heat rising in my face. How could I prove it, though? It's not like clan heads carried around badges. I didn't have a clan head certification hanging on my wall. Tukai gave me a condescending smile. There is a time and place for humor, he said. I can appreciate it as well as any man. But my patience has reached its end. If you do not answer my question, I will be forced to seek Uchiha-sama out myself. Tukai turned back to the entrance, but before he'd taken a single step, Madara's chakra snapped into a genjutsu, capturing both men in an illusion. They froze, imprisoned within their own minds. Madara finally stepped out from his hiding place and leaped lightly over the railing to land beside me. He was dressed in an intricately decorated haori and hakama, not unlike those worn by the two men. It was the nicest outfit I'd purchased for him, meant for some nebulous potential formal something or other. I hadn't actually ever expected him to wear it, but it did look nice. He might have passed for a lord if it weren't for the gunbai and kama slung across his back. What are you showing them? I asked, suddenly wary. This could, potentially, be considered an assault. I stretched out my senses, trying to see if there were any Anbu nearby. Would they know if Madara tried anything? Tukai's guards remained blissfully unaware in the hallway, their chakras as relaxed as they could be in their situation. A false castle, said Madara. They will wander it until it is time for them to return. And when will that be? I asked. When you are ready to receive them as a true clan head, said Madara. But I thought I began, but Madara spoke over me. Authority is only granted when two parties meet in a contest of wills and one concedes to the other, he said. As a clan head residing in your seat of power, the contest should have been over before it began. And yet here you are, pleading for the barest scraps of recognition in your own house. Pathetic. I winced, but I couldn't exactly argue against his assessment. I told you I don't know what I'm doing, I said. But I'm trying. Madara scoffed. Your feeble attempts will only bring shame to the Uchiha name. Oh yeah, I was sure that this was absolutely going to irreparably tarnish our impeccable reputation. I'm not giving up, I said. Madara was silent for a long minute. Then he sighed. If you want advice then listen well, because I will not repeat myself, he said. That made me perk up. The clan head is not a person, it is a persona, a mask worn to convey whatever embodies the ambitions of the clan. A clan that seeks power will have a clan head that projects power. Wealth for wealth. Diplomacy for diplomacy. For many generations the Uchiha clan embodied war and death. What do you embody in your cheap kimono with your false smiles and weak words? I don't wait, how do you know I'm wearing a cheap kimono? I asked, squinting at him. And smiling. If you were dressed appropriately, either as a ninja or a lady, he would not have mistaken you for a servant girl, said Madara. As for the false smiles you project more positive intent when smiling. It's slightly more for a false smile and significantly more for a real one. Your lack of control makes your moods pitifully transparent. Oh, that did make sense. I bit my lip. I hadn't even realized that my positive intent output wasn't steady. I was projecting a mood barometer to anyone who might be paying attention. How embarrassing. Oh, right, I mumbled. And that brought me back to Madara's question. What did the Uchiha clan embody now? We were a mixed bag of war criminals, missing ninjas, and international terrorists. Reformed, in theory, though the world was still wary of us. What did we want? What was I hoping to achieve? There was only one answer, really. Peace, I said after a long moment of thought. The type of peace that Naruto believes in, one where people work together to solve their problems. War is born to protect peace, said Madara. It is the curse of this world. If you desire peace, you must be strong enough to deter war. Only victors have the power to grant mercy. True enough. Naruto might be famous for his speeches, but he'd always beaten some sense into his opponents first. Unfortunately, I didn't necessarily have that luxury. Antagonizing them with a show of force might make us enemies, I said. Not just with these two. The cages. The villages. They're watching us to see what we'll do. What does it matter to you if they're watching? Madara asked. If you desired it, these men would be dead at your feet. It is true for them, and it is true for any who would stand before you. The cages. The villages. The world. It is all the same. You command the Uchiha clan. You command me. He spoke the last word as though it caused him physical pain. That alone makes you the most powerful person in this accursed world. With every word, every breath and every gesture, remember that their life and death is at your whim. Remember that, and you will embody peace. Because to stand against you means war. Now you will show these men the power of the Uchiha. Do not bring further shame to the Uchiha name. Madara turned, obviously preparing to leave. Wait. I called. Will you, do you mind staying? Madara paused. Commanded. I blinked. What? Command Madara. He wouldn't. I frowned. No, he was right. If I wanted to embody the power of the Uchiha, I had to command him. I had to believe that he would listen or I'd never be able to convince anyone else. But this was Madara. No one commanded Madara to do anything. Sure, during the war I'd manipulated him into doing what I wanted, but commanding him was different. The Hokage had agreed to release him at least in part because there was no prison that could contain him without his consent. And he wanted me to command him. Ridiculous. Madara, will you? I began, feeling stupid. Commanded. I winced. Right. Command. How did leaders command things? I didn't think I could pull off the casual arrogance of a lord. I couldn't talk over people like Tukai had done, and I really didn't think Madara would appreciate being spoken to like that. But then again, Madara didn't speak like that either. Madara didn't raise his voice or put on airs. He simply spoke as if he knew that they would listen to him. Because they did. Commanded. I took a deep, slow breath and ordered my thoughts. If I wanted others to believe in my power, I had to believe in myself first. Commanded. He wanted this. He would obey. He would. Commanded. Sit beside me, Madara, I said, my voice calm and firm. For a long moment Madara didn't move. Had I done something wrong? Then he suddenly turned and stalked toward me. My eyes widened as he took his place beside me. He'd listened. He'd obeyed. Stop. Smiling, Madara bit out. I schooled my expression into some semblance of neutrality and reined in my positive intent. Right, this was probably a real blow to his pride. A smile was just rubbing his nose in it. I opened my mouth to apologize, but Madara spoke first. Do not smile at them, he said. This man has entered our home and insulted you. An insult to you is an insult to the clan. If he wishes for your favor, he will have to earn it. This man and his opinions are nothing to you. Make certain that he knows it. And Madara dropped the genjutsu. Tukai blinked, raising his hand in surprise until he saw Madara and me sitting before him. Then his face transformed into a look of jovial politeness. Uchiha-sama, he said, bowing deeply. The man behind him hastily followed suit. Please forgive our tardiness. We went in search of you, and it seems we became a little lost. Madara remained silent. Right, it was my turn. What would Madara say? Hajizuka-san, I said, my voice firm and louder than before. Tukai glanced up in surprise before his eyes flicked to Madara. He opened his mouth, but I cut him off. As I said before, I am Uchiha Kyo, the head of the Uchiha clan. If you wish to speak with the clan head, then you will speak with me. Madara-sama, surely this girl, Tukai began, indignant. Blindness had done nothing to dull Madara's speed. He was standing in front of Tukai with his kama pressed against the man's throat almost before I registered the movement. To Tukai, it must have seemed that he teleported. Do not mock the Uchiha, said Madara, quiet and low as killing intent filled the room. I stiffened, prepared to save Tukai, but despite their position and the aura of death, I didn't think that Madara was going to follow through with killing him. Tukai wasn't worth it. This was just an intimidation tactic. Please let it be an intimidation tactic. Tukai stood frozen, his eyes impossibly wide and terrified. And no, of course not, he said, his Adam's apple brushing against the blade as he swallowed. I mean no offense, Uchiha Madara-sama. Please forgive me. Madara held his position for a moment longer before returning to his place beside me. I let out a quiet breath of relief. State your business with me, I said. If you have none, then you will leave. At this point I couldn't imagine him wanting to stay. I fully expected him to take the opening and run. But I must have underestimated Tukai's desire for a deal because he merely bowed again, this time to me. Uchiha Kiyosama, I have journeyed from the land of birds, seeking an arrangement that would be mutually beneficial to both of our clans, he said, with only a small trace of fear. Impressive. My clan is both exceptionally wealthy and well-connected. We have contacts and influence across many courts and noble houses. Due to recent events, I believe your clan could benefit from the goodwill and resources my family has to offer. Because the Uchiha clan was both hated and feared throughout much of the world at the moment went unsaid. I propose an alliance of marriage, he finished, looking at me expectantly. I could have said no, simply shooting down the suggestion then and there, but influence was a double-edged sword. For an ally, it was a boon. For an enemy, it was a threat. Madara must have picked up on that fact too, because his intent became sharper. Tukai swallowed, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. I see, I said. And what exactly do you seek to gain from this proposal? The Uchiha clan's ocular jutsu is legendary, he said. As is your strength. Aside from that, your medical abilities are said to surpass even the Sanin Tsunade. That is why I have brought my third son for your consideration. I blinked. Wait, what? I glanced at the boy who was standing stiff as a board and staring hard at a point on the floor. Tukai was now sweating profusely. He'd obviously come here expecting to make a deal with Madara, a man whose death had happened before my birth. It wasn't unreasonable to think that he might be willing to trade my future for his own benefit. Instead, Tukai met with me. No wonder he'd been so determined to take my claims as a joke. Offering a third son to a clan head was a backhanded insult. That, coupled with the implied threat of an extensive network of influence, painted a pretty damning picture, one that Tukai only seemed to realize now. But a curt refusal on my part could be seen as an even bigger insult. Even if Tukai was willing to let it slide, his clan members might not, and they were the type of people who hired the Akatsuki. He should have taken my invitation to leave when he had the chance. Now we were both stuck, him with having made an insulting offer and an implied threat, and me with having to find a polite way to turn him down or else risk the wrath of his clan. My stomach clenched, but. You command the Uchiha. I closed my eyes, taking a moment to steady myself. I see, I said, my voice blessedly calm. Okay, think. There had to be a way out of this. My eyes landed once again on the boy. And what is your opinion on this matter, Kajizuka-san? The boy jumped, looking wildly between me and his father, who nodded expectantly. I think the boy mumbled. That is, I would be honored if you would consider me, but I understand if you want someone better looking. Sorry. He trailed off, gesturing to his face with its pockmarks and cystic acne. Yeah, that was pretty much a confidence killer when it came to romance. If Tukai was going around arranging marriages for his children, I couldn't imagine the dread of facing down prospective brides and seeing their reactions. He wouldn't even meet my gaze, so I had a feeling that I wasn't his first. Approach, Kajizuka-san, I said. The boy's eyes widened, but after some urging from his father, he tentatively stepped forward, kneeling so that he wasn't towering over me. I reached up and touched his face, running healing chakra through his body, removing the cysts, smoothing his scars, and healing his skin. When I was done, I gave him a small smile. There, very handsome. The boy reached up and touched his face, first tentatively and then with growing shock. He produced a small hand mirror from his sleeve and stared in wonder at his reflection. Thank you, he said. Kajizuka-san, I thank you for the proposal, I said, speaking to Tukai. The boy hurriedly retreated, still glancing at the mirror and touching his face. However, as the head of a ninja clan, I must take a ninja for my husband. I hope you will understand my position. There was no such requirement. Sure, ninjas preferred to marry ninjas, but if I wanted to marry a civilian, who was going to tell me no? Yes, of course, said Tukai quickly. I respect your position and will not trouble you further. I nodded and he took that as an indication to flee, dragging his son by the sleeve. That wasn't exactly polite, but I wasn't going to begrudge his hasty retreat. I waited until Karen and Haku had guided them outside before relaxing. So how was that? I asked. Barely adequate, said Madara, standing. I'm truly grateful for your guidance, I said. You are not the only one who has made a promise to the dead, he said. I too swore to protect this family. I lost my way seeking peace, but I will not stray from my path again. Even if you are not the clan I left behind, you are still Uchiha. That is all that is enough. Thank you, I said. Do not mistake me, said Madara. I did not do this for you. I know, I said. Even so, thank you. Madara paused for a moment but said no more before he turned away and left me kneeling in the reception hall. Chapter 45. Power and Politics. Is all of this for the next village meeting? Sasuke asked when he found me nearly drowning in the sea of paperwork in my office. Or at least what I called my office. It was actually little more than a storage room containing a desk and all of the important clan documents. Most of it, yeah, I said, leaning back and stretching for the first time in hours. I hadn't expected to spend much time here at first, but it turned out that there were plenty of extra responsibilities that went along with being a clan head in Konoha. Sasuke hadn't been expected to do much since he'd been too young at the time, but that was, unfortunately, an excuse that no longer applied to me. So I now spent most of my time preparing for and attending monthly advisory board meetings where I was expected to contribute. My to-do piles currently contained all of the latest proposals for consideration, as well as documentation of relevant precedent and analytical projections, courtesy of Shikaku. Fun times. But not all, I added, holding up a set of letters I'd been reading. More marriage proposals? Sasuke asked. I made a face at him, but I could see why he might think that since I'd received 17 marriage proposals in the last 5 months. No, these are from Naruto, Conan, and Nagato, I said, setting them down beside my to-do pile. Has something happened? Sasuke asked sharply, his gaze fixed on the pages. I was sure he was reading them upside down, but I answered anyway. No, nothing like that, I said. It's just updates on how things are going. Conan mentioned some type of revitalization project for AIM, and she says that Jiraiya is planning to retire there to help train future generations. Jiraiya also took Naruto and Nagato to Mount Myaboku so that Nagato could learn Sage Mode. And Nagato has been teaching Naruto about seals. HN, said Sasuke, frowning. He's making progress. While Sasuke might have come to terms with Naruto, that didn't mean that their rivalry was completely gone. We've all been making progress, I reminded him. Both of my brothers, Obito and Haku, all practically lived on the training fields. They left before breakfast and often didn't return until well after dark. Karen joined them occasionally, but she spent most of her time doing research in the lab I'd set up for her. It's not enough, said Sasuke. When Kagaya was revived, she was disoriented and half mad. The other Itsutsukas won't be. And if all of us working together almost wasn't enough, then we'll all need to get significantly stronger before they arrive. Well, yes, and we are, I said. Your discovery on how to imitate blood limits will be incredibly useful. It turned out that when a group of prodigies started working together, they could produce some fascinating breakthroughs regarding the fundamental nature of chakra. The insight had come after months of trial and error, but it was ultimately Sasuke who had developed a way of blending multiple elemental chakra natures with yang energy to produce a weakened version of elemental blood limits like wood release and ice release. Sasuke shook his head. It's not enough, he repeated, his eyes distant. I cannot afford to be left behind. You won't be, I said. The fate of the future lies as much with the next generation as this one. Knowledge is just as important as raw power. Maybe, said Sasuke as he pulled an envelope out of an inner pocket. Anyway, this just arrived for you. Another marriage proposal? I guessed, wincing. No, a summons from Tsunade for tea next week, he said, handing it to me. It was already open, so I read it quickly. Might be to check up on how things are going here, I suggested. We're about halfway through the probation period. Anything new with Sasuke nodded upwards. I grimaced. Not really, I said. He still barely leaves his rooms. I always made a point of bringing Madara his meals, but that was the only time I ever saw him. He did emerge occasionally, usually in the middle of the night, but I only knew that because I could feel his chakra drifting through the hallways of the castle like a ghost. Better than the alternative, said Sasuke pragmatically. Yeah, but it had to be pretty lonely up there. And boring. That wasn't a winning combination for anyone. But I had no idea how to approach him, and he didn't seem inclined to reach out to anyone else either. Not surprising, really. My family wasn't exactly known for our sociability. My own experience with making friends started and ended with Naruto, and it wasn't like I could just go up there and offer to have Madara read with me. Actually, I think I might have an idea, I said slowly. Sasuke was initially skeptical, but he agreed to help me find the materials. So, that night after dinner, I went to see Madara. I brought you something to read, I said, holding up the pile of scrolls like a peace offering once he slid the shoji door aside. Read? Madara asked flatly. Yes, have you ever heard of Braille? I asked, sidestepping Madara and entering his room. It looked better than the last time I'd been here. Cleaner. Fewer empty sake bottles. That was a good sign. I've heard of it, he said. He did not immediately dismiss me, so I took that as a win. Great. I said, sitting down at the table and patting the place beside me. I've already memorized the patterns, so I can teach you to read it if you'd like. Madara remained standing by the door and scowling in my general direction. Why are you here? He asked. To teach you Braille. I said, half questioning. And what benefit is there in that? He asked. I guess I thought you might be bored, I admitted. You don't really come downstairs very often, and there's not much to do up here. What benefit is there to you? He clarified. If this is some ill-conceived notion to keep me out of trouble, then I can assure you that there are better ways for you to waste your time." His words might have been a bit harsh, but there was no real bite to them, so I was fairly certain that he wasn't actually angry. An angry Madara was pretty unmistakable. "I don't consider looking after my family to be a waste of time," I said. "I will not perish from my lack of reading material," he said. "That is all that is required of you." "Taking care of someone is more than that," I said. "Look, I was a very sickly child. I was always in and out of the hospital. Kachan took me there whenever I got ill. But she did more than just that. She came to visit me. She brought me toys and my blanket. She made sure I had books to read. She took care of me, and that's more than just keeping someone alive." Madara let out a harsh humorless laugh. "So you see me as a child, do you?" he asked, killing intent bleeding from each word. My blood ran cold, but only for a moment. "Stop that!" I shouted, and to my surprise, his killing intent faltered. Probably more from shock than anything else. "I don't see you as a child, and I'm not here to pick a fight. I'm here because I want to look after the people I care about in the best way that I can, and the people I care about now happens to include you. If you really want me to go away, then pay attention and learn quickly, because I'm not going to leave you alone in the dark with nothing to do." Madara's killing intent lingered for a moment before ebbing away. "Stubborn brat," he said, finally pacing forward and taking his place beside me at the table. I might have imagined it, but I almost thought that the corner of his mouth lifted into the smallest of smiles. But the expression was gone in an instant if it had ever been there at all. Madara took the topmost scroll and unfurled it across the table before gliding his fingertips across the paper. I gently took his hand and placed it on the first symbol. His palm was calloused, which surprised me a bit. I wasn't sure why. Maybe I'd assumed that Ito-tensei would heal him. But I supposed that some marks of ninja life transcended even death. "Okay, these two dots are the symbol for Ka." It took Madara less than an hour to master Braille, but although he no longer required my presence, from then on he allowed me to spend my evenings working in his room. This was ostensibly to help him if he ever needed something translated, but it was really just to keep him company for an hour or two each day. We didn't talk much at first, but after a while, Madara began to open up a bit. Like when I wondered aloud about the absurd number of marriage proposals and offers of alliances. "There is only one type of person that approaches a clan after a major loss," said Madara. "Vultures. They swoop in with offers of strength and resources to help the clan recover from recent injustices against them, but they only seek to bleed the clan of their most valuable treasures. And when they've picked the bones clean, they move on to their next victim without a second thought. At best, the clan might become a servant vassal. At worst, they are thrown to their enemies for whatever profit that might bring." "So you've seen this happen before?" I asked curiously. Madara was probably the only person alive right now who could give a first-hand account of the way things were done before the formation of the villages. "Many times with many clans," said Madara. "Vultures wear various faces depending on what exactly they want and who they think they're dealing with. If they believe that the clan is vulnerable and frightened, they appear with smiles and sympathetic words. If they think the clan is bitter and angry, they appear with a show of wealth and arrogance instead." So that was why Madara had come so well prepared to the meeting with Tukai, not just in fine clothes, but with weapons too. He'd already known exactly what type of person Tukai would be. "Still. I can't imagine anyone reacting well to an attitude like that," I said skeptically. "The foolish often mistake wealth and arrogance for power and competence," said Madara. "Vultures usually have a sharp wit to smooth over any insults with humor, but it is not always required. Weakened clans are unlikely to start unnecessary fights, so the nobles rarely suffer for their disrespect." That made sense, I supposed. I just wished that I'd known this before I'd met with Tukai. It was a good thing that Madara had been there to help in the end. Although it wasn't like I was completely unfamiliar with the concept, either. After the massacre, there had been a few probing letters, like the one pretending to be a sympathetic buyer who had offered to purchase the Uchiha district. He'd claimed generosity while offering only a pittance, clearly expecting a naive pair of children who wouldn't think to question a helpful adult. Or the blustery client of a clan member whose threats had obviously been angling for a financial payout. It was actually surprising that we'd received so few requests, and I wondered if maybe it was due to our youth or change of address. Or if maybe the third Hokage had begun to intercept them. "Well, at least these proposals should stop when it becomes obvious that we're not accepting help," I said. Madara chuckled. "Then you will face a different type of request," he said. "The weak often seek protection by flocking to the strong. Those alliances are usually nothing but problems. But sometimes, rarely, they're worth the trouble. That is how you acquired your vassals, I expect." I blinked. I'd never really thought of it like that, but Aku hadn't really had any reason to hang around after Zabuza's death, and Karen had been quite deliberate in her lamentation about her fate after being disavowed by her village. "I just wanted to help them," I said. "But I think that maybe I was a little naive about what that meant. Even so, I don't think I was wrong to do it." Looking back, I was incredibly fortunate that Haku and Karen had turned out to be as kind as they were. But even if things could have turned out worse, I couldn't ever believe that it would have been better to send Haku off alone or to leave Karen to die. Said Madara. "Perhaps. Just as it is not always wrong to accept aid from others even if it comes at a cost. Give and take as you wish. Build up and destroy as you wish. It is only wrong if you act out of desperation and fear." Desperation and fear. Two things that had defined most of my life. But not anymore. "I'll keep that in mind," I said, and we both left it at that. "It sounds as though things have been going surprisingly well," said Tsunade as she sipped her sake. It was a little sad that the mere absence of a disaster was enough to warrant even a small amount of disbelief, but considering my family's history, I couldn't say that she was wrong to feel that way. "Yes, everyone is settled in and they're working on developing methods of dealing with the Otsutsuki threat," I agreed. "Good," said Tsunade. "If things are stable in the Uchiha district, I'd like you to report to the hospital tomorrow for morning rounds. I'm in the process of redistributing my workload and you should be able to handle my specialized surgeries." I nodded. "Of course, Tsunade-sama," I said. "But may I ask why? Is there an increased number of cases?" I hadn't heard of any problems recently, but I rarely interacted with people outside the clan nowadays. "No, I intend to step down as Hokage soon," said Tsunade nonchalantly as if she were discussing dinner plans, rather than stepping down from the most powerful position in the village. "I'll be joining Jiraiya in AIM, and I plan to establish a hospital there too." AIM's central location makes it an ideal hub for potential cooperation among the various nations and for the sharing of medical knowledge. "You should be sufficient to replace me in the hospital here. And this should help too." She reached over and picked up one of the scrolls on her desk before tossing it to me. I caught and unfurled it. "Oh, my healing nexus has been approved," I said. This was a pleasant surprise. While Nagato and Konan had been willing to let me use my Hiraishin healing seal in AIM with barely any testing, Konoha had stricter regulations. Over the past few months, I'd taken the seal through a battery of tests and had written up an entire textbook's worth of documentation on the theory and implementation. Now that it was approved, I could work on creating a worldwide healing network. The plan was for each allied village to have seals connected to my parents' seal, which they could then distribute as needed. I'd be able to help thousands of people every morning who needed a bit of healing. "How long will it take for you to create the seal and its components?" Tsunade asked. "That depends," I said. "I'd prefer to use Conan's chakra-reinforced paper for the child's seals since they will be much sturdier. But I'll need to ask her for some. Once I receive the paper, it should only take a few days to create all of the child's seals and to link them to the parent's seal. Then it's just distribution. Do what you can to expedite the process," said Tsunade. "But hold off on distributing them for now. There's one more thing I need to accomplish as Hokage before I step down, and I'd like to use this as a bargaining chip to do it." "Oh?" I asked. Said Tsunade as she took another sip of her sake. "It's not public knowledge yet, but Nagato is planning to make a bid to be recognized as a Kage." My eyebrows shot up and I nearly dropped my teacup. While each hidden village had a leader, the 5 Kage were on an entirely different level, not least because they each represented one of the great nations and held immense political power. Often it was the 5 Kage who determined the fate of the world without any input or consideration for smaller nations, much to their detriment. That was how AIM had become an unwilling warzone during the Third Great Ninja War. If Nagato was making a bid for that type of international recognition, it meant that he was becoming serious about ensuring AIM's future. It wasn't a bad idea either. In terms of raw power, Nagato far surpassed any of the current Kage. And with Jiraiya retiring to AIM, he would be training up a new generation of highly skilled ninjas. Add in Tsunade building what was sure to be a state-of-the-art medical facility, and AIM could very well become one of the most powerful nations in the world within a generation. "So, a 6 Kage," I said, already considering how that would shift the dynamics of power. Nagato's bid would obviously be backed by Tsunade, thanks to Nagato's ties to Jiraiya. He'd also probably get an endorsement from Temari as well, thanks to Suna's close ties to Konoha. Inoki was a little harder to anticipate. He'd used the Akatsuki's services extensively, but that didn't necessarily translate to a political alliance, and he was also a notorious fence-sitter. May probably wouldn't have any strong opinions either way, since her attention was currently focused inward on Kiri. And Derry would probably object strongly, both because of what my brothers had done to A and Killer B, while they were technically Akatsuki members, as well as for the political imbalance a 6 Kage would bring. Yeah, I could see why Tsunade would want my seal to sweeten the proposition. Not necessarily a 6 cage, said Tsunade, interrupting my thoughts. The daimyo for the Land of Wind is considering disbanding Suna. If that happens, there will be a power vacuum which Nagato intends to fill as the new Rinnekiage. That statement took a moment to properly sink in. What? I asked. It was all I could think to say. The idea was just absurd. There was no other way to put it. Nobody gave up a hidden village if they didn't have to. Suna's performance during the past few years has given the daimyo cause for concern, said Tsunade blandly. I winced because Suna had always been the weakest village among the great nations. They'd only ever commanded respect due to possessing Shukaku and a few truly exceptional cage-level shinobi. But things had only gone from bad to worse for them in the past 5 years. First, the 4th Kazukiage was murdered by Orochimaru after being duped into a disastrous war with Konoha. Then the 5th Kazukiage, Kankuro and Chiyo were murdered by 2 Akatsuki members. And finally, many other high-level ninjas were killed by Yura, one of Suna's own jounin during that same attack. At the moment, the strongest ninja in the village was Temari, and although she'd grown to become cage level, she was still by far the weakest of the current cage. Even so, disbanding Suna? I asked. Surely even a small amount of protection was better than none. Hidden villages are expensive even under ideal conditions, said Tsunade. With so many recent losses and with so much rebuilding required, Suna's current expenditures far exceed the daimyo's ability to provide for them. And with many of Suna's strongest fighters dead, they can't guarantee that the next generation will receive adequate training. Yeah, no jounin senseis meant no future jounins. Even if they had some fighters left at that level, every ninja that became a sensei would have to be taken off of active duty while they trained their students. So they wouldn't be available to take high-value missions, which would worsen their already strained budget problems. They're allies, though, right? I asked. Surely we can help them. Jiraiya was offering to train AIM's next generation. We should be able to spare a few teachers for Suna too. We offered, said Tsunade. The daimyo declined. With the world currently at peace, he intends to shed Suna as an expensive liability. Well, after Suna had sided with Orochimaru to attack Konoha, calling them a liability was probably justified. Militaries were only beneficial if they didn't antagonize allies and turn them into enemies. And if Suna continued its decline with AIM as a rising power right next door, having a hidden village might invite more conflict than it prevented. They could probably achieve just as much, if not more, stability by maintaining diplomatic and financial relations with a powerful neighbor. After all, the Land of Wind was largely a desert and wouldn't be worth invading if they didn't have the power to threaten anyone. Still, despite all of that, it was a little difficult to imagine a world without Suna. Of course, it was in the nature of the world that nations rose and fell. Sometimes it happened quickly through war and conquest. Sometimes it happened slowly, the culmination of many bad decisions and bad luck, slowly chipping away at their power until they could no longer sustain their position. I just hadn't expected to see it happen. What will happen to Suna's shinobi? I asked. And Temari? The large number of suddenly unemployed ninjas was bound to cause problems for everyone. That's still being negotiated, said Tsunade. Most will be paid a pension by the daimyo and allowed to retire. Anyone who doesn't want to retire will be given the opportunity to join various other hidden villages. Temari has already been offered a position here in Konoha courtesy of Shikamaru. Tsunade gave me a meaningful look. I sipped my tea. Anyway, we're still in the early stages of the proposal, Tsunade continued. There are various arrangements to make, treaties to sign, and logistics to work out before anything can happen. I imagined that the entire thing would be a bureaucratic nightmare, which was probably why Swan wanted to complete it before retiring. That was the only way to guarantee that it would be done. In the meantime, I've been considering potential replacements for Hokage, she added. Oh, who? I asked as if I didn't already know. Kakashi would make a fine. Itachi, she said, which nearly made me choke on my tea. Itachi? You don't think he'd make a good candidate? Tsunade asked, obviously catching my bewildered expression. I'm just surprised, I admitted. I glanced down at my cup as I considered it. It made sense, in a way. The Hokage was supposed to be among the strongest ninjas in the village. And Kakashi was not exactly at the top. That wasn't to say that he was weak. Quite the opposite. During the war, he'd almost matched Obito in terms of power, but that was when Kakashi had possessed one of Obito's mangyeko sharingan. Without it, he'd lost many abilities that he'd come to rely on. Right now, Kakashi had no kamui, no chidori, no sharingan genjutsu, no precognitive vision, no chakra sight, and no copy ability. That was quite a lot to lose, especially with so many other powerhouses living in Konoha now. And while I had no doubt that Kakashi would continue to grow stronger and even surpass his previous strength, Tsunade seemed to be looking at a more immediate future. Also, after Itachi's truth had been revealed, so had the reasons for the coup, one of which was the fact that the Uchiha never received recognition for their actions and valor in battle. If Tsunade passed over the entire Uchiha clan and appointed a much weaker candidate like Kakashi, it would raise serious questions about whether the root of the conflict had been solved or if this was the spark that would set off the Uchiha powder keg again. Despite a grudging tolerance, the village still feared the Uchiha. Specifically Madara. Itachi was largely immune to this, in part because other shinobi revered him for his sacrifices. He'd proven beyond any doubt that his loyalty lay with the common good and that he was willing to sacrifice his clan for their sake. If the village feared an Uchiha uprising, it made a twisted sort of sense to appoint a loyalist Uchiha as Hokage. Sickeningly, it reminded me of Tobirama creating the police force and giving it to the Uchiha clan. In exchange for the prestige and power of their elevated position, they'd agreed to stamp out any future Madaras. This was the same, repackaged deal. If Madara tried anything, it would once again devolve into an Uchiha versus Uchiha battle. Divide and conquer. By claiming Itachi for the village, Tsunade was removing him as a potential threat. I didn't want this for Itachi. He'd been used as a pawn by just about everyone to further their own goals. Accepting this position would potentially be placing him at odds with his own family. Again. And I'd witnessed firsthand the consequences of that. I wanted to decline for Itachi's sake, but it is only wrong if you act out of desperation and fear. Those words made me pause. I was not desperate. I was not afraid. I was not a helpless passenger drifting along toward a doomed fate. Not anymore. It was true that things might go badly. But so what? It was just as likely, if not more, that Itachi could finally be the bridge that connected the clan to the village and in doing so help mend the wounds of the past. Whatever happened, for good or bad, I would deal with it. We would deal with it. Together. Itachi and I. The village and the clan. Ani-chan once dreamed of becoming Hokage and bringing peace to the world, I said, looking up with a smile. I think he would be honored. I'd be happy to bring him to you to discuss further, but I have to ask, why tell me first? Will you be able to handle the others if he's gone? She asked candidly. Village security overrides all other considerations. I blinked. Oh, right. If Itachi was occupied with running the village, I'd be largely on my own when dealing with the rest of the clan. Yes, I said. I gave Tsunade a bright smile. It will make them feel like a part of the village. There was a lot to be said for turning potential enemies into stakeholders. Tsunade hummed and took a deep swig from her sake bottle. Alright then, let's go talk to Itachi, she said. Wow, and I thought my clan head paperwork was bad, I said as I surveyed the veritable fortress of paper stacks piled high around Itachi's desk. What is all of this? As I'd expected, Itachi had accepted the nomination to become the 6th Hokage, but Tsunade had wanted to ease him into the position prior to making the announcement public. So Itachi had taken a job in the Hokage Tower as her assistant and had been assigned various tasks so that he could become familiar with the day-to-day requirements of the job. I'd known that the paperwork situation was serious when Itachi had requested Karen and Haku's aid for sorting through everything, but even my expectations fell well short of reality. When Nagato ascends to the position of Rinnekiage, every single historical treaty that mentions the 5 Kage will need to be revised and re-signed, he said. I am reviewing and summarizing them for Tsunade's approval. I'm surprised that there aren't clerks for this, I admitted. Somebody had to be keeping track of this stuff. I requested to do the work personally, said Itachi, because of course he would. It will allow me to become familiar with the laws and agreements governing international relations before I become responsible for them. Fair enough. Has she set a date? I asked, easing around one stack and leaning against his desk. Even if Itachi used his sharingan to memorize everything, actual understanding would still take time. And if Itachi had this much material to review, then the other cages would as well. Something like this could easily take years. 4 months, said Itachi, which made me raise my brow. So right after the completion of our probation period, I said. Convenient timing, especially if Tsunade-sama announces the succession immediately prior to the final judgment of the other cages. That will likely be enough to temper any drastic decisions from them regarding our family. According to Tsunade, the decision has already been made that no further action should be taken against our clan, said Itachi. They're simply waiting for the completion of the probation period to announce it for the sake of appearances. Really? I asked. That was better than I could have hoped for, even if it was also the only real logical solution. The Uchiha belonged to Konoha. If Tsunade didn't want to do anything to us, nothing was going to happen. And with Itachi as the next Hokage, the odds of anything happening went down precipitously. The only other alternative was war, and I doubted that anyone really wanted that. Even the daimyos agree. While I'd been fairly confident that the cages would understand the situation, I hadn't been so sure about the civilian leadership. The daimyos were technically superior to the cages, even if they tended to leave the ninja stuff to the ninjas. Itachi nodded. Conan has impressed upon them the importance of peace, he said dryly. As the new daimyo of AIM, her words carry some weight. I let out a very small laugh, unsurprised since Conan had mentioned her new position in her last letter. It also made sense since each cage required a corresponding daimyo to handle non-military diplomatic relations. According to Conan, the other daimyos had initially vehemently objected to her taking the role because she was a woman and the daimyo position was traditionally held only by men. But when Nagato explained that the alternative would be for Conan to become the cage and for him to become the daimyo, they quickly dropped any objections. Yeah, I expected that they would. So I suppose it's all settled then, I said. Except for the paperwork, said Itachi, casting a glance around the room. Except for the paperwork, I agreed. I hope Karen and Haku were able to help a bit. Karen seemed particularly eager to spend some extra time with you. I gave him a look and Itachi turned away with an embarrassed expression. While I'd initially thought that Karen's admiration of Itachi was purely superficial and one-sided, she'd proven to be surprisingly unrelenting in her efforts to catch Itachi's attention. She baked him sweets every day, brought him lunch on the training field, and fawned over him at the dinner table. I hadn't actually expected anything to come from it, mostly because of Itachi's rather stoic nature, but in the past few months, he'd warmed up to her attention and had even begun reciprocating the small gifts and gestures, much to Karen's utter delight. I now sometimes found them sitting on the courtyard veranda talking after dinner or sensed them together in the library at night. And Karen never missed an opportunity to spend time with him. I didn't think that their relationship had progressed to anything official yet, but it did seem to be headed that way. Yes, I've sent them home now for a bit of rest, but they have both been a great help, said Itachi tactfully. Karen is enthusiastic and Haku is as dedicated to his purpose as ever. Ah. So he hasn't found anything else he's interested in? I asked. Besides being useful to the clan, I mean. I'd hoped that after the war, Haku would be able to find his own purpose in life, but thus far he hadn't deviated from his desire to be useful. Haku will find his own path in his own time, said Itachi. It is not for us to decide what will make him happy. I know, I trailed off. I wanted to talk to him, but I didn't know what to say. There was more to life than being useful to someone else. Give him time, said Itachi gently. I sighed, but Itachi was right. Well, since Karen and Haku are resting right now, maybe I can be of some assistance, I said, taking the top batch of papers from the nearest pile. After all of my clan head paperwork, I've got a bit of practice with this type of stuff now too. Between the two of us, and with additional help from Haku and Karen when they returned, we managed to chip away at the mountain of paperwork over the next several months. I couldn't even imagine the paperwork on Temari and Nagato's side, but they must have found some way to sort through it, all because when Itachi presented the revisions for Tsune to sign, she wasted no time in reviewing and approving everything. A few weeks later, she left the village to attend the 5-cage summit, this time hosted in AIM. Itachi went along as one of her guards, but the real reason was obviously for an initial diplomatic meeting. And when they returned a week later, Tsunade made the official announcements, both for the new Rinnekiage as well as for her retirement. It all coincidentally fell on the day before the Uchiha clan's probation ended, and Itachi's coronation was scheduled for 2 days after that. I stood front and center on the roof of the Hokage tower with Sasuke at my side as Itachi accepted the Hokage hat. Below us, the crowd of shinobi cheered, perhaps at the strength of their new leader, or perhaps for absolution. Itachi had suffered so much for them. It was only right that he should receive something like a happy ending. Chapter 46. Atonement. Do you really have to go? I asked. This is a journey of atonement for my sins, said Sasuke. He had a travel bag slung over one shoulder. With all that has happened, I want to better understand the shinobi world. After a lifetime of lies, I could acknowledge his desire to find the truth of our existence. That didn't make it any easier to say goodbye. Well, maybe you should wait for Naruto to return at least, I said. He was originally supposed to return shortly after our probation period had ended, but with Jiraiya working so hard to set up a training program in AIM, Naruto had agreed to extend his trip by a few months. I was disappointed, but he would be back soon. He'll want to say goodbye too. Sasuke shook his head. He has his obligations, and I have mine, he said. They have nothing to do with one another. Are you sure I can't come along, at least? I asked. This journey has nothing to do with you either, said Sasuke. Ouch. You're needed here, Itachi added gently, which was kinder, at least. I wilted because he was right. Once Sasuke was gone, Itachi would return to work. And I would go back to watching over Obito and Madara. You will write to me, won't you? I asked. I'll return one day, he said. I frowned. I expect a letter at least once every month, I demanded. If I don't get one, I'll come looking for you. Sasuke sighed. Fine, he said. Every month. I nodded, content that he understood. Sasuke turned to the road. Hold on, I said. Aren't you forgetting someone? I don't need an escort, said Sasuke, sounding more resigned than combative. Which was good because the escort I'd asked Itachi to assign came running down the road at that very moment. I'm sorry, am I late? Sakura asked breathlessly. No, you're right on time, I said, completely failing to mention that it was Sasuke who had been attempting to sneak out of the village early. A fool's errand when we had a censor like Karen in the family. I stepped up to Sakura and took her hands. Please look after Nai-chan for me and make sure that he takes care of himself while he's away. Sakura nodded and squeezed my hands in return. You can count on me, she said, giving Sasuke a glance and blushing slightly. I won't let him out of my sight. I was sure that she wouldn't. And giving her this mission was the least I could do, since I'd stolen her chance to get to know him on Team 7. Despite the distance between them, Sakura's feelings for my brother never seemed to fade. And although Sasuke made gruff claims that he and Sakura had no reason to care about one another, he'd offered hardly any objection to her presence and had patiently endured my attempts at stalling him until she'd arrived. Sasuke turned on his heel and began heading out, Sakura following with a few hurried steps until she was walking at his side. I stood at the gate and watched them until they were out of sight. Only when they had well and truly faded into the distance did I turn back to the village. They'll be fine, Kyo-chan, said Itachi. I know, but I still worry, I said. You'll be home on time tonight, right? You're not planning on working late again? He'd been pulling regular all-nighters at the Hokage Tower for the past week. Tsune'd made it look easy, but that was only because of her extensive experience as an administrator for the hospital. Things would get easier over time, but even 6 months of working in the tower wasn't enough to learn everything that a Hokage would need to know. Ah, well, we'll see, said Itachi. I'll bring you, Karen, and Haku dinner, I said. Between Madara taking his meals in his room and Itachi, Karen, and Haku eating at the tower, I was a one-woman delivery service during mealtimes. Thank you, he said. With that, we went our separate ways. Itachi returned to the tower while returned to the Uchiha district. When I arrived, I felt Madara's chakra swirling low within the border, like a living, invisible fog not unlike Pain's sensory rain. I stepped in carefully, reaching out a hand to brush a thread of my own chakra against his. It didn't react to me or my chakra, so it was likely just a sensory network, a crude replacement for Madara's lost sight. Was he on high alert because of Sasuke's departure? Probably. If someone wanted to attack the Uchiha, we were down a significant amount of firepower. And Obito and Madara were both reviled by just about everyone. I was already thinking about dinner as I made my way around the lake and up the steps. But as I reached the main gate, I sensed another presence in the central garden and veered off course to check on him. Obito was slowly working his way through basic kata. I paused outside the ring of grass to watch him. Obito was only slightly more sociable than Madara. And by that I meant that he bothered to show up to meals rather than hiding in his room. Other than that, he spent most of his time puttering around the house cleaning. When I asked him about it, he only shrugged and said that it was something to do. Obito didn't acknowledge me until he reached the end of his set and returned to a relaxed stance. Do you need something? He asked politely. The roses are in bloom, I said, nodding to the bush behind him. Obito glanced at it, uninterested. We should take some to Rin. Obito stiffened and looked away. I don't think he began. All girls should get flowers from the people who care about them, I said, walking past him and cutting a few of the long-stemmed roses with a chakra scalpel. They weren't the same quality as flower shop roses, but they would do. I turned back to Obito and held up the flowers. Let's go visit her, okay? Obito stared at the proffered flowers for a moment before nodding and taking them. The walk to the grave was long and quiet. We were both perfectly capable of teleporting there, but neither of us suggested it. Instead we made our way slowly through Konoha. Most people just passed us by, not noticing or caring. But a few shied away or pulled their small children into the dubious safety of nearby buildings. Obito said nothing and kept his eyes ahead until we reached the Konoha graveyard. Rin's grave was already decorated with old dried-out lilies, likely from Kakashi since I knew he still visited. Obito stood back, looking everywhere but at the stone. I shouldn't, he said. After what I did. After what he did. The words felt like a lead weight in my chest. What he did. I never knew Rin, I said, looking out across the row upon row of graves. I knew about her, a little, from before. But that wasn't the same as knowing someone. She must have been a very special person. Yes, said Obito. Will you tell me about her? I asked. She was sincere and gentle, said Obito. She always looked after us. Me and Kakashi. She learned medical ninjutsu and healed our wounds countless times. She sounds very kind, I said. If things had been different, if Madara had not set his sights on Obito, would I have met her? Would she have joined the hospital, perhaps as a mentor shaping the minds of the next generation? I would never know. I failed her, said Obito. There's nothing you could have done, I said. Against Madara, few found any semblance of victory. But Obito shook his head. I told her that I would become the Hokage, he said, his breath shallow and hitching. I told her that looking after me was like saving the world. But the weight in my chest tightened. You got lost along the way, I said. Lost. I remembered that night, the quiet and dark broken by Kurama's roars, the evil burning, hateful chakra. I remembered the paralyzing terror of lying there helpless in my crib and waiting to die. I turned away from Obito and summoned a blanket of positive intent to smother the memory. But you did your best, I said. From beneath the cocoon of positive intent, another memory welled up. That night in the Uchiha district. Taiki and Yurichi dead in front of their little senbei shop. Blood on the walls. And then Fugaku and Makoto lying still and empty on the floor. I tried to bury that memory too. You only ever wanted to save the world, right? I asked. I remembered Obito standing over me in the kamui dimension when I was weak. I remembered his anger. I tried to. You could have created an infinite Tsukiyomi for yourself, but you didn't, I said. I remembered Obito standing over Sasuke and Itachi's unconscious bodies in silent threat. I tried. You wanted to save everyone, the whole world, I said. I remembered Obito becoming the Juubi Jinchuriki and surveying the killing fields with empty, dispassionate eyes. You did your best, I said. Even if you were lost, you found your way home again. And I think she'd be happy that you came to visit her. I remembered. I stopped as my blanket of positive intent shattered and all the pain and grief welled up inside me all at once. My hands shook and I kept my back to Obito, hoping that he couldn't see. I was trying to help him, not make him feel worse. With great effort, I suppressed the memories and pain, drowning them in a sea of good intentions. When I finally managed to turn back, Obito's face was twisted in grief and his whole body shook as he stared at Rin's grave. I looked away again, giving him as much privacy as I could. Is this a bad time? I jumped, startled. Kakashi-sensei? I asked, looking around to see him standing uncomfortably with a bouquet of lilies in one hand. Oh. I reached up and Kakashi approached, handing me the flowers and letting me arrange them on Rin's grave along with the roses. Kakashi, Obito began awkwardly, but he trailed off. No one spoke as I puttered with the flower arranging. My hands still trembled, but it wasn't as obvious when they were moving. I finally sat back, no longer able to justify my fussing. I put my hands in my lap and gripped my robes to keep them steady. Kakashi-sensei, you should come for dinner sometime, I said, more to fill the void than out of any real desire to entertain. My voice nearly cracked at the end, but I caught it with just the slightest hitch. No one would notice if they weren't listening for it. You haven't been by to visit. You should see the house. Well, said Kakashi. My blanket of positive intent cracked. I had to leave before I broke down again. Actually, if you're coming over, I should go get us something special, I said, turning away and standing with my back to them. I couldn't let either of them see my face. So stay as long as you need and then come home for dinner, both of you, okay? I didn't even wait for a response before I shined back to the Uchiha district. Not to the house. No. I didn't want Madara to see me like this. I appeared on the far side of the lake in the trees near the village wall. I collapsed, breathing in quick shallow gulps of air. I had to. The last threads of my positive intent finally snapped. I let out an agonized sob, sounding like a wounded animal, and I curled up on the ground. All the memories. All the pain. Everything came back at once. I couldn't get enough air. Every breath felt like drowning. I couldn't move. I couldn't even lift my head as Madara materialized beside me armed and armored with his kama and gunbai. One moment he'd been in his tower and the next he was beside me via a body flicker so smooth it may as well have been teleportation. Who did this to you? Madara asked, no nonsense and wary. Who? Oh, right, he was on high alert because of Sasuke leaving. I swallowed and shook my head. Not an attack, I gasped, the words half strangled as my whole body shook. Madara's chakra swirled around me, more than the dispersed mist of chakra he'd used to fill the whole district, which was likely how he'd sensed my arrival. What must it have felt like for him to have me suddenly appear with my disrupted chakra? Chakra was a blend of mental and physical energy. It was difficult to differentiate between mental and physical pain. I drew my chakra in, suppressing it. Hiding. I shouldn't have come here. I kept my eyes on the grass in front of me. I didn't want to know what Madara thought of my breakdown. He hated weakness. Breathe, said Madara. In and out. I did as he said. In. Out. In. Out. Madara sat on the grass beside me, saying nothing. Sorry, I wheezed. Focus on your breathing, said Madara. His voice wasn't gentle, but it wasn't particularly harsh either. I focused on my breathing. It was starting to even out when I felt 4 chakra signatures approaching fast. I stiffened, but when I tried to get up, my arms wouldn't support my weight. Beside me, Madara lifted his gunbai and laid it on top of me, shielding me from view, just as 4 Anbu appeared in the trees above us. Their chakras were all sharpened and battle-ready. "Uchiha-san," said one. "Please return to the house." "Oh, right." After the initial shopping trips, Madara hadn't once stepped foot outside the house. And the day he chose to leave was the same day as Sasuke's departure. Of course the Anbu would be alarmed. Armed and armored as he was, he looked ready for a fight. He was ready for a fight. "No," said Madara, cold and unbothered. "You will return," said the Anbu, his chakra sharpening with intent. Madara's chakra spiked in response. The command confused me. Madara was allowed to go anywhere as long as I was with him. Wait. Did the Anbu not realize I was here? Oh. They must have seen me leave with Obito, and I was suppressing my chakra beneath the shelter of the gunbai. Even if I hadn't been, Madara's chakra was like a heavy fog concealing me within. "Do you really think that you have the power to compel me?" Madara asked, a sardonic lilt in his tone. 3 of the Anbu moved, fanning out to surround him, their chakras ready, waiting on the signal to attack. "If we must," said the Anbu. Okay, this was far enough. I took a steadying breath, gathered my strength, and sat up, brushing aside the gunbai. "Stop," I said, my voice surprisingly firm. The Anbu captain twitched at my sudden emergence, and I felt 4 sets of eyes zero in on me. Madara is allowed to go where he wishes as long as he's within the Uchiha district or if he's with me. If you have no other business with us, then please leave. "Uchiha-sama," said the Anbu captain. Then he paused. I felt the weight of his gaze shift back and forth between Madara and me, clearly puzzling out why exactly I was hiding under Madara's gunbai in the middle of the forest when I should have been with Obito in the Konoha graveyard. I wasn't entirely sure what conclusion he reached, but he raised his right hand to signal the other Anbu. "Very well. We will withdraw for now." There was an ominous note in that final word, but they vanished into the trees, and that was all I cared about. I waited until their chakras faded into the distance before leaning my head back. I stayed like that for a long while, slowly and carefully pulling myself back together. "You shouldn't antagonize them," I said at long last. Madara scoffed. "They have no power here beyond what I allow," he said. Well, that wasn't entirely wrong. I held my hand up. It still shook but not as much as before. I flexed my fingers, focusing on the movements. "Thank you for coming to check on me," I said. "And for staying when he realized that I wasn't actually hurt. And for hiding me from the Anbu. How did you know what to do?" "You are not the first of the clan to be so afflicted by memories," he said. I blinked. Right. Madara had been born into perpetual warfare. He'd probably seen dozens of panic attacks. Had he experienced them too? With everything he'd seen and done, it was hard to believe that he hadn't. And yet I couldn't picture it. Not even a little bit. "Thank you," I said again. "I'm really glad that you're here with me." Comforting wasn't a word I would normally use with Madara. He was pretty much the antithesis of the concept, but when my own body and chakra had betrayed me, he'd been there to watch over me without judgment. He'd been there to offer advice and to shield me from prying eyes. Madara stood and lifted his gunbai, laying it across his back. "Taking care of someone is more than simply keeping them alive," he said. My lips quirked a bit as he tossed my own words back at me. "Are you ready to return?" "Huh?" I asked. Was Madara offering to walk me home? "Oh. Yeah." I stood quickly and followed one step behind him as we made our way slowly through the trees. I shined a fair distance from the main house, and our return journey brought us to the edge of the ruined Uchiha district. More specifically, to the park where Sasuke and I used to play as children. I paused and then took a few halting steps until I stood beneath the tree where I'd studied sealing all those years ago. I reached out and touched the rough bark of the tree. If I closed my eyes, I could almost imagine sitting here with Izumi as we watched Sasuke and the others playing ninja. "It wasn't always like this," I said. Madara had shadowed my steps and stood nearby. He had an unreadable expression. I remember I trailed off. On a whim, I reached out and hooked my pinky finger with his, using the physical contact to cast a genjutsu. Madara allowed it. The barren, empty park was replaced by my memory of bright, vibrant buildings and children laughing. "Nai-chan was the best at playing ninja," I said as I watched an illusionary Sasuke throw a rubber ball at an equally illusionary Daiki. "And my great-uncles Hiroshi and Hiroto liked to play shogi over there." The 2 elderly men, both long dead, looked up to smile and wave. "They always had sweets." "So they survived this long," said Madara. "When I saw them last, they were little more than children." "Really?" I asked, unable to hide my surprise. But, well, it did make sense. I thought of Madara as belonging to a nearly prehistoric time, but he wasn't actually that far removed from the present. He'd died only a short time before I was born. I bet they were sweet kids. Madara let out a derisive snort. They were little hellions, he said. I can't picture that, I said. They were always so nice to me. Madara's chakra stirred, and suddenly, the genjutsu changed. Two teenage boys stood in Hiroshi and Hiroto's place. Between them and their 5 sisters, we never had a moment's peace, said Madara. Hiroshi was purple-faced and screaming at a cluster of little girls as he brandished the hacked-apart remains of an expensive-looking kimono. 2 of the girls had dolls wearing kimonos with suspiciously similar patterns. One was hiding a pair of scissors behind her back. I never knew they had sisters, I said, peering at the little girls. I didn't recognize any of them. The genjutsu changed again, and we stood on a patch of dirt lined with graves. 3 of the graves looked older, while 2 others were fresh. All of them were very, very small. Hiroshi and Hiroto were covered in dirt, and tear streaks lined their faces. Hiroshi set aside his shovel and retrieved a pair of dolls, placing one each on the fresh piles of earth. Oh, I said. I dreamed of an end to such suffering, said Madara. But it was just a dream. In the end, I only brought more pain into this world. Madara pulled away, and the genjutsu dissolved like smoke, leaving us in the dilapidated remains of the Uchiha district. He wasn't wrong. Obito may have been the one to carry out Madara's plans, but Madara was the one to set Obito on his path. We're all reaching for a better world, I said. And I believe that a better world can be found in the kindness we show one another and in the understanding we share. Your kindness and understanding are wasted on me, said Madara. Maybe he was right. The buildings around us stood in silent accusation for all that he had done. The weight of their emptiness pressed inward, turning the bright morning cold and grey. In one instant, almost everything I'd known and loved in this world was taken from me. I'd watched Sasuke suffer for years, and I knew that somewhere out there, Itachi hurt just as much. And it was all because of him. But with Madara, things were different. There was no single source to his pain. He had many. What was it like to live every day watching your family perish bit by bit? An attack here, an ambush there, an assassination, a mission gone wrong. One by one, Madara's loved ones fell until only Izuna remained. How desperately must Madara have wanted to protect him? And then Izuna was taken, slain before his eyes by the brother of his best friend. It was the last in a long line of deep wounds, one that had never truly healed. No matter how many terrible things he'd done, every action he took was born from a desire to rid the world of pain. No matter how many terrible things. I believe that you are still worthy of kindness, I said, my voice hitching slightly at the end. I swallowed and focused on my breathing. Madara was silent for a long minute, and when he finally spoke, his words were soft. The affliction of memories never truly fades, he said. A clan head must often bear them alone, because to be a clan head is to be the pillar that holds up and steadies the clan. Weakness and vulnerability cannot be allowed. But hiding pain within only brings a slow sickness of grief to poison the heart. So whenever you become overwhelmed by your memories, come find me, and I will watch over you when you cannot watch over yourself. I thought you hated weakness, I said, rubbing my hands across my face. And it's not like crying ever solved anything. Tears may solve nothing, Madara agreed, but it is not a weakness to weep. A lump formed in my throat and I took his hand, giving it a small squeeze so that he could feel the response. I could not speak. He waited another minute for me to compose myself before speaking again. Come then, said Madara. If you are ready, let us return home. I squeezed his hand again, and he led me back to the house, leaving the remains of the Uchiha district behind us. When we arrived, I was surprised to find Obito and Kakashi sparring in the dojo. Madara vanished back to his tower as soon as we crossed the threshold, but I went in to check on the pair. They were only using light taijutsu. I tracked their movements easily even without my sharingan, but soon enough they broke it off. Well, I think I'm done for now, said Kakashi cheerfully. He wasn't low on chakra or anything, so I was pretty sure he was just waiting for me to return before he went back to doing Kakashi things. Think about the offer, okay? Obito nodded curtly, and Kakashi turned to me. Sorry, Kyo, but I've got a prior engagement, so I'll have to come over for dinner another time, he said, giving me an eye smile. I nodded. Another time, then, I said. Kakashi vanished in a body flicker. So, what was the offer? I asked, since that was obviously the part Kakashi had wanted me to overhear. Obito stiffened before relaxing again as he went to one of the benches and picked up a towel. Kakashi is encouraging me to petition for reinstatement as a Konoha shinobi, he said, as if that was even a possibility. Obito had willingly abandoned the village, attacked the village, killed a previous Hokage, tried to kill another previous Hokage, and had committed more war crimes than even Danzo. The idea that Itachi would entertain the suggestion was laughable. Ah, I said delicately. And did Kakashi-sensei mention this to Oni-chan? Obito gave a half shrug. Itachi was the one who suggested it, he said. Of course he said no wait, what? What? Oni-chan suggested. I asked, sure I'd misheard. He wants to put my wood release to good use rebuilding communities impacted by the war, said Obito. Oh, I could see that. Restoration was notoriously expensive and Konoha was still rebuilding from Pain's attack. With Sasuke out of the village and Itachi buried by work, he'd want to keep Obito busy. What better way than by assigning him a mission, likely with Yamato and Kakashi. Villages would be repaired. Obito would be under watch. Konoha and Obito would benefit from the positive publicity. It was a neat solution to a very valid concern about idle hands, causing problems if you completely ignored the reason Obito was no longer a Konoha ninja in the first place. And what do you want to do? I asked. I want to make things right, he admitted. I've been thinking about it over the past year, but at Rin's grave, I finally came to understand what I needed to do. I may have lost my way before, but I'll have to keep doing my best. I can do that much, at least. Huh. It looked like Sasuke wasn't the only one seeking atonement. Well, that's your answer, then, I said. Obito cleared his throat. I'll need your permission, he said. Alright, I'll raise the petition with Oni-chan when I bring him dinner tonight, I said. Chapter 47. Purpose. You what? I asked, perplexed. I challenge you, the man repeated, for the Uchiha dojo. I glanced over my shoulder at the clan dojo. In the days since Obito and Kakashi's departure, it had been left completely unused. When I looked back at the man, a tall tanned, heavily muscled civilian with a mustache and goatee, he grinned. Why? I asked. And what exactly does this challenge involve? I'm surprised that such a renowned warrior clan is unaware of dojo challenges, said the man, shaking his head. It is a grand tradition between martial arts schools to defend the honor of their teachings in combat. As a proud martial artist, it is my ambition to test my strength against the most fearsome of opponents, and no clan is more fearsome than the Uchiha. So come. Take me to any who would dare trade blows with the legendary Iron Fist of the Crimson Mountain. The legendary what? This isn't a school, I said. It's a clan dojo. Besides, I'm busy. I have surgery in an hour, and I need to. So you don't accept my challenge? He barked. Then I lay claim to this dojo. Huh? I might not have been familiar with dojos and schools and their challenges, since those tended to be for civilians and Taijutsu-specialized ninjas, but that didn't sound right. No, I said, irritation making me curt. This is my house, and my dojo is not open for challenges. Please leave so that I can go to work. If you want your dojo back, challenge me for it, said the man. He tried to brush past me, swaggering into the dojo like he owned the place, but I was out of patience and time. I brushed his arm with a fingertip and here I shined him to one of the training fields about a day's walk outside of Konoha. Thinking that was the end of it, I went to work. Only to find the man stalking toward the house the next morning as I was getting ready to leave. I waited for him to arrive and didn't even allow him to get a full, blustering sentence out before I shined him back to the distant training field a second time. This repeated for 4 consecutive days. On the 5th day I heaved a frustrated sigh as I felt the man approaching. But I had limited options. As a clan head, it would probably look bad for me to go around knocking out civilians, even if they were literally asking for me to do exactly that. I said no, I said as the man arrived at my front gate. I will not fight you for the rights to my own house. And by the rights of training dojos, this is now my house, said the man. I closed my eyes and counted to 10. The hospital had me on a tight schedule. While Swan was still around for a few more weeks, she was also busy with the preparations for her transition to AIM. And I needed to get ready for a trip I was planning with Haku. I didn't have time for this. I will not leave until I have fought the master of this house. I was about to correct him on the master of this house part, but then I paused. That gave me an idea. Well, if you must, then please enter the dojo, I said, smiling sweetly. And the master of this house will be with you shortly. The man nodded, satisfied, and I shined up to Madara's room, knocking hurriedly before opening the door. Madara was eating the breakfast I'd brought up with one hand and was reading a braille scroll with the other. There's a man here who wants to claim our dojo as his property, I said, skipping any preamble. The clock was ticking and I had to get ready for my morning surgery. I've sent him away with Hiraition numerous times, but he keeps coming back each morning. Surely a civilian is not too much for the Uchiha clan head, said Madara. There was a bite to that remark, but I ignored it. I don't have time for this, I said. He wants to see the master of this house and, well, you built this place, so that's you. So please go down there and make him leave. Oh, and make sure he doesn't come back. I shined to the hospital before Madara could object only to Hiraition right back. "And you're not allowed to kill him," I added, before returning to the hospital. I didn't give either of them another thought as I performed my morning operations and had almost completely forgotten about the whole ordeal until I saw the man being wheeled in on a gurney an hour later. I took over from the triage nurse to check his wounds, but Madara had been careful not to inflict anything permanent. I healed him in a few moments, and when he sat up, I put my hands on my hips. "I suppose you've withdrawn your claim on my house?" I asked. He blinked up at me. Then he was on the floor, kneeling and bowing his head. "Yes, Uchiha-sama," he said. "Please forgive my disrespect. I have decided to become a rice farmer instead." "It's fine," I said, waving him off. "Just don't challenge us again." The man shook his head vehemently, and one of the nurses guided him to the front desk where he could be discharged. Meanwhile, I went back to work to finish my shift, which turned into a double shift because there was a sudden influx of training accidents. I didn't mind, though. At least the dojo debacle was over and done with. Is what I thought until I arrived home that evening to find at least 60 people waiting in line outside my house. "What?" I asked, nonplussed. Then I spotted Lee in line as he waved me down. "Lee. What is everyone doing here?" "Yosh!" shouted Lee. "We're here to fight the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara. Word has spread throughout the village that he is defending this dojo, and many powerful shinobi would like to test their strength against him." At Lee's words, there was a loud crash as a green-clad ninja burst through the wooden wall of the dojo, leaving a guy-shaped hole in his wake. I peered inside to see Madara standing in the center of the dojo with a self-satisfied smirk. "I see I'm going to have a bit of trouble unless I do this," said Guy as he began opening chakra gates in my courtyard. When ninja got serious, there tended to be a lot of collateral damage. "Sensei," I shouted. "No inner gates in my house." Abruptly, Guy's chakra cut out. "Oh ho, Kyo, didn't see you there," he shouted. "Come, witness the fire of youth." "The dojo is closed," I said. "I would raise the damn thing tonight. Obito and Kakashi could train in the garden when they returned. Everyone go home." "What?" Lee objected. "But Kyo-san, we've been waiting in line all day. If we do not challenge the strongest of opponents and reach the greatest heights of our training, how can we truly embrace our youth?" "All day?" Had Madara been fighting for the last 16 hours straight? He didn't seem particularly tired, but he'd probably been sticking to taijutsu. Suddenly, I understood the reason behind the abrupt influx of training accidents arriving at the hospital today. Itachi would not be happy about this. I glanced back at Madara, who had taken the opportunity to grab a water bottle. He looked none the worse for wear. In fact, he seemed positively cheerful by Madara's standards. I stepped through the hole in the wall and pressed my hands against his chest, running a diagnostic jutsu. Madara lauded. "Yep, he was uninjured." "You're alright?" I asked under my breath. This is nothing but an idle amusement," he said. I squinted at him. "Are you enjoying this?" I asked. That was probably a yes. Then again, Madara was a warrior, born and raised for battle. I'd heard stories about the harsh training that children of our clan had undergone before the formation of Konoha. Back then, children died young. Parents, teachers, and siblings showed their love by pushing the younger ones to grow stronger. Coddling someone was a good way to get them killed. And suddenly I felt like a complete idiot. Madara often tried to pick fights whenever we spoke. I'd assumed that he just enjoyed being a jerk, but maybe that was just his way of reaching out and showing affection. Of looking out for me and trying to make me stronger. And was this his method of doing the same for the whole village? I bit my lip and turned back to the line of people who still looked dissatisfied about being turned away. Among them were various Konoha shinobi and the 4 Anbu from a few weeks ago. They were all unmasked and in plain clothes right now, seeming just as disappointed as everyone else. I guessed that they wanted to see if they did, in fact, have the power to compel Madara to do anything. There were also a few obvious civilians and at least 3 foreign ninjas. I doubted that any of them actually believed that they'd succeed in a fight, but now that I thought about it, I probably shouldn't be too shocked that so many people would like a chance to battle a legendary ninja like Madara. Especially in a safe environment like a dojo challenge where no one was expected to die or be permanently injured. Okay, you can come back tomorrow," I said. As the assorted ninjas cheered, I leaned over to Madara. "And you can patch all these holes while I make dinner. Oh, and keep it contained. I don't want to come back one day and find the house in ruins." Madara grunted again, his lips quirked in the barest hint of a smile. "And," I said. "Oh, I just knew I was going to regret this. If you want to, do you think we could spar sometime?" Madara's smile vanished for a moment before it returned as a full grin. "If you think you'll be worth my time," he said. "Yes, I'd like that." Well, everyone needed a hobby, I supposed. I placed the burning incense beside Zabuza's blade and said a small prayer for him. Beside me, Haku did the same. The grave was in a better state than I'd expected. Apparently Haku had been stationed in the land of waves for a while when he was with Orochimaru and had maintained the site whenever he could, so it wasn't any great hardship for us to tidy it up a bit now. "Thank you, Kyo-sama," said Haku as I stood. "You did not need to take time from your journey to come here for me. I know that you have many commitments." The ocean breeze kicked up and the waves crashed on the rocks below. "It's alright," I said. "I was planning to come here anyway, so it only makes sense for us to come here together." Itachi had been a little reluctant to let me go on this mission. There was no need for me to deliver the child seals of my healing nexus personally. Most of the others had already been distributed, either at the previous 5-cage summit or by ninja courier. But I'd insisted. "Why would you have come here?" Haku asked. There was no doubt in his voice, just curiosity. "He was only ever your enemy." I hummed. "He may have started out that way, but when Gatu revealed the truth, Zabuza became our ally, at least for a little while," I said. "Okay, ally might have been stretching it a bit. But we had shared a common enemy, so that was close enough for me. And even if he hadn't been, I still feel grateful to him. After all, if it weren't for Zabuza, I would never have met you." "I owe him everything," Haku agreed, his normally placid voice becoming rough. "I only ever wished to repay him, but in the end, I could not be what he needed me to be." We both looked at the grave and the broadsword that marked it. There was no name etched in stone, no dates of birth or death, not even an epitaph for the legendary demon of the hidden mist. "In the end, Zabuza wanted me to heal you instead of him," I said at last. "Because the purpose of our existence is not found in how useful we are to others. It is found in the lives of the people we care about. He cared about you. He wanted you to live. And you did. That is what he needed." "I have tried to live in a way that would honor his memory," said Haku. "As a living weapon and as the heir to the demon of the hidden mist. I thought that I had killed the weakness in my heart, but though it is quiet now, it still remains. And I fear that I will never be the legacy that he deserved." "It's only natural to want to follow in the footsteps of the people we love and admire," I said. "But is his reputation as the demon of the hidden mist really the part of him that you cherished the most? Is that the part of him that is most worthy of being carried on?" Haku hesitated. "I don't know," he said, sounding lost. "It's alright," I said. "You don't have to know right away. But maybe you can think about it." Haku nodded, still staring at the grave and the executioner's blade that marked it. We stood like that for a long while, listening to the crashing waves until it was time for us to go. I wasn't sure what to expect when I was suddenly called to the secure wing of the hospital. I'd half expected it to be Madara related, but he'd spent the last week happily defending the dojo and otherwise staying out of trouble. Instead Itachi briefed me on an attack involving exploding humans. "Preliminary examination suggests a blood limit, though the exact nature is unknown," said Itachi. "The victims can be rendered unconscious with a sharingan which prevents detonation, but 4-inch chakra remains in their bodies. I was hoping you could determine if a permanent cure is possible." "Of course," I said, setting down the report and approaching the tables where 3 people were lying unconscious and covered in chakra suppression seals. I sank my chakra into the closest one and frowned. "This chakra feels like water release with a genjutsu component, so yin release as well. It seems to be blood-based, at least as a transmission vector. Give me a moment and I can purge it from his body." "Are these the only victims?" "The only ones to survive," said Itachi as I finished with the first victim and moved on to the next. "I've sent Obito to rendezvous with Sasuke and investigate." "Just Obito?" I asked. He'd been on a diplomatic mission to rebuild impoverished communities with Kakashi, Yamato, and Shizune. Kakashi was there primarily as a guard and supervisor, while Obito and Yamato did all of the actual building, and Shizune was acting as a field medic for communities that didn't often have access to healers. I also privately thought that Tsunade had assigned her to act as an observer, since Kakashi wasn't exactly impartial when it came to Obito, and Yamato had a tendency to go along with whatever Kakashi wanted. "Obito knows of an island where wealthy civilians gather to pit slaves with blood limits against one another in combat," said Itachi. "He expects to find more information about this type of rare blood limit there." "Well, if it's only civilian fighters, they should be okay," I said, as if that was a necessary caveat. Sasuke and Obito could face a dozen cage-level fighters and still come out the other side unscathed. And Sakura wasn't exactly a pushover either. "I'd like you to consider possible treatment methods for any future victims," said Itachi. Because there was no telling how many people would be attacked and the killer showed no qualms about hurting innocents. "Of course, Ani-chan," I said. In fact, I already had an idea. "Kyo-chan, what are you doing here? I sent you the letter." I hadn't expected an enthusiastic welcome, but I'd privately been hoping for something a little warmer than Sasuke's mystified expression. We were standing in a secluded hallway, though there was a vast room just beyond filled with a roaring crowd. The Colosseum. First off, a piece of paper that only says everything is fine is not a letter, I said. I expect the next one to have at least 300 words. And I will be counting. Also, I came here to deliver this, which should help you with the exploding humans. I held out my custom medical scroll. It contains a healing nexus specialized for removing contaminated chakra. Just apply the seal to the victim and run chakra through the central node. As it turned out, sealing away the healing nexus was pretty easy, so much so that I was considering creating a ready stock of them for standard medical packs. "Ah," said Sasuke, taking the scroll and unfurling it to reveal a master seal with 1000 child seals, each one of which could be applied to a victim. I didn't actually think he'd need them all, but better safe than sorry. "Oh, Sasuke-chan, who is this?" asked someone. I blinked at the cutesy honorific, as I'd never once heard anyone refer to Sasuke as Sasuke-chan. Well, Naruto might have used it once or twice, but only as an insult. The speaker was a young girl with silver blonde hair and violet eyes. She stood between Sakura, Obito, and a large man with blue hair and gold eyes. All three of them had just rounded the corner. Their chakra was. "This is my little sister," said Sasuke, carefully packing away the scroll. Both he and Obito seemed completely relaxed around these strangers. Sakura seemed annoyed, but not outright hostile toward the girl. My eyes flicked between Sasuke, Sakura and Obito with my sharingan casting an auditory genjutsu. This girl's chakra matches the chakra within the exploding humans. Sasuke blinked slowly. Sakura's mouth pursed. Obito didn't react at all. "There's something else I need to see," said Sasuke aloud, turning and heading down the hallway with a swish of his cloak. "You should return to Konoha." "Hey, wait up," said the girl, hurrying after him. The man and Sakura both followed, but Obito lingered for a moment. Technically, his part in this mission was done, but. Stay with them a little while longer, I thought. There's something I want to do here before I go. Obito nodded and followed the others out of sight. Once they were gone, I headed toward the sound of cheering. On a stage far below, a pair of teenagers were fighting for the amusement of the crowd. Slaves, huh? We'd see about that. Arranging things turned out to be relatively straightforward. Apparently, how it worked in the Colosseum was that contestants faced each other in scheduled matches, and the losing slave became the property of the winner's owner. Barbaric, but it was something that I could work with. The owner of the Colosseum had stars in his eyes when I made my proposal. Or maybe they were dollar signs. He'd cleared his schedule for the special event. Of course, he wasn't the only one I needed to convince. "And now for a very special contestant," the announcer shouted into the microphone. "A legendary fighter, a monster in human flesh, the one who declared war on all of the elemental nations, Uchiha Madara-sama." But Madara hardly needed to be talked into a fight. He materialized on stage in his red armor with his gun by and kama slung across his back. The crowd went wild. I sat back with my arms folded. The owner had provided me with special box seats where only the wealthiest clients were allowed to view the matches. There was a spread of high-end food and alcohol, and it was populated by about 20 other well-to-do patrons, some of whom had dropped everything for a chance to see the Uchiha Madara in action. Each of them had put up at least 1 or 2 contestants to challenge Madara, which meant that we'd be able to save about 30 slaves. I was taken aback that so many people were willing to bet against Madara, but civilians had little understanding of exactly how strong some shinobi could be. At least if people like Gato, Hatu, and Tukai were any indication. I doubted that any of them fully appreciated the difference between an average Jounin and Madara. At least not yet. I sipped my tea. The first 5 challengers went down without a noticeable struggle, much to the chagrin of their owners. That was when the first patron pulled out his contestant. Slow down, I thought, projecting the genjutsu to Madara between the 6th and 7th matches. If they think you're unbeatable, more of them will pull their fighters out. Madara didn't deign to respond, but he did allow the 7th contestant to nick him with a lightning-shrouded blade. "Oh no," I murmured quietly, just loud enough for the men beside me to overhear. I bit my lip and stared down at Madara with a worried expression. Maybe his injuries really were too much. The man who had pulled out his slave put him back in, haggling with a rotund woman for her place in the match order. I very carefully did not smile. The 8th through 29th matches went about the same way. Madara defeated them easily, though he allowed several to score a hit against him. He used a subtle water ninjutsu to create beads of sweat on his brow. Whenever the other patrons seemed uneasy about a match, I made sure to mumble feigned words of concern. "Oh, that was too close. He's lucky to have dodged that without his sharingan. Perhaps he is getting a bit too old for this." It worked, mostly. Only 3 were astute enough to pull out their fighters. The rest were left angry, but I had no sympathy. "Well, that's a relief," I said aloud as I stood. "He's really pushing himself too hard. He might need a few days to rest before he's prepared to fight again." The owner grinned like a man that had just made a fortune on a long night of betting. I do hope you intend to return soon, he said. Will that be all for tonight? I'll arrange for the tag transfers immediately. Thank you, I began, but my words were drowned out by Madara's booming voice. Is that all you have to offer? He shouted. He was painted in red, having discarded his chest armor a dozen fights ago to better allow his opponents to score minor hits against him. It was all his own blood too, since I'd forbidden him from seriously injuring any of the other fighters, but it still made him look wild and fierce. Such weakness disgusts me. Show me your strength, all of you. If you wish to claim me as your prize, then come at me with everything you have. I'll take you all on at once, and I will bow to the first one who can strike a single blow against me. That made everyone perk up. The owner looked at me. I said. I accept. Screamed the rotund woman who had lost 2 of her slaves already. You 3, get down there now. 3 of her slaves leaped obediently to the platform below, but they weren't the only ones. There was pandemonium in the box as all of the patrons accepted the offer, throwing every single slave they had at Madara at once. And they weren't the only ones. In the audience below, there was more screaming as slightly less well-off attendees offered up their own fighters to the mix. At least 200 combatants crowded around the platform. The announcer pushed his way forward. Are we ready? He asked, glancing up at the owner, who looked to me. The crowd roared in response. Sure, I said. The owner nodded to the man below, who brought his arm down. Fight. And Madara activated his Susanoo. How many did you bring back? Itachi asked. I was standing in his office, having just given him a report on my recent unsanctioned rescue mission. Karen was sitting at her desk with one eye twitching. Haku was looking between us with more reserved interest. Well, we rescued 278 slaves, but some of them wanted to return to their home countries, so I've sent them off already, I said, hoping that by mentioning the larger number first, he wouldn't be quite so bothered by the slightly smaller one coming next. How many did you bring back? Itachi repeated, unwilling to indulge my feeble delay tactics. 215, I admitted. 215, Karen shouted. Where are you going to put them all? And don't say the castle because we don't have that many rooms. And I am not going to stand in line for the bathroom each morning. Madara is building a barracks for them until we figure out what to do, I said. By now they were probably all settling in. And AIM is actively recruiting for their new training program with Jiraiya-sama, so I'm sure that some of them will be interested in joining. I could only hope that many of them would be interested because while I couldn't just abandon them all, integrating that many foreign ninja into the village wouldn't be easy. Not to mention the cost of sustaining hundreds of people for an indefinite amount of time. Housing wouldn't amount to much considering the size of the Uchiha district and Madara's ability to construct buildings, but feeding and clothing over 200 people would be difficult. The funds of the Uchiha clan were substantial, but we wouldn't be able to provide for them all forever. Itachi sighed. There are more concerns than simple housing and upkeep, he said. These individuals all possess blood limits, and having hundreds of them suddenly entering a single village could be interpreted as a deliberate consolidation of power, much the same as Hashirama's initial capture of the tailed beasts. It could complicate international relationships. We can always just do what the first Hokage did and trade them to the other villages, suggested Karen. That might even earn us a few favors. No, I said flatly. These are people. Some of them are children. I won't allow them to be traded and used like property. Besides, there might be a slightly better way. Instead of trading them like resources, why don't we have an intern village job fair? We can invite leaders from all of the different hidden villages together and they can make a pitch to the rescued slaves as prospective recruits. You know, offer things like housing, training opportunities, and a stipend to get settled. There's even a precedent since some of Suna's former shinobi are still being integrated into other villages already. That would incentivize village representatives to criticize one another publicly in order to make their own offers look more enticing, Itachi pointed out. It could raise tensions and spark conflicts. Yeah, but some of that would probably be justified, said Karen. Mei is making big changes in Kiri, but that doesn't erase their very recent past. I glanced at Haku, who had borne witness to the massacre in Kiri firsthand, but he merely inclined his head. It would be irresponsible to not warn them of potential dangers, he said softly. Not all who possess powers are fortunate enough to find a home with those who would care for them properly. Karen snorted in agreement. We can consult with the village leaders about the specifics of the negotiations, I said. We all have pasts that are darker than we'd like, but I believe that most, if not all, villages are working toward a better future now. I'm sure we can come up with a system that's both fair and informative without devolving into insults. If you think this might work, I'll go talk to the newcomers and see if any are interested. Once we know how many are open to leaving, we'll know what to tell the other village leaders. That's fine, said Itachi. I'll send a team of administrators down to begin the registration and documentation process. Yeah, that would probably take a bit of time. Better to get it started now. Sure, I'll tell Madara that they're coming, I said. Kyo-sama, may I accompany you back to the Uchiha district? Haku interjected before I could hurration away. I blinked. Sure, I said. Haku turned to Itachi. With your permission, Hokage-sama, he said, to which Itachi gave his assent. I took Haku's hand and hurried us to the entrance of the Uchiha district. From here I could see the barracks, which turned out to be a 4-story mansion across the lake from our home. I could sense all 215 chakra signatures inside plus Madara, who seemed to be sorting people into rooms. So? I prompted when Haku did not speak or move to step inside the district. I wish to make a request, Kyo-sama, he said hesitantly. I nodded, expecting as much, and he continued. I have been considering what we spoke about in the Land of Waves. About the legacy that I wish to carry on for Zabuza-san. You said that there were children among the slaves you rescued. They will likely be too young to fully understand what the village leaders are offering, and they may be easily swayed by those who would do them harm. I nodded because, yes, that was a very real possibility. A guarantee, actually. We were ninjas, after all. Lies and deception were part of the job, and the villages were looking to recruit literal child soldiers. I take it that you have a suggestion. I guessed. I wish to care for them as Zabuza-san once cared for me, said Haku. I wish to keep them safe and to train them so that they can protect themselves. But I will need a place for them to stay. So please accept them as vassals of the Uchiha clan. Ah, that was a pretty big request, especially since I knew nothing about them or the threats they could potentially pose, both to the clan and village. But there was another reason for my hesitance. I cannot accept children as vassals when they are too young to fully understand the oath, I said. Haku wilted, so I took his hand. But they don't need to be vassals to stay here with you. They just deserve the chance to decide for themselves. Not now, when they're young and frightened, but when they're older and ready to decide if that is what they really want. I would be happy to help you care for them in any way that I can. There are about 20 of them under the age of 12. Do you think you'll be able to handle them all? While I couldn't sustain hundreds of people, a few children wouldn't be too difficult. Yes, said Haku instantly, but then he paused. Though it will mean that I can no longer assist Itachi-sama in the tower. That should be fine, I said. Naruto will return in a few weeks, and since he's going to be the 7th Hokage one day, it will be good for him to assist Oni-chan with all of the administrative tasks in the tower. Once we make that transition, you should be free to look after the children. Is that alright? All of the tension seemed to melt from Haku's shoulders, and a small smile appeared on his lips. Yes, Kyo-sama, he said. That will be quite alright. Chapter 48. Love Not War. I stretched my senses as far as they could go, but I couldn't feel anything yet. Maybe I should have asked Karen to accompany me. Her sensing ability far surpassed my own, so she'd be able to feel them long before I ever could. But Karen was busy helping Itachi in the tower, and it would be selfish of me to pull her away for something like this. I should be busy too since the inter-village festival was only 2 days away and there was still so much to prepare. It had been Obito's idea to present the event as a post-war celebration of unity instead of a simple recruiting opportunity. People enjoyed celebrations, and the merriment would make it less stressful for the rescued slaves, not to mention it would act as a chance for everyone to come together on somewhat equal terms, not just the 5 Kage, but leaders from all of the other hidden villages too. Influential people had already started trickling into Konoha almost immediately after the event was announced. I hadn't expected much, certainly not on such short notice, but the festival was shaping up to be quite spectacular. Most of the village leaders would be arriving tomorrow, but there was one delegation that should be here in a few hours. It was the one I was most eager to see. When would he? There. The group of familiar chakras brushed against the very edge of my senses. They were moving at a leisurely pace, still a fair distance from their goal and in no apparent rush. There were fewer than I'd been expecting since cages typically came with at least a few guards, and daimyos generally traveled with enormous retinues. Instead there were only the 4 of them, though I supposed that was more than enough. I could wait for them to arrive in their own time. I should wait. But I was impatient. So I shined to the mark I'd placed on him instead. Naruto. I shouted, practically falling on top of him. I'd arrived slightly higher up than I'd expected, since his hands were behind his head in a relaxed pose as he walked. Naruto's eyes widened at my sudden appearance. Kyo-chan. He yelped, his ninja reflexes kicking in as he just barely managed to reach up and catch me before I fell right on top of him, though not fast enough to stop my momentum, which still managed to bring both of us crashing to the ground. I rolled off of Naruto and pulled him to my chest, hugging him as tightly as I could from a sitting position. Naruto fidgeted a bit, but I only squeezed him tighter, so happy to see him again. I barely registered Jiraiya, Nagato, and Konan standing beside him. You're back. I laughed. I've been waiting for you. I've missed you so much. I've read all of your letters, but you'll have to tell me everything about Kyo," shouted Jiraiya, interrupting my babbling. "Although that is indeed a death dreamed of by every red-blooded man, Naruto will need to live a little longer if he wants to fulfill his dream of becoming Hokage one day. So please let him go." "What?" I glanced down to see that I was inadvertently smothering Naruto's face against my sizable chest. "Ah, I'm so sorry," I said, releasing him at once. Naruto reappeared gasping for air, his face cherry red, though whether that was from embarrassment or lack of oxygen, I wasn't quite sure. "Are you alright?" I placed my hand on his chest to run healing chakra through him, but thankfully I didn't detect any damage. I breathed a sigh of relief and wondered momentarily why I hadn't felt him struggle at all. "Why yeah, I'm fine," said Naruto, still very red and not quite meeting my gaze. I had to admit that it was kind of cute to see Naruto's bashful side too. "Sorry to drop in on you like that," I said as I climbed to my feet and reached down to pull Naruto up too. I shot an apologetic look at Nagato and Konan as a small blush returned to my face at my embarrassing display. They were technically here on a formal diplomatic mission, so I should probably be showing slightly more decorum. I was just, excited to see everyone. "That's okay, I don't mind catching you," said Naruto. "And I, was really excited to see you too. He has spoken of little else since our journey began," said Konan, giving Naruto a meaningful look. "Though I understand his sentiment. Nagato and I were looking forward to seeing you as well. It really has been far too long." Nagato nodded in agreement. He looked well. Though his hair was still snowy white, his chakra was strong. "Well, I'll be hosting you and the other village leaders while you're in Konoha, so we should have plenty of time to catch up," I said. The last few weeks had included a flurry of activity to get the castle ready for all of the visitors, including furnishing all of the empty rooms and setting up a proper office for me to meet with guests. The preparations were all necessary because hosting everyone at the castle was the easiest way of allowing the foreign dignitaries to mingle with the rescued slaves. The fact that I would have a chance to catch up with Nagato and Konan was just an added bonus. Plus it would give me a chance to give Nagato a checkup since I hadn't seen him in person since the war and I hadn't healed him since before my departure from AIM. He was long overdue, in my professional opinion. "Also, I've invited everyone to a restaurant for Naruto's coming home dinner tonight," I added. "I've reserved the whole place, so we'll have plenty of room. And speaking of invites." I reached into an inner pocket and produced 3. One each for Jiraiya, Nagato, and Konan. I'd already invited everyone else and ensured that they would all be available, even if I had to Hiraition them back to Konoha personally, Journey of Atonement or not. "Tsunade-sama will be there too," I added to Jiraiya. There were already rumors of a possible marriage between the two of them in the near future, despite Tsunade's objections that she was too old for romance. Jiraiya whistled as he read the invite. "This is a fancy place," he said. "I'm surprised you were able to get a reservation for the whole restaurant." So was I, but the restaurant owner had gladly cleared tonight's reservations at the prospect of hosting the hero of the village. "Yeah, but that's not until later," I said, turning back to Naruto. "If you're hungry now, I can Hiraition us to Ichiraku's so that we can grab some ramen for lunch. That way you can tell me everything about the past year." Naruto's face lit up. "Aw, yeah," he said, any awkwardness from before vanishing at the prospect of his favorite food. "Hey, pervy sage, you can pay too, since you still owe me from that time." "Oh, right. It would probably be rude not to invite Jiraiya, Nagato, and Konan too since they were all standing right here, but I'd been hoping." "You idiot." Jiraiya huffed, bringing his fist down right onto Naruto's head. "Ack, what was that for?" Naruto shouted, clearly not hurt but still acting the part anyway. Maybe out of habit. In a sudden move, Jiraiya wrapped Naruto in a one-armed headlock and dragged him behind the nearest tree despite Naruto's protests. They had a hurried whispered conversation that I definitely did not eavesdrop on. There was a long pause and then they emerged from the trees. Naruto's face was once again dusted crimson. "So, just the two of us?" he asked. "Yeah, unless you want to invite someone else," I asked. I privately hoped that he didn't. "No," shouted Naruto, waving his arms frantically and looking at me with his wide blue eyes. "Just us. It's a date I mean. My treat." "It's a date," I confirmed, which made Naruto blink once before a broad grin spread across his face. Beside us, Jiraiya gave Naruto a thumbs up and a wink. "If you'd like, I can Hiraition you to the Hokage Tower," I offered, but Nagato shook his head. "It might be a little rude for us to appear suddenly inside the village," he said. "Besides, it's a fine day for a walk. We'll meet you for dinner tonight." "You two go on ahead and have a good time," Konan added. They both gave me encouraging smiles and I waved to them once before taking Naruto's hand and Hiraitioning us to Ichiraku's. It was a little late for lunch, but that just meant that we had the place to ourselves. We were both somewhat nervous as we sat down and ordered. There were a few awkward silences, but after a bit of prodding, Naruto started telling me all about his training trip. I knew most of it already from his letters, but I didn't mind hearing it again. And he filled me in on the changes Nagato had been making since becoming the Rinneage. Apparently Nagato's coronation had been rather spectacular, with him giving a grand speech about washing away the tears of the past with the light of the future. He punctuated this statement by using his diva path to push away the clouds, clearing the skies, and letting the light shine through. Conan had then announced that Ain would no longer be known as the Land of Rain, but as the Land of Rin, which meant rebirth, to signify the passing of the old system of war and strife and the birth of a new age of peace and camaraderie. It also turned out that I was right about the transition being more chaotic there than here, with Jiraiya and Nagato spending most of their time establishing a better training and mentorship system in AIM, as well as integrating many of Suna's displaced shinobi. Conan was also working tirelessly from the civilian side too, gaining political connections and laying the groundwork for Tsunade's eventual inter-village hospital system. Then it was my turn. I told Naruto all about being a clan head, helping out at the tower, and training with my family. I even gave him a small demonstration of the wood release jutsu I'd been working on. It wasn't as advanced as Madara and Obito's, but I'd been making good progress. Naruto was also keenly interested to hear about Madara's dojo challenges, and the glint in his eyes made me think that it would be a good idea to invest in a second dojo for Madara's more enthusiastic battles. One that was far away from Konoha. Very far away. I also recounted the story of rescuing the slaves with Madara and the preparations we'd all been working on for the past few weeks. Most of the older candidates were open to the idea of being recruited as official ninja by other villages, though a few others were adamant that they never wanted to fight again. So I'd contacted several local businesses and a few of the Uchiha's vassal farmers to get them jobs and apprenticeships so that they could become independent on their own terms. Then there were the dozen or so newcomers who had broached the subject of becoming vassals of the Uchiha clan themselves, likely from hearing that Madara was planning to establish an actual dojo school and he wanted to start with Uchiha vassals first. I was hesitant to accept. Taking on a vassal was a lifelong commitment that had obligations and responsibilities on both sides, and unlike Haku and Karen, I didn't actually know anything about any of the newcomers. I wanted to set boundaries this time around, but I hadn't been quite sure where to start. Thankfully, Madara had offered to guide me through the vetting process and to make sure that expectations were clear on both sides so that everyone understood what was being asked for and offered. We'd drawn up a contract together and I'd put a moratorium on accepting any vassals until after the inter-village festival so that they would all know what their options were. But it was looking like most, if not all, would be joining the clan. Madara seemed content that they were all strong enough to be worthy students for his first class, and I was just happy that I finally felt like I knew what I was doing. Sometimes, at least. Then there were the younger children who were given their own tower connected to the main castle, where Haku would be able to look after them until they were old enough to decide their own fates. I didn't think I'd ever seen Haku so happy, and the children, though initially wary, seemed to be responding well to Haku's gentle nature. None of it had been easy, but overall it was going quite well. By the time I finished my lengthy exposition on current events, we'd long since finished eating, and early afternoon was drawing towards evening. Since it was getting late, Naruto tried to pay, but Itachi waved him off saying that it was on the house and that he'd see us at the welcome home dinner in a few hours. There was still a bit of time, so I suggested that we take a walk, and after a tour of Konoha where many passers-by waved to Naruto and me, our journey eventually brought us to the top of the Hokage monument. By then the sun was setting, staining the sky red and gold, while the shadows of the forest stretched long between the trees. The view is a little different from the last time we were here, I said when we reached the top. But it's still just as beautiful. It was different. Off in the distance, the ruins of the Uchiha district remained as a fading scar, but the castle rose against the skyline like a proud monument, proclaiming that, despite everything, the Uchiha clan was still here. Not just here, but growing. Sasuke and Sakura had become a couple, and Karen was already making wedding plans with Itachi. That girl moved fast and I was pretty sure that Sakura was taking notes. In fact, love seemed to be in the air because most of our friends were pairing off. Shikamaru and Tamari, Ino and Sai, Choji and Kari. There were still a few singles, but it seemed that everyone was growing up and getting ready to start their new lives together. Everyone but. Is something wrong? Naruto asked, and I jolted, realizing that I'd been staring off into the distance. I wanted to say no, but. It's not supposed to be this way, I said quietly. With us, I mean. You're supposed to be with Hinata. Naruto had known about my future knowledge since before the war, but I'd filled in all of the details in the hospital courtyard after the final battle. Naruto had been initially mystified, but he'd accepted my truth. and included in that story was the fact that he would marry Hinata and have 2 children. And it would be unfair of me to interfere with that. I didn't think that a single date would cause any problems, though. It wasn't like we were in a committed relationship or anything. But ninjas tended to have very brief courtships, going from I like you to let's get married in a year or 2 at most. Often less, as Karen proved. That was reasonable considering the high mortality rate among ninjas, but it meant that I had to be clear with Naruto that his future wasn't with me. So he could go and be with the person he was meant to be with. Said Naruto, which made me give him a sidelong glance. He was standing with his arms folded and his eyes closed in deep thought. Then he nodded as if he'd made a decision and opened his eyes. Nope. I don't care about any of that. What? I asked, and Naruto looked at me fully. I don't know what exactly I was supposed to feel, he said. But I know what I do feel. I don't want to be with anyone else. I want to be with you. Oh, I said, looking away and feeling heat rise in my face. Hey, Kyo-chan, said Naruto, suddenly sounding hesitant. I looked back and his chakra fluttered nervously. Do you remember that day when we were little kids and I gave you some flowers? My heart skipped a beat. I remember, I said. We made a promise. I know I haven't become the Hokage yet, but, he trailed off as if there was any doubt that he would become the 7th Hokage one day. I gave him a smile. But your dream wasn't really to become the Hokage, right? I asked. It was to have the whole village acknowledge you. Well, you've more than accomplished that. Not just the village, but the whole world too. A slow smile spread across Naruto's face to match mine. Yeah, he said. I will become Hokage one day, but until then there's just one more person I'd like to accept me and my feelings. He put his hands together and in a poof of smoke appeared a bouquet of 11 roses. So will you be my girlfriend? He asked, extending the flowers to me. I smiled and held up my hand, using wood release to create a single flower, not the rose I'd taken years before, but a flower of the Hashirama tree, which I suppose was close enough. I added my flower to the bouquet before taking it. Yes, I said. I'd like that. Naruto's smile widened to a broad grin as he caught me in a bear hug and swept me off of my feet in pure jubilation, laughing all the while. I laughed too. I couldn't help it and continued to laugh even as he set me down. It's getting late, I said as I watched the sun sink low on the horizon. We'd better go. Our friends are waiting for us. Naruto nodded, seeming a little reluctant to release me, but I took his hand and led him down the steps of the monument toward the party. By the time we arrived, the light outside was fading fast. We stepped together into the soft glow of the restaurant where everyone was waiting for us. They all cheered at our arrival, and of course it was Ino who spotted the flowers first. She let out a cry of delight and threw her arms around me in congratulations, telling me that it was about time and that she always knew. This, of course, was quickly followed by a chorus of well wishes from everyone. Many of the guys were slapping Naruto on the back and they quickly hustled us both to the head of the main table where the feast was served. As we sat down, I looked at everyone. Sasuke and Sakura were sitting on one side with Karen and Itachi beside them. Kakashi, Guy, Obito, and Shizune were sitting at a nearby table with the other jounin. Konan and Nagato sat in a booth opposite Jiraiya and Tsunade, who was well into the celebration already and was being held steady by Jiraiya's arm around her shoulder. Then there were the rest of the Konoha 12, Haku, Tuchi and Am, Konohamaru and everyone else. All here to celebrate and to take joy in the lives they'd lived and the future that was yet to come. And for the first time in my life, as I sat beside my family and friends looking forward to a new day, I finally felt at peace. The end. And that marks the end of this story. And for the next story, I will put out a poll where you guys can decide which story to listen to next. Thanks for sticking out till the end of the story. I love you all. Anyways, I would gladly appreciate every likes, comments and subscribes I could get on the series. It only takes a minute and best of all, you can show your support for absolutely no cost. See you in the next one.